Just got my dirt draft lineup set for these M-Mains. You guys are in trouble. I'm telling you right now.
You got her dialed in, Clinton?
Yeah, she's ready to rip, boys. We're going to be good.
Let her eat.
Clinton has struggled just like the rest of us on the Chili Bowl leaderboard, but looking to take home the trophy, I guess, in the soup run.
Hey, I'm before noon in the dirt draft pool. That's why I'm here. I got to recover.
So 8 cars for 6 spots out on the racetrack here for our only P feature, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not P feature number 2.
Yeah, I guess just the P feature.
Yeah. So Kevin Carl was scheduled for the pole. He is no longer on it. And again, you're going to have to bear with us as the day goes along because we get lineups, but we do not have all the cars out for the lineups.
Here's Urbanski and Jack France on the front row.
8 cars out there. Remember, top 6 finishers move on to the O-Main. So here we go. We come around to complete lap number 1. Your early leader is going to be the 19U of Pierce Urbanowski.
Last year, Pierce didn't appear on Saturday, so his Chili Bowl already off to a better start than a year ago.
This the battle
J.
for the final transfer spot. That's going to be Blake Green slipping by Jesse Chappelle and taking that 6th and final transfer spot. Oh, and then Justin Dickerson gets crossed up off of 2. Green grabs another one. Dickerson back to the bubble.
Green on the move here. We only had 1 hot lap session prior to taking the green flag here for the P-Main track. Still very, very fast early on. As Blake Anderson, we got 6 laps to go.
Yes, we do, and Pierce is rolling pretty good. Right now, Pierce, Jack France, Joshua Shipley, Mark Daly, Blake Green, and Justin Dickerson, your top 6 trying to stay alive. Laps in the upper 11-second frame, which looked where we were yesterday, and we were in like the upper 12s, low 13s to start dirt draft hot laps. So track actually shaping up pretty good.
Urbanowski out in front, Carey in the left front around here on this juiced up Expo Raceway, working off of 4. 3 laps to go this time by for Pierce Urbanowski. Everybody pretty well settled in right now. There's a look at your car on the final transfer spot. Justin Dickerson on Blake Green's back bumper, but they have a comfortable 4-second advantage back to Jesse Chappelle.
Twin sticks are in the air, just 2 more times around here for your P feature event. Pierce Urbanowski will come around, see the white flag 1 more time around. Urbanowski now out to over a 2-second lead as he goes into turns number 3 and 4. He'll come around, see the checkered flag, and checkered flag still waving there, Blake, and that will end the P feature event.
Well, we'll see what they do there. I'm going to be in. Yep, looks like they're going up the ramp. Got one.
One slowing right here in front of us.
So Pierce Urbanowski, he's got a 2020 L-Main win. Well, he can add 2025 P-Main win to the resume. He'll move on with Jack France in 2nd, Joshua Shipley 3rd, Mark Daly 4th, Blake Green 5th, and Justin Dickerson in that 6th and final transfer spot.
NOS Energy Drink Ramp Camp cars rolling up the ramp, and we will get set now for an O-Main. O-Main number 1.
The Ross Wee Special.
Have your popcorn ready.
Yes.
We do have some popcorn over there back on the table. I considered breaking it out, but it's a little early for that.
So you see cars rolling down the ramp.
Including Robert Bell. You get a look there as he rolls down the ramp on his way. Top 6 will make their way into an N-Main. But first, we're going to send it up top for a K1 Race Gear interview with Clinton Boyles.
Thank you, guys. Pierce, you were absolutely flying around the Expo Raceway right there early in the morning, but you turned in an 11.3 second lap. That's fast for anyone here. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. I mean, when I heard there was going to be a P-Main, I figured, why not try and join it? No, we had a rough heat, so I'm hungry, so let's eat some soup tonight.
You got to start somewhere. What's the goal here? How many do you think you can get through? You got the car speed to go through a few at least.
Well, the brakes are kind of fading right now, and it makes it hard on a tight track. I'm going to say I can get through 4.
4. That's a good goal, guys. So we got the bar set. We'll see what Pierce can do throughout the rest of the day.
Can he get to the M? And get in Earl's dirt draft lineup. That's what he's shooting for.
That's everybody's goal, is to be in Earl's dirt draft
A
lineup.
lifelong goal.
All right, Pierce, I got my eye on you, buddy.
Cars in the O-Main finished 13th and 14th in their C feature, along with our transfers out of P feature. Well, our cars that showed up for P feature number 1. Donovan Peterson, Cody Beard on the front row. Robert Bell and Billy Rayburn are in row number 2. Reese Womack and Carter Jensrud in row number 3. Row 4, Steve Paget and Darren Kaufman. Tim Creech II and Catherine Legg in row number 5. Connor Speed, Steve Gresham in row 6. Brandon Boggs, Jeff Schindler, Greg Dennett, and Robert Carson. The cars scheduled to occupy those 6 spots and to come out here and be a part of the Chili Bowl. Everybody wants to be a part of the Chili Bowl nowadays.
That's the beauty of this event.
Yeah.
Guys, she's having a busy week too. She actually tested an ARCA car at Daytona last week, planning on running at Daytona in February. So she's checking off 2 boxes, Chili Bowl and a stock car at Daytona. It's pretty good.
One end of the spectrum to the other.
Yeah. So
Here we
caution
go.
lights are out, boys. Once again, we will go green at the chalk line in turn number 4. This is your O-Main top 6. Move on, we're underway.
You're bringing us to green like tile. Oh, we got one. Oh, boy, Catherine Legg. Wow. She caught some airtime there. Safety officials on the scene quickly.
Not quite sure what happened there. We just caught the tail end of it when Legg caught some air time there.
So safety official's going to get over to her, make sure that she is okay. And we got one into the work area, and there you get a look. She is climbing out of the car, so good news there. One, I think, just went up the ramp.
So we'll have replays coming to you. This is the start of the O-Main. Keep your eye right there.
Oh, she kind of got pinched into the wall there. I don't know if someone moved Darren Kaufman up the racetrack, but...
Oh, left front over right rear.
Boy, she had some air.
She did. Good to see her climb out of the car in her own power. And I see Brian's there. She's still got the helmet on, so we'll let her catch her breath. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, she's gonna unstrap the helmet here. Just got in the side-by-side. Several other cars kind of got clogged up there. Now the headstock's off. Just talking to the driver here. Catherine, a wild one there. Looked like you kind of got squeezed and just launched you in the air. What did you see before it all happened?
Yeah, I went to the outside and he just came over on me and I had nowhere to go. And so I closed my eyes. I don't think I saw too much, to be honest.
Limited time in these cars. I imagine that's probably the first time you've taken a ride like that in one of these.
Yeah, 100%. It's my first week in a midget, first week on dirt, but it will not put me off.
All right, good to hear that. We'll see Catherine back in a dirt car.
Thank you, Brian.
As you said, tip of the cap to her for stepping out. We've had several drivers start to do that the last handful of years, step outside of their comfort zone, and that's really cool to see. Look at Steve Gresham in the 27G car. Steve was 14th in O-Main at number 2 a year ago.
I see Darren Kaufman getting assistance to the work area as well.
Yeah.
So we had
They're backing him out now.
Yeah, we've sent Catherine Legg up the ramp with the damaged race car. We had one drive up the ramp under that yellow flag, and now Darren Kaufman being pushed into the work area. And that looks like an up the ramp as well for the driver of the 2MD.
So we'll get the field lined back up.
Something to keep in mind, we do have the 10-minute rule on some of these mains early in the day, 10 minutes or 10 laps, and they did take the green, so I would imagine the clock probably running.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah, these are scheduled and are listed as 10 laps or 10 minutes.
And they give them a little bit of leeway, too, in there. Like,
yeah,
if they're...
I mean, I'd imagine if you're green when the 10-minute mark hits, you let them go at least till the next flag.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They give them some leeway. Usually it's 10. If that gets to that point, it's 10 minutes or the next flag.
Yeah.
Hey, Blake.
Yes.
I just got a message from our friends over at Stidda.com. Stidda is racetrack driver insurance, crew guys, everything. They're going to do a digger of the day. Up to us who it can be. There's a free checkered membership for them. That's $500,000 in medical coverage for any incidents that happen at a racetrack. That's a $500 value that we get to give away today to somebody.
Well, I would say Catherine Legg, probably, that might be a tough one to beat. Look who's on the pole here at this restart.
Yeah, I think Donovan Peterson got the kibosh while...
Roberto in his favorite spot on the pole says he likes to roll the bottom.
I don't think he's going to have the pole anymore.
Caution's back out.
Oh, in the words of Earl Hoon Jr., oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Earl, why did you say that? I forget. What caused you to say that?
What prompted that, Earl?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, boys. Thanks. Mark the time. 9:45.
Oh, there you go. Robert back to his... You know what? Starting on the pole, he was playing with house money anyway.
Yeah.
He was scheduled to start inside around number 2.
That was too easy for Robert Bell.
He said he wants a challenge.
Exactly. Let's pass some race cars. Now.
We're taking the outside of the front row.
Cody Beard.
Yeah, that car shut off.
Car's not under power. Cody Beard in the 17E car.
We are on the struggle bus here in O-Main number 1.
14th in the L-Main a year ago. Picked up a D2 midget win at Coles County Speedway in Illinois in June.
And he's going to go up the ramp as well. So
Billy Rayburn now to the outside of the front row.
Yeah, we
Chili Bowl champion Corey Kruzman was wrenching on that car early in the week.
Keep rolling like this. We're going to be down to 6 here in a minute.
Yeah.
We have, I think, 10 left.
It's quick math.
10 of the 16 scheduled still out there on the racetrack.
Looking for 6.
Looking for some green flag racing here.
Oh boy.
Well, we're looking to go 3 wide. Hold on, boys. Donovan Peterson, he will lead lap number 1. I'm just still looking to go 3 wide mid-pack there on a very, very narrow track surface early on here in the O-Main. Caution lights are on, guys.
Steve Gresham in the 27G round was running 10th.
He is not having fun so far.
Robert's back to 8th, so...
Yeah, not a good first lap.
Not a good
for Robert Bell.
First lap or 2 for Roberto.
Guys, we just had an incident under caution here. Brandon Boggs just got monster trucked in the corner, and I would expect him to probably pull off soon. His left rear got jumped and his header got folded up in that red and white 13 tub car.
And Billy Rayburn is stopped. Is that who went over in the 18K?
Rayburn's the one who went over. They had all slowed with the caution, and Rayburn just came in hot. Not sure if he didn't see the caution or if he just couldn't slow the car down with a brake issue, but he just came in and hammered the 13, jumped over that left rear and folded up the header.
Did confirm early in the week, Earl and Chris, that Brandon Boggs is not related to Wade Boggs. I asked him at the draw. Thought that was worth confirming. And
Boggs is going to stay out.
Stay out. That's hanging out over the Nerf bar, though.
I don't know if that'll make it more or less challenging to get an interview with him. Probably more.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's shoved right in your face.
That is.
Thank goodness that's going to be a Chris Wilner problem. Or a Clint Boyle. No, this is a Chris Wilner vehicle.
That's a Wilner problem.
Yeah. Have fun, Chris. So, well, we're dropping like flies, although everybody going to continue between Gresham, Rayburn, and Boggs.
Tell you what, Robert wasn't keeping it tight and buttoned up there on the restart. Brandon Boggs able to keep rolling, though, fellas.
See what happens here. We come around to complete lap number 3 in this 10-lap O-Main. Jonathan Peterson still your leader. Tim Creech to second in the runner-up spot. Things are starting to get a little busy, guys, back here for the final transfer position.
Well, we talked about it. If we're counting making it from that first P feature. Connor Spear and Jeff Schindler have both moved on from the P, now in transfer positions here in the O, and we are yellow again, and I believe that's Gresham again.
That it is.
And that would be the third one he's been involved in. Granted, the first one.
Parked right in front of Nate.
Yep. And
Nate's been busy back there.
Yeah.
Nate had a close call.
He did.
The other night.
Oh.
We had a
Yes,
car
he
go directly into the hay bales at the base of his camera stand.
I don't think he had
But
to
he
worry
didn't
too much.
flinch.
Well, listen,
Nate's a
Chisholm's
professional.
okay.
only one person on this crew got run over this week.
Yeah.
Good hell.
Hopefully Mark Chisholm's
Please
okay when he
explain.
hit that barrier.
I don't even know what to explain. I was waiting for an interview with Chase McDermott, and guy just didn't bother to steer the race car. I don't know. Do we have it on camera?
He didn't even say sorry.
Didn't even say sorry either. I don't know.
He probably wasn't a modified fan.
He watched
Yeah,
me
he
in a
probably
shootout,
hates-
guys. That's the problem. He watched me in my A-class race.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Just figured that was customary for
Blinker
the flow
fluid
game.
ran
Yeah,
out.
Blake Reed. So here we go. We're going to come back to green right now. See who are going to be the transfer cars. Donovan Peterson will lead them down the back straightaway. Oh, hard
no.
into the wall.
That's Rayburn.
Junk.
Yeah. That's going to cost a few
Billy-
bucks. That's
Billy
going to be a
Rayburn.
full pickup.
He was 12th in an O-Main a year ago. He will be 9th in this O-Main this year. He was
Would you-
17th in Ventura Raceway Senior Sprint points this year.
I guess,
It's an improvement.
well,
Big picture.
I bet he would disagree.
Yeah, I
if
bet he
fin-
would.
If he finished last year, I bet he would disagree.
Oh, boy.
Just
That
got
was
out of the
big.
groove.
Yeah, that was glad to see him moving around and hopping out under his own power.
Yeah, you can tell the tube on the rear axle snapped.
That's gonna be a 2 tow truck lift there. They just probably got
I
the
think
picker.
they'll get the
They'll get
straps.
the picker, yeah. Good to see Billy out under his own power though. Is Brian Ward? That is a tore up race car, buddy boy.
Guys, surprisingly, the axle is all still intact. It's not snapped there. That I think it's just a wheel center is broke, making this right rear kind of look cockeyed here, but obviously way too much damage to repair and come back out, so the week will be done for Billy. They are going to hook the entire car up, hang it, and carry up to the pit area, and Billy's just going to walk with an official. He's kind of walking gingerly. The way he came into that corner makes me believe there was some sort of brake issue, because he was just coming in hot every time, whether the car was just too tight or he couldn't get it slowed down and coming into the corner carrying too much speed in. That car just went straight up to the wall, and they'll have to go give the entire car a once over.
Way to keep your head on a swivel down
exactly.
there, Brian. Almost needed a wrecker for him.
Head on a swivel.
Whoa.
Mama.
That'll wake you up. Or knock you back out, one or the other.
I think we're down to 8 now.
Earl didn't make it to breakfast this morning.
Yeah, well, I'm just glad he's here.
Yeah.
He's in rough shape.
You
Needs a
guys are
heater.
Terrible.
Needs a
You are
heater.
ruthless.
Yeah, maybe the heater will get him some life here. Although he's
Heater
been
or
hacking
smelling
pretty
salt?
good too.
He has been. I think
I
that's
could-
why he
yeah.
needs it. He's been hacking over there. Clear things out for him. Get him some menthol.
He actually did genuinely say after our meeting that he was considering going and finding some smelling salt. So we might have an addiction.
Yeah.
He might become one of those guys now.
Sarah, he's going to go home and his wife Sarah's going to have all new smelling salts for him.
Sarah, Earl is officially a
Yeah,
smelling
he's a-
salts guy.
He is.
Heaters and smelling
Heater.
salts.
Sarah is an absolute saint. She's a saint.
Anybody who agrees to marry Earl has to be. Or something wrong.
Oh no, Robert pulled off.
And then there were 7.
And the white flag is already out.
Yep.
I'm going to cut this one. Yeah, a little short, so it'll come around. See the checker flag, and winning the O-Main will be the 11X of Donovan Peterson. 17K of Tim Creech, the second, will finish in the runner-up spot. Finishing third, the 13 of Brandon Boggs. Then you got Carter Gendrud, Connor Spear, and Jeff Schindler. Rest of the transfer cars.
So Spear and Schindler are now advanced from the P to the O to the N. And that one
pays to show up, right?
Yeah. This early. Hey, you did everything it takes to come down here for the Chili Bowl.
Yeah, might as well.
Why not show up Saturday and see if you can have a little bit of fun and get the
you get a plaque for winning a main.
Yeah. I mean, and listen, I mean, Brian pointed it out. There's the rowdy section's about, I don't know, a little under halfway full. You got some people to put on a show for. Chris Wilner, you're ready to get hot up there at the top of the ramp.
Yeah, I'm getting hot from this freaking muffler that's sticking right at me. Brandon Boggs, I don't know how the heck you finished with this thing, but hey, you're here early. You might as well run some races.
Yeah, we just had issues on our prelim night. Buried us. We sucked. That was about the scariest double file start I think I've ever been a part of. Glad we made it out of there somewhat alive. I'm super pumped to be here this early in the morning. Didn't even get to finish my coffee, so hopefully we keep going. I think the goal is just to stay alive through these next two if we can. It's fucking scary.
Well, are you going to try to fix this thing, bend it back, or just roll with it?
I have no idea what their plan is. I was trying to bend it back under yellow out there. I don't know why I thought I could do that, but...
It's a little hot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little warm.
All right, that's Brandon Boggs, guys. Thrilled to be here on a Saturday morning.
Guys, I checked in with Robert Bell. I said, I can't believe they called a jump start on you. He said, well, I did. I wanted to freaking win.
Why'd he pull off, Clint?
He told me he did not pull off, and he just missed it by one. So I'm not sure what happened there.
I didn't think he was out there at the end.
He absolutely did not finish that race.
He did not finish.
That was...
Another situation where he thought someone thought they saw checker. We've had that this week.
Yeah.
I don't know. Robert, you definitely did not finish that.
I'm rooting for Brandon Boggs. I want more Brandon Boggs
Guys,
interviews.
I'm wondering if there might have been a transponder issue, because when you said that he pulled off, I quickly looked up and scanned, and I saw him at the rear of the field.
Oh.
So he was in the very back. He was the last car to come across, but he may have just not. He may have lost the transponder, and needed another bungee cord to hold it on.
That's kind of speed.
I was just going to say, the G-force on that tape. Speaking of that tape ball, the girls gave us an update this morning. Over 40 pounds. That tape ball is
Hasn't gained much weight yet. Today it'll go up a lot.
Yeah.
Earl?
So here is the lineup for O-Main feature number 2. Starting on the pole in the 64 is going to be Andy Pake alongside. Starting P2 in the 22S, it's going to be A.J. Johnson. Rolling off third, Gordy Gundaker in a 14G, and starting fourth, you have Connor Morrell in the 14F. Third row looks like this. To the inside, you'll have the 84R of Chris Roseland, and then Cole Parker in the 11K outside. Starting 7th, 21R of Miles Tomlinson. Rolling off 8th, Jason Bennett in the 121. Then you're going to have Terry Nichols, Jay Mallory making up row number 5. Starting 11th and 19, you have Pierce Urbanowski and Jack France in the 22G. Looking at the 7th and 8th rows, you will have Joshua Shipley, Mark Daly, Blake Green, and Justin Dickerson.
Check out the clay. Quarter mile, beautiful all grass infield, Chris.
Blake, how many racetracks have you been to?
I'm in the 190s.
Good hell.
Yeah. I think I'm low 190s now.
Phew. Good for you. I don't think I'll ever get there.
That's some numbers.
Yeah, that's a life's worth of work right there.
So here we go. Let's see if we can complete first lap under green. Give it a shot here at feature number 2. Andy Pake will be the early leader. Very fast track, narrow racetrack early on.
Yeah, Pake once again though, using the front row starting spot to jump out, get the early advantage. You get a look here a little bit further back. This is Mark Daly trying to muscle his way up through the field.
Wilner. We're on Wilner watch.
Yeah, Daly's picking up some spots here, trying to march his way through.
There's the battle for the transfer. Jay Mallory has it. Chris Wilner, you might have a Chili Bowl ride. Mark Daly's trying though. Oh boy.
Come on, Jay Mallory. Put that Glenn Steyer's racing machine, park it on the bottom. Keep Daly behind you.
Not that we're rooting against Mark Daly, but
we're just rooting for Chris Wilner.
Exactly. And no, he left that bottom open.
Oh, he's got good drive. Chris, we got a shot here.
Oh, Mark's taking. Oh! Jay got got tight. Mark Daly takes the spot.
Halfway in this one, just 5 more times around, and now
I think Mallory's got problems.
yeah,
He's slow
he's
there on
off
the
the
back
pace. See if he makes it off. We'll still stay green.
And
No caution. Like
Oh, no.
Oh no!
Chris!
No.
the 2005
Wow.
I-Main winner here at the Chili Bowl, Mark Daly, rolls to a stop in a transfer spot.
Hey, but a valiant effort. He also had shoulder surgery not too long ago. He says it's been killing him.
I
He was
bet.
trying to fight through it, but
he
yeah,
was rolling good there, Chris.
He was. I mean, I was rooting for him. Don't get me wrong, but
Oh, stop. Yeah, again, we were certainly not rooting against him. Just the thought of Chris Wilner out
Yeah.
there.
I'm just happy he made it up this morning. He's been hitting it hard this week.
How about Jack France in a transfer spot in the 22G? Jack was 10th in N-Mains #1 a year ago, has 17 Brisca F1 wins, and he was the 2023 Brisca F1 World Semifinal Champion.
He's an N-Main transfer.
Yeah.
Up to the O now. Pierce Urbanowski right behind him as well. Urbanowski trying to make good on his word.
He's already racked up a win today.
Yeah, hey, what's one more?
Right?
We had another one stop there on the back straightaway and just get pushed into work area and heading up the ramp. So we continue to lose them as we go here. O feature number 2. 6 laps complete, 4 laps to go. Lights are out. We're going to go back to green. It's Andy Pake, Connor Morrell, Jason Bennett, Gordy Gundaker, Chris Roseland, and Jack France. Your cars in transfer spots right now.
Good start by Andy Pake once again. No change within the top 4. Cars starting to shuffle around there mid-pack, trying to get back up there in the top 6.
Look at Pierce eating. Pierce is absolutely eating above the optimal line, you could say.
He does not need a left front this early in the morning, that's for sure. That thing's got
Oh, no!
Ah.
I blame Blake.
I didn't say it. Chris Moore literally just said he does not need a left front.
If he didn't have it, he'd probably still be going later. Now he definitely didn't need the left front. He's getting out.
Oh.
Bummer.
And he was making that thing rip, too.
He was.
Yeah, if he wasn't going to transfer, it certainly wasn't going to be for lack of effort.
Here
Gonna
is
look at the
replay, and as you nailed it, Chris, doesn't need a left front, and
Bob. I'm telling you, if he didn't have it, he'd have been in better shape.
Oop. Well, no smelling salts needed there. I'm sure that'll get you awake and ready to roll for the day.
Brian Ward's on the scene.
Yeah, I don't know which end they're going to pick this car up. The front and the rear are both broke.
We're going to have another full pickup?
We might. Left front shock is broke off the axle. The axle is broke right there, but they can't pull it from the front even with that because the left side nerf bar is just wedged back in to the left rear tire. It wouldn't be able to roll. So here we go. We'll see how it does. It'll might drag a little bit, but we're gonna get there. Pierce, you made it through one, fighting through another. You were carrying the left front. You had a lot of speed on this racetrack this morning.
Yeah, I know. I just pitched it in too hard, and it got bite and went forward and got his right rear. So, you know, that's the way it goes. But man, it sucks. New car last year did the same thing. New car this year on our lid.
Sounds like you need to get this one fixed up and bring back a used car next year.
Something like that, yeah.
Guys, Pierce Urbanowski will head up the ramp of the 19U. A former go-kart driver that he used to call back in the day when he was just a youngster.
Thought we were going down in here early, Junior. Chris Moore struggling. They work better if you sit in them, Chris.
Holy smokes. I had to brace myself for a second, too. I didn't know what was going on.
Easy on the easy bake
I
oven.
still don't know what happened.
Easy, fellas. White flag is out.
Through the plywood floor. Earl hasn't even had to hit the table yet this morning.
So
that was checkered.
O feature number 2 coming to a close.
Andy Pate can add a win to his list, Earl.
Connor Morrell, 2nd. Jason Bennett, 3rd. Gordy Gundaker, 4th. Chris Roseland, 5th. And Jack France. Those 6 cars will be moving on. As you will see, a traffic jam. The ramp going up top to meet the guys. Good shot there of the ramp cam, brought to you by NOS Energy Drink. We've been up there all week, boys, and things get very, very hectic up there at the scales and the tech area.
Yeah, I think somebody might have had an issue up there at the top of the ramp, and now we got all the guys stalled out in the middle of the ramp, so that's going to take a minute. We're going to need some pushers to get them all the way up the ramp as we get set to roll out N-Main number 1. As you see there, the NOS Energy Drink ramp cam. Jack France has now made it through a couple of mains.
Nobody out of P-Main, the only P-Main of the day, is still alive, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I guess, right, yeah, nobody that raced
the P-Main. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So cars will head down the ramp.
I'm rooting for Brandon Boggs here. I want more Brandon Boggs interviews. Especially with the muffler pointed right in Chris Wellner's face. Give me more of that throughout the morning.
He just rolled right on by me heading onto the racetrack. I took a quick peek at it, see if they made any adjustments, and doesn't look like they were able to bend it back anymore. So you got a good pinch there in the exhaust of the 13.
See if he can make it work. Again, N-Main number 1 rolling out onto the racetrack.
And the M-Main contest for the Soup today on Dirt Draft is going to lock at the start of this N-Main. So get those Dirt Draft lineups set on the Soup contest today. Keep in mind the top 100 get a free $50 gift card to Deathridge Opticians. And Clinton, you've got Connor Morrell at the top of the ramp.
Yeah, I do. Connor, not quite like sprint car racing. We're here awfully early in the morning, but you having fun getting a little soup?
Yeah, it's these things are definitely different, I'll tell you that. I've never really drove non-wing in my life, so I ain't got the first clue how to drive these things, but I'm slowly getting the hang of it.
You got a few races here to figure it out. What is the biggest difference between wing sprint car racing, which we normally see you do throughout the summer, and these midgets?
Well, I'm slowly learning with the midgets that you basically have to be on it the entire time.
Well, that's the name of the game. He's going to gas it up in these next few mains.
Here's the lineup for N feature number 1. Starting on the pole, you're going to have the 11J of Todd Jackson. Outside row number 1, Nathan Moore in the 25J. Starting 3rd, Justin Bates in the 21T. Rolling off 4th, you'll have Mike Woodruff in the 11C. Making up row number 3 will be the 77K of Kevin Cook. And then Troy Betts in car number 22. Starting 7th, the 68B of Blaine Peterson, and rolling off in P8, you have Tim Kent in the 07th. Row 5 to the inside, you have Leroy Boone in the 75X and Adam Bolliard in car number 4 outside. Starting in the 11th spot, it will be the 11X of Donovan Peterson, and rolling off 12th, Tim Creech the 2nd in the 17K. Rows 7 and 8 will go to Brandon Boggs, Carter Gendrud, Connor Spear, and Jeff Schindler. Those are your scheduled 16 starters for N feature number 1.
Back waving the sticks here today in a couple of basketball games this week, but he's back today. And
Drumright Middle School, Drumright, Oklahoma.
You think they won?
Oh, Terry, I bet they did. Oh, we got some bumper tag already here.
Yeah. Hey, we're getting into
creepers.
We're getting into nitty-gritty time, baby. It's N-Mains. Let's go.
Oh boy,
that start is gonna hold.
I don't know if I don't think the leader really went that early though.
And we already got a car facing the wrong direction in the middle of turns number 1 and 2.
Doesn't matter.
I don't think Todd Jackson went early. I just think the outside didn't really go.
That's the 68B of Blaine Peterson.
Guys, I like the aggression from Kevin Cook with the bumper tag. He's in my dirt track. Let's go.
Oh.
No! That's Brandon Boggs.
Right front.
No.
Call for the wrecker.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
and
the
dirt
dirt
draft's
draft
locked.
locked.
Oh,
You're
no.
kidding me.
Oh, no.
That's the way my dirt draft week is gone. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's not going to work.
No
Lane
bueno.
Peterson bring out the L. He was 18th at the IMCA Super Nationals in a Sport Compact this year, which is a Hornet 4-cylinder. He was 12th in L-Main number 2 in 2020, his last Chili Bowl appearance. Brandon Boggs looks like Chili Bowl might be done for the rookie that was 10th in A-Class Micro Points at Port City Raceway here in town. Shane Stewart's Port City Raceway.
I'm bummed.
And a non-wing micro winner at Port City on June 14th was Brandon Boggs.
I was hoping he was going to be a big soup eater this morning.
He sounded like he was ready to eat some soup.
Yeah. He was ready for something.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
That's, yeah.
9, what would we assess that as? 9:30?
Yep.
10 o'clock, dropping F-bombs?
So officials still trying to get the drivers in their correct starting order.
And they did dock Todd
Yep.
Jackson. Todd Jackson.
Well, you were wrong, Blake.
I know.
Clearly, he did go that early.
I thought that I honestly thought that he didn't really change his pace.
Well,
but my thoughts don't matter.
Exactly. They don't now, and they never will.
We saw the same thing happen there again. I just think Nathan Moore's struggling to get going on the high side there a little bit.
Hey, nobody named Moore struggles.
Oh,
okay?
trouble on the back
man.
straightaway.
That Tim Creech?
That's Tim Creech. Yep, one of our O-Main transfers.
We've seen some airtime this morning, fellas.
Sure have.
Get a look at the iBox Springs instant replay here. Watch the top of your screen. There's Creech. And that might not be too bad.
It looked worse on initial.
When you first glance and he's
like,
up as high as he
man.
was, you think, but yeah, it might not be too bad. We'll see. But yeah, just was venturing up there to the top side and kind of got squeezed into the wall. Brian Ward, you're there. Do you see anything?
Yeah, kind of the same thing I saw with another car, I believe, last night, where the left rear tire is just smashed up against that left side torsion arm. And when they picked the car up yesterday, it kind of gave it the clearance that it needed, and they were able to push it right back out. So I'm not sure what exactly the geometry is here to make it look like that, and then it gets rolling again. They're going to, I believe, push them over to the work area, see if anyone wants to take a look at it. But that was the only issue that I saw was really on that left rear.
Well, pushing him off, but he didn't turn right into the work area there, so I think he's just going to try and fire off and get going again.
Still lucky for him. No laps are in the books in this one.
And he was, as Blake mentioned, an O-feature transfer, so he was already going to have cars to pass as it was. So yeah, he'll roll away.
Car looks like it's going to handle well when he gets back on the throttle.
Connor Spear, one of our transfers. From the P to the O to the N.
To the window, to the wall.
I think Jack Francis too, right? Don't we have another one? Jack, yeah.
Jack France is in N feature number 2
though.
But Spear and Schindler out of this one.
Spear, a rookie, picked up lightning sprint wins at Santa Maria and Merced, was 6th in Ventura sprint car points this year. Out of Ventura Raceway. That's one I haven't been to that looks beautiful. Turkey Night Grand Prix there.
Yeah.
Right on the ocean.
Sign me up. Definitely.
Take a trip there next year, Earl?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Let's go.
I'm in.
To where?
Ventura.
Ventura.
To Turkey Night.
In California.
Right on the water, Chris. Literally.
Yes, I saw. Yeah.
That's one I haven't been to.
Should I type up your permission slip now?
Yeah, geez.
When is it? I forget. It's
Saturday after Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Guys, Ventura, California, 40 degrees is the coldest you will ever feel in your entire life.
Guarantee.
Oh,
I don't
believe
know.
it.
I'll say, I mean, I haven't felt it there, but 40 in Florida at night, Clint, you can confirm that.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah, it's a very
brutal.
similar feel. It is bone chilling.
Like down in Florida, Georgia in February, you can't get enough layers on.
Yeah, I
And
imagine
that's coming from negative
I
temperatures
remember
in
a
Iowa.
couple years ago on my way down to Florida, I stopped at Screven when the
All-Star.
All-Stars kicked off the season.
There was ice on the track.
Yes, the ice on the track, ice on the windshields by the time we left there.
Oh, that was so cold.
That was bad. But the food was good.
The food was good. And the entertainment was priceless.
Oh my, what a race it was.
Oh, no.
And Troy Betts, hang on.
Oh, no, Chris.
When in doubt, throttle out.
Chris, that's your guy.
Yeah, it's a New Egypt Speedway feature winner.
And the race saver. And doesn't want to take that trailer home. Price
No,
probably
yeah.
came down again.
Yep.
Well, might have just gone up.
I don't know.
He said he does not want to take that thing home.
Guys, do you remember when Brian Ward was talking about he hasn't had too much work this week?
Yeah.
We are fixing that right up.
Yeah, I've done a little more this morning than I did all day Thursday.
That was a pirouette into a flip.
Yeah.
Here's another look.
Just
No contact.
Never lift, baby.
Can't be scared. Yeah, no
Never
contact
flip.
on the flip.
Credit to the rest of the field, too. I mean, a guy running third goes around a time and a half and pirouettes up onto his side and still good to go.
I think Aaron Reitzel won that race down at Screven, just thinking aloud here, Blake.
Yeah, I think Donnie won.
Oh, was it Donnie?
All right, give me a second. Let me pull my all-star
Get
totals
better,
up.
Earl. Get better.
We'll see. I'm pretty sure it was Donnie.
That's where we had Salisbury steak tea money, I believe, right? At the concession stand? Yeah.
And Tyler McKim with the winner. Donnie Schatz swept the weekend.
Of course he did.
January 29 and 30 of 2021.
He's the GOAT.
One of 4 appearances for the All-Stars.
Guys, talking about races in Georgia, RTJ flying to Atlanta today. Going to sit there till 1 o'clock and either hop on a plane back to Florida or to Tulsa. So waiting on a decision there.
I saw that he was in Jacksonville this morning, hanging out.
Yeah, Golden Isles.
Yeah.
About an hour up the road from there. I went there last year for the Kubota High Limit races and flew into
Yes.
Jacksonville. About an hour trip. Sat with Earl, actually, in the upper deck there.
Had fun.
We did have some fun.
Steve O'Neill.
Came up and sat with you guys for a heat race or two.
Uncle Jerry.
Uncle Jerry, yeah.
Just a couple people up there having a good time. What a beautiful facility
It was.
Golden Isles
Or is.
We should text Ben and DJ and find out what the deal is if we should get RTJ on his way over here. Selfishly, hoping that they rain out, we can get RTJ over here. He'll be in a C-Main later on tonight.
So a little bumper tag here coming to the restart. Single files, guys, as we're still looking to complete one lap here in the end feature. Ooh, boy, things. Bumper tag again in turns number 3 and 4.
Look out. Tim Creech and Blaine Peterson, who have both already been involved.
Creech looks like he's going to be done.
Yeah, she's folded up. Peterson, I would imagine, is going to be able to drive away. Tim Creech, not the same. And
Brian Ward is like, nah, I
you
don't
can
even
sit
feel
this
like
one out,
crossing.
Brian.
Yeah, Brian, you got it, bud.
We
You
got
just
it
stay
from
over
here.
there in
Yeah.
turns 1 and 2.
Front end's folded on Tim Creech.
Yeah, I'm just going to start watching up here on the big screen. We got some great camera guys that give you a good look
Hey,
at
if you can evaluate from the big screen, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like maybe some spindles, something here on the front end. The Panhard bar might be open.
There's a ton of fluid actually
there
out
is,
of there, too.
Yeah, you can see it there. The big trail, so no kitty litter, though.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
it goes all the way around.
Wow.
Who?
I believe that trail actually came off of another car. I didn't get the number, but it was like a white with some red and black car that was smoking pretty good right before that caution came out.
Thank you, Brian.
It may be the car right here on the backstretch about to push over to the work area. I'm seeing the backside.
Troy Betts is in the work area. Blaine Peterson is in the work area and going up the ramp, it looks like. And it's the 11X. That's Donovan Peterson. And he's got the helmet off already, so he's going to be done. Peterson, a transfer out of an O-Main. But he's going to go up the ramp as well, so.
Ramp's busy.
Oh, yeah.
And all the wrong way.
Ramp and Brian Ward are really getting put through their paces this morning. And we saw this yesterday, and it ended up not coming to fruition, but it does now.
Martin's got the tiller out.
Yeah, it's gonna scratch off that top layer where the moisture is.
Martin Edwards there on the tractor. And Father Lanny partners with Emmett Hahn in this event. Back when it started.
Guys, you're talking about RTJ. He finished 22nd last night down in Golden Isle for the season opener for the Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series.
One of the cars in the work area, Spear, they already came down and changed his right rear earlier in the race. Now they've got a left rear they're going to try and change.
Thank you, Brian Ward.
So, yeah, it's Connor Spear. This guy's working hard as he continues to try and march through some soup. He showed up for P feature number 1. That was good enough to transfer him through. He survived out of O feature number 1. That got him here. Right now they're working, trying to get this left rear tire changed, and good time to do it, as you just saw the tractor still out scratching up the top layer of this racetrack where we had a bunch of moisture put down, we believe, from the 11X of Donovan Peterson. So Spear had time. They've got it on, and they'll push him out onto the racetrack and get him ready to go. So he'll be able to rejoin. And we do have 1 lap complete. I don't know where we're at quite on time.
We got to be getting down there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I think that's probably part of the reason, too. You're starting to really see some aggression on these restarts, because these guys know that they have that 10-minute mark in the back of their mind. And at the same time, you've only gotten 1 lap in, but we've had a bunch of changes. So Spear getting rolled back out. And there you see they're going to try and work in. They've already kind of stitched it back up where the top layer of the racetrack got scratched.
Yeah. Quick and easy.
Yeah.
Coming in hot.
We just got an update.
Up to 54 flips.
Wow.
Right now.
We started the day at 48, so we've got 6 already. And we are on, what, our 4th race? Right?
Yes.
We only have 1 P feature, yeah. So we're on our 4th race. We're at 6
Not
flips.
a good average.
No.
I'm not huge.
No, hopefully that makes its way back to the mean here. Kyler's blowing us up.
Yeah, he is.
Thursday, as Brian said, he wasn't busy. Thursday, we only had 5. We've got 6 already today. Earl, do you know what the other tally mark is in there?
Let me take a look.
No picture in there yet.
Oh, yeah, it's not in there.
No.
Yeah, okay.
We'll reveal it later in the day.
Yeah.
You hate to ruin the
23?
average.
Yeah.
And
right. No. Well, yeah. We don't want to. We don't want to skew
it.
No. We need it to play itself out before
we reveal it.
Yeah. Exactly.
EHJ, they're rolling in the bottom pretty good there.
Sure, I remember, folks. There was some fluid put down on the bottom side of the racetrack to where they had to bring some equipment out to scratch that surface, and now the guys are just gonna run that in.
Earl, what would the Steves be saying right now?
Yeah.
O'Neill and Steinley. What's going?
At what point do we get the mattress out? Mattress would have cleaned that fluid up real quick.
Lickety split.
Earl, did we get any closer to dialing in a return to the race car for next year?
I have not had any update on.
Dude, come on!
You got an offer though, right?
I
did get an offer.
Got an offer to run a 600 back home.
I got
Sarah
offered.
said yes.
I got offered to run a slingshot in Atlantic City, but that fell through.
Yeah,
And we know
no
you get
racing
offers as well.
experience and several offers. And That's alarming.
Just more proof that these guys are not that smart.
No damage policy there. No crash
Yeah,
clause.
no. This is not a rent-a-ride, anything like that.
We need to get that in writing. Well, we're back.
We're coming to the white flag, too, boys.
This
so
is the
time is out.
shortest N-Main in Chili Bowl history at 3 laps. 3 for Dale.
So who is going to be the 6 cars and transfer on, or who's going to go on the hook at the end of this one? Because that's it. That's all she wrote.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a hard ride.
Big. That's the Carter Gendrud in the C71.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought that looked like his car when he upside down. He was a transfer car.
He was in 5th. Yeah, remember top 6. Move on.
No, back to the Earl Hoon Jr. Oh no.
So So tentatively, this is how they crossed the line. Justin Bates wins it. Then you have Nathan Morris 2nd, Todd Jackson 3rd, Tim Kent 4th, Carter Gendron 5th, and Jeff Schindler 6th.
And
now we
Chris
do want to
Moore.
point out that Adam Bolliard finished 7th because that could.
But we won't take a transfer.
Oh yeah, they won't. They won't just add one.
An alternate.
Jensrud's climbing out of the car, so that's the good news. You get a look at the iBox Springs instant replay.
Ouch.
Man, yeah, that was pretty wicked.
Carter Jensrud, a rookie this year here, was 2nd at Thunder Hill Speedway micro points and 4th in Gopher Midget points at Thunder Hill. 9 wins for Carter this year, 8 in a micro and 1 with the Gopher Midget series.
Hey, fellas up top, one of you's Jeff Schindler.
Big stretch there.
Yeah, well, it's early. Showed up for the P.
Poor little
then
chair.
Through the O, then through the N. Now going to the M. Yeah, Earl, let's talk about poor chairs. So Jeff Schindler, despite that one only being 3 laps, he made his way through. Carter Jensrud going off on the hook. We've really worn Brian out this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Wilner. Well, we're here to find out if Jeff Schindler is hungry for some soup. You're the second guy now through a couple here in the early parts. You got a bloody lip. Were you biting your lip during the race?
Well, there's a couple times where there's some people flying through the air, and I didn't know, so I was just biting my lip for good luck, I guess.
Well, hey, you're through another one. I know that was a short race, but what'd you learn, and you got more in you?
No, my car's awesome. I don't know what happened yesterday that put us back here, but this car's a rocket ship. Got to thank AJ Felker and Esslinger for the engine, and United Mechanical sponsor, and Lone Wolf Petroleum and Karen's Custard.
All right, well, you're moving on, bud.
Special thanks to Ben Ritchie out there, and let's go get him.
He's confident, boys. Says, love the car. Jeff Schindler, Thru 2. He's got a whole crowd up here this morning.
Hey, why not? Hopefully the rowdies start to pick up on what Jeff Schindler's got rolling, although to be fair, they didn't really see him in the P main, but yeah, he's P to the O to the N to the M. As we get a look, N feature number 2. Sean Chappelle, Robbie Smith on the front row. Joe Perry and Oliver Billingsley in row number 2. Dakota Hiley and Kyle Hawes in row number 3. 7th, Josh Hawkins. 8th, Brian Harvey. Earl McDoula Jr. and Brandon Lewis in row number 5. Those were your lock-in cars after their preliminary night. Cars advancing from the O feature. I didn't get those two, but Jason Bennett, Gordy Gundaker, Chris Roseland, and Jack France.
Andy Pake and Connor Morrell.
There you go.
Guys, I mentioned the last car that I looked at that was rolled over and how that left rear tire was smashed up against the torsion arm, and that was something I needed to look into and study, and I thought it might be something with the Jacobs ladder. But Johnny Bolin sent me a message, and he said, hey, when they roll the cars over like that, it puts a big load on the left rear and kind of smushes the sidewall of the tire into that torsion arm. Once it gets up and going, it naturally creates the clearance that's required, and when the car is under power, it pulls it away from the torsion arm and gets even more clearance.
Thank you, Brian. So we go green here in feature number 2 is off and not running.
Boy, we are
Yeah.
we're in the meat grinder right now.
We're having fun.
We are in the thick of it. Jason Bennett and Chris Roseland, the 2 cars
transfers there
involved.
IBOC replay coming. IBOC's getting their sponsor money out of this. Let's see. The gold car is Bennett.
On the initial start, log jam.
Oh, just a log jam, yeah.
Andy Pake was also a little sideways there. He was able to keep his foot in it and keep rolling.
I need to know if the top row rowdies prefer orange juice or tomato juice.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
do
you
you
either
even
like
know
mimosas or Bloody Marys in the morning. Inquiring Minds wants to know.
I don't know.
We know Earl
I don't understand
prefers tomato juice.
Yes,
because
100%.
at Waffle House the other morning, he just said, give me all the tomato juice you got. Sold them out.
Sold them out. We went back the next night. They didn't have any
more.
Get me out of here. I've had enough.
Mason probably took it. That's why. She probably got the last of the tomato juice.
Chris Wilner, what do you got up top, bud?
Yeah, guys, I was just following up on the Carter Jensrud situation. They're not going to make the call because they actually were docked a couple positions for passing before the cone on that last restart in the last main. So Adam Boiler is going to move on and not Carter.
Thank you, Chris Wilner, for the update.
Well, that'll solve that situation right there.
Yeah, everything
Come
works
on,
itself
fellas.
out there.
Come on. Let's complete lap number 1.
Oh,
nice
boy,
and easy.
Jesse Sheeple skating across the track there. Wheels turning left, cars shooting right.
We did it.
Jumping Joe Perry. The Montana Sprint Car regular with John Youngquist, Frontier, ASCS Frontier region. Oh, Kyle Steffens, hang on.
Steffens tight there through the center of the turn. Jack France, Jack 22G.
From the P to the O, into the N. Can he get to the M?
I think he can. He just picked off another one. That'll put him up to 5th.
Oh.
He's going after 4th now. He's going to get by Billingsley. Billingsley now gets shuffled back. Chris Roseland, who was just involved in that earlier yellow. Roseland's going to slide by, and now Chris Rowland up into the 5th spot. Billingsley, Earl McDougall Jr. going to grab that final transfer spot now.
This time by halfway, 5 laps in the book, 5 to go. It's all Joe Perry in this one in the 28G. In second, Sean Shaple. Then you have Josh Hawkins and Jack France, 3rd and 4th.
Joe Perry 4th in ASCS Frontier region points this year, Earl, with the win at Big Sky on September 7th.
This is the battle for the final transfer spot. Andy Pink is on Earl McDougall Jr.'s back bumper. Pink, another one of our transfers from the O feature, trying to keep his Saturday and his Chili Bowl alive, trying to work just under Earl McDougall Jr. They're going to come to 2 to go this time by.
Time starting to tick away here in N feature number 2. Andy Pink, you are on the outside looking in. You have got to go now to get into that top 6.
Connor Morella on the move as well in the 14 car, trying the high side way upstairs.
White flag is out one more time around. Who is going to get in the final transfer spot? Oh no! A little bit of oil came out and flash fire there on the headers. Good work by the safety team to extinguish that fire.
Ron Wiegert quickly on the scene.
We have said it all week long, boys.
Dakota Hiley, not Kyle Steffens. Apologize.
Hiley and Harvey were the 2 cars involved over there.
What I was saying, guys,
car.
We have said it all week and really stressed about it at the Tulsa Shootout as well, and how quick the safety team is here at the Tulsa Expo Raceway. I mean, when they see a car get out of shape, they're already on the move to get to that person. By the time they're done flipping, they're already on scene. So let's take a look at the iBox Rings instant replay. Not quite sure how he got out of shape there. Don't know if he biked it.
What's that?
I think something actually broke on the right rear. Brian Ward, you're on the accident scene.
It's Clinton. I'm over here with the Rowdy still, but he had like a right rear torsion arm or something broke for about 4 or 5 laps there and was just making laps. But yeah, definitely something broke before he crashed.
Thank you, Clinton Boyles.
Good to see him get out of the car there. He was out, no problems. And
yeah, I'm down here as well, and they're going to have to hook to the back of this race car because the frame rail's basically sitting on the ground here. And as soon as we get hooked up and get on a ride, we'll get a word in with Dakota here in just a second. Well, now they're going to hook up to the front. I don't know if it's going to be able to make it.
Dakota Hiley, a rookie.
Look at him inside.
a rookie this year, Brian, had some micro and midget starts in 2024 and ran both the micro and the midget at the coin in December. It kind of turns into a tune-up race for the shootout and the Chili Bowl.
Yeah, a rookie run here at the Chili Bowl doesn't end too well, but that fire kind of ignited there after that oil came down on the headers. That had to be a scary situation.
Yeah, a little scary. You know, I knew I was done, so I just figured why not flip it in turn 3 right before the finish line. So, yeah.
Well, we're glad to see you in good spirits.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Go to Hiley, heading up the ramp, and we'll be done for the day.
Why not flip it?
Why not?
Why not?
Because it might catch on fire, Dakota. That's why.
All right, boys. Coming back to green.
Overtime.
Who are going to be the top 6 drivers to move on? Had a great battle on a final lap between Earl McDoulet Jr. and Andy Pink for that final transfer spot.
They're going to shake up here. I think Jack France going after another spot. We got one shuffled up out of line. That was Chris Roseland, who was running 5th. Andy Pink now to Roseland's inside. This is for the final transfer spot. Pink's going to get by him as they come to the white flag.
Final time around. Pink still that 6th, trying to.
Earl McDoulet Jr. No, McDoulet Jr. got shuffled up out of line. Roseland's going to get the 5th. Pink will get 6th. It's Earl McDoulet Jr. who ends up outside looking in along with Connor Morrell. So Joe Perry gets the win in end feature number 2. Josh Hawkins second. Jack France, P-O-N, now to the M for Jack France. He gets 3rd. Sean Chappelle, Chris Roseland, and Andy Pake. Your 6 cars transferring out of end feature number 2. Earl McDoulet Jr. was 5th when he took the white flag. He ends up 8th. He's on the outside looking in. Chris Wilner has Jack France.
Well, it's number 3 and counting for Jack France out of Cleckheaton, West Yorkshire, England. You've got a lot of folks at home watching you here. You told me you want to go through at least 5. You're well on your way.
Yeah, we had some trouble on Tuesday night with the car, but we'll just try to scrape it all back now and hopefully do everybody at home proud that's watching. I know there is a lot of people watching, and yeah, just do it for them now.
I know you're out of breath a little bit. This is the time of we're in a battle of attrition, and really the physical stamina comes in. So how do you keep yourself fresh?
Yeah, I'm all right at the minute. It's your bum starts to go a bit numb on this seat, but yeah, I'm all right. We're good for a bit yet. We'll just keep going. Once you get out there, you forget all about it and just get your head down and keep going. Yeah.
It's exciting, isn't it? When you get through a few, people start to take notice, huh? You got quite the crowd that was following you up the ramp.
Yeah, we're not where we should have been, really. You know, I expected to be a lot further up than we are, but yeah, we had those problems, and now when we've still got 1 or 2 problems, we're just managing them. And I said to the boys last night, I said, you know, if we can get a bit of a car underneath me, we can work with it through, all through the day, and hopefully keep going.
Nice job. We'll continue to see the soup run for Jack France. Has fellow Brit Tom Harris down here helping as well. And it's all smiles. I know he's got a large fan base back across the pond tuning in live on Flow.
So M Feature 1 will roll trackside. This is how they are going to take the green flag, starting on the pole. Jameson Spies in the K9, then George Lux in the 48G outside. Starting 3rd, Mark Chisholm in the 56S, and Kyle Beelum in the 31K. Starting 5th, Steve Miller in the 80A, and then Ryan Timmons in the 73B, rolling off 6th. 4th row will go to Jory Hughes and Travis Minya, and then row 5, Jacob Harris in the 26G and the 77B of Brett Klabundi outside, starting in the 10th position. Rolling off 11th, Justin Bates in the 21T. 12th will go to the 25J of Nathan Moore. Row number 7, Todd Jackson, Tim Kent, and then final row number 8, the 8X, the 8X of Jeff Schindler and Adam Bulliard in car number 4, starting 16th. Yeah, he didn't even grab a bat. He saw He saw when you stepped up.
The night before, he stepped in the batter's box, took 1 pitch, and then backed out.
He's scared of the ball. It just got too close.
The ball.
The ball went. No, he's done. He's backing out.
Oh man.
Let's see.
I just hope he can make rent this month.
Jameson Spies missed the call. Looks like he.
I had him too. Oh, my goodness.
God, don't pick me in any
Seymour.
I think I had Jameson as well. I mean, starting on the pool of an M-Main.
Right.
Oh, Kyle Beilman. Hang on.
I have Kyle Beilman too, so he's probably going around.
I thought Beilman. He saved it, though. George Liu leads lap 1. George owns the Carolina Race Saver Sprint Series now. Former Casey Kane Racing crew guy.
Try and keep our eye back here.
Oh, hey.
There we go.
Come on, Jeff. Get it back under you. Get after it. Jeff Schindler, our P-Main transfer car. Got a little crossed up at the back of the pack. He's last.
He's in trouble. We're going to need some help.
He's 11th. He's got to get 5 cars in the next 7 laps. Unfortunately for him, this one hasn't really had any help. We haven't had any yellows since losing Jacob Harris before we went green.
Bad dog, no biscuit, Chris Moore.
Adam Bolliard, though, taking advantage of the help that he got. He's going to make his way by Brett Clabundi. Try and run down Tim Kent in that 07 who has the final spot. George Lowe and Kyle Beilman, your top 2 on your screen.
5 laps to go here in M feature number 1. As right now, looking to go flag to flag. Can we do it? We'll look back from the field. It's a battle.
That's for
between Adam Bolliard and Jeff Schindler. Still, Tim Kent in the 07 sits in that 6th and final transfer spot. Has to be careful as we got 3 laps to go this time by.
Easy.
Schindler needs a yellow. He's coming after 7th, though. Man, drove it in hard there to try and get under Clabundi. He's getting after it. He wants this thing to continue. Why not? If you don't get to the top 6, your Chili Bowl's done.
Right. So here we go. They're going to see the white flag this time by. Things are starting to get interesting for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
That'll do it.
White flag is out. White flag, Anderson.
Settle down, Blake. Don't rule my man out
last time.
That is Steve Miller in the 88. He has the final transfer spot. Clabundi drives it in deep. Oh, I thought they were both going around. Steve Miller's going to hang on. He will have the final transfer spot. George Lowe, the 48G, gets the win. Kyle Beilman gets 2nd. Jory Hughes 3rd. Justin Bates, Tim Kent, and Steve Miller round out your transfer cars. Brett Clabundi, Jeff Schindler, Adam Bolliard, Todd Jackson, and Nathan Moore all coming up short. Schindler's run from the P-Main will end 2 spots shy of transferring out of the M. So again, we will send Lowe, Beilman, Jory Hughes, Justin Bates, Tim Kent, and Steve Miller into L feature number 1. But first, M feature number 2.
Hey, we're off the back page. Or almost. One more race off the back page here.
Well, you got that one. I got this.
We got different. Well, there. Yep.
Although, now that we're into it, I think you made the right call.
No, but you got the partners and stuff like that, that make it happen for all the team cars.
But yours, as far as keeping up with what's going on throughout, definitely.
Veteran.
Yeah, you've done this once or twice.
Let's go up top to Clinton Boyles.
Yeah, guys, I got Justin Bates here. Justin, you're through 2. Quick refresher here. What do you got to do to turn around and get through a 3rd one?
Man, I don't know. He's done such a good job all week. I was so bad yesterday, stuck back here probably where I shouldn't be. So, all my races seem to go caution-free except for the one that I was out front. So maybe we can get a little luck too. And I don't know, we're just going to have fun.
Yeah, you never know around here. You can grab up a whole bunch of cautions. So go out there, have some fun. We'll see you through a 3rd one.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Clint. Earl, media day for Cars Tour.
Yes, sir.
Say we scope out the start of their schedule after this lineup, Earl Hoon Jr.
So row 1 will be Nathan Kilwine and Brandon Maddox. Row 2, Ray Brewer and Henry Chambers. Row 3, Gunnar Pike and Jack Potter. Row 4, Brian Peterson, Brock Elliott. Row 5, Tony Helton, Jason Tessier, and then Joe Perry and Josh Hawkins make up row number 6. Row 7, Jack France, Sean Chapel, Chris Roseland, and Andy Pake. Drivers making up row number 8.
You need to know if he's white or not?
Well, no.
He told us.
He
told us.
He did tell you.
Oh, we got one stop.
Oh, no.
Look out. Oh,
no. We're already wrecking.
Earl.
Hey, that's 2 spots for Jack France.
That is
That is?
potentially. So it could be a safety stop though, and then the 17 car nowhere to go.
Is that?
So we'll see. We'll see what they rule here. If it was a safety stop, I imagine they'll give the stop back. That
I believe is Henry Chambers.
Yeah.
And Ray Brewer.
Gunner Pike 17, or that's Gunner Pike in the 17D and Ray Brewer.
Ah, yeah, 17D. Yep.
Yeah. Gunner Pike, a rookie, was 2nd in Race Saver Nebraska State points and 12th in national points in the 17D. Ray Brewer, who's a Chili Bowl rookie, was 4th in Creek County and 2nd at Tulsa Speedway, 305 points. Season best run of 3rd at Tulsa Speedway on June 21st. So a couple of 305 equivalent guys there. Race Saver, the 305 equivalent. Earl, you get a lot of race savers when you run the race savers out at Port.
Yeah, we average about 45 a night when we have them. But it's a great program. The Pennsylvania Sprint Series has been around for a good while now, and we run them. We have about, I think 10 shows on the 2025 docket for that series, and it's a great division.
You get Stephanie Dodson come up, call the races.
Stephanie Dodson on the call.
Voice the pass.
And it really helps grow the sport and grow the sprint car division as well, because we have a lot of 305 drivers that move up the ranks and move into 410 competition.
And we're getting some race savers at Skagit, starting to kind of slowly pick up some race saver sprint cars that run with our sportsman division. We'll have a couple run this year.
Stephanie Dodson, by the way, came to my wedding, unlike you, Blake.
Yeah, I know.
She was ripping up the dance floor.
Yeah.
Her and Doug.
Yeah. Doug.
Well, I ripped up multiple things that night. The dance floor,
your pants, and the dance
my
floor.
tuxedo.
Yeah. I wish I were lying about that. But
nope, there's evidence. Kevin Osmolsky.
Yeah,
he'll let you know.
There's photographical evidence that Earl ripped his pants.
Uncle Jerry's not much of a dancer, though.
He
was holding court outside smoking heaters, and eventually when he needed a refill at the bar.
The 2022 most valuable player at the National Open was Uncle Jerry.
And then when you came up to the National Open, that styrofoam cooler didn't have a chance.
Have you met Uncle Jerry yet, Chris Moore? Earl's uncle, Jerry?
He's not really my uncle, but he's like everyone's uncle.
So the national anthem's happening at the National Open, and Uncle Jerry may have had a few drinks, and Keg and Rankin and I had a styrofoam cooler full of beer. And
I blame Wade Onger, too.
Uncle Jerry stepped through our styrofoam cooler during the national anthem, and our beer went everywhere.
That was your
everywhere.
First and only national Open,
I made it.
right?
I worked David Gravel's one.
Okay, yeah, okay.
In 2014. First one as a fan, though. Here we go. We're back to racing. They got things sorted out. Gunner Pike did get his spot back. I think it was more of a safety stop there. Oh boy, we got
wide.
It's slick out there. We got slick, greasy. We got guys skating all over. This is just setting up for a recipe for disaster here, fellas. Settle in.
Long day.
Not a long race though.
No, 10 laps, but these. Oh boy, this is. I'm stressing out just watching this right now. They are all over right now.
Blake's anxiety is starting to peak.
It is.
And it's not even lunchtime.
I'm usually not even up right now.
So, yeah, join the club. So, Brandon Maddox is going to be your leader. Gunner Pike in second. Tony Helton third, as you see a battle for the top spot on the left side of your screen, and 3 wide on the right. That's a battle for the transfer.
Yeah, we're going double box here.
And that's Chambers. Chambers has found something at the top side of the racetrack and making it work.
Hey, somebody's got to go up there and make it happen. Chambers is trying to make speed up there. He and Josh Hawkins run 5th and 6th. Oh, Chambers catches that K-rail with that right rear tire, loses a little bit of ground. Nathan Kilwine and Jack France on his back bumper now.
Oh, trouble.
No.
Oh, see? And that's Gunner Pike.
He's running in second.
Yeah, so that's going to slide up some guys.
Safety officials will get them back on all fours. Brian Ward, you're coming to the accident scene. What do you see down there?
Yeah, this one's not going to be able to be repaired in the work areas. A little more on the rear. There's a ton of mud packed up underneath the axle, in between the axle and the frame. Left rear tires off the beat. And there's a lot of fluid underneath the race car as well.
And guys, Henry Chambers, right now, he would be 5th, but he was in that 6th final transfer spot. We can start to see the right rear tire starting to go down as we'll look at an iBox Springs instant replay. This is Gunnar Pike.
Oh, just got up on the berm.
And there's Henry Chambers in the work area.
Do they have a tire? Is that?
They got a right rear.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Or is that even
That might be another
screw?
team.
Yeah.
That might be for Gunnar Pike. Yes, it is. And they're not wasting any time. Henry Chambers is still waiting for his team to get down there.
Right after it.
And caution lights are out, and we're coming back to green. 4 laps to go. Brandon Maddox will lead them back down in the turns number 1 and 2. Andy Pake advancing his position.
Thank you, Adam Marks.
Jack France on the move. Looking to get to the top 6 as he's going to go for 8th there. Oh, boy, that got close. He'll take
That's
it.
6th.
Barely.
That's for the final transfer.
2 laps to go.
Oh, he got it.
He's got it. Come on, Jack.
Jack France.
Putting on a show this morning.
A real showman.
Kilwine, what does he do in turns number 3 and 4? Go above the cushion. They'll come around to see the white flag this time by.
Chris Clinton, we expect you to go chat with Jack France here.
Continued our
soup.
Yeah, our accented friend. Checkered flag will come out. Brandon Maddox gets the win. Joe Perry.
Another transfer for Joe Perry.
Josh Hawkins gets another transfer. Tony Helton, Andy Pake gets another transfer.
Joe Perry from the N to the L.
Yeah, and
Pake from the O.
From
Jack
the-
France from the P. We got some guys eating some soup.
Let's
We
go.
sure do.
Let's go. 2025 Chili Bowl Saturday, and multiple guys getting after it here this morning. The 39th running of the Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink.
We've got some soup eaters here this Saturday morning. Thru 3 from the O, Andy Pake. You guys are hungry. Looks like the car is good, but I know we're going to have a little bit of a break here. But how's it feel so far to get through a few?
Yeah, it feels really good. I had a horrible night yesterday, so I'm just trying to play catch up right now. The motor's running a little rough. Hopefully we get it figured out and have a few more races. So.
How much motivation is it after a hard night and then you immediately get to turn around and try to make up for it today?
Yeah, it's pretty fresh in my mind since it was last night, and just trying to get some laps here. That's what we came to do. So.
All right, nice job. They're going to get this car turned around, putting fuel in it. Speaking of putting fuel in it, how about Jack France? From across the pond, he's through 4. Started this morning at 9 a.m. in the P, and your day continues. Are you still fresh as a daisy?
Yeah, fresh as a daisy. I can't feel my bum now at all, but yeah, we're still good.
They don't give you time to stretch? I mean, you're pretty tight, compact in there.
I'm compacted in here, yeah. I'm all right, I'm comfy, I'm nice. Just keep getting into that 6th place, and yeah, just put it in cruise control and just keep finishing. That's all we need to do. I don't need to do anything stupid and go crashing into cars and trying to win. If we just keep getting them top places and keep progressing. Somebody told me we don't have a dinner break until 2 o'clock. That's a long time away from now.
Somebody get this guy a snack. Hey, how is the racetrack, though? I saw it was getting treacherous for a few up in front of you, and you really had to put your elbows up.
Yeah, they're starting to get a little bit of a cushion now, but if you just miss that and you get above it, you can lose 2 or 3 places, and we just rolled it round bottom and just kept it tight. And yeah, just if I can just keep going underneath people like that, and they want to mess up and start going wide and let me through, no problem.
Hey, I like this. Dinner breaks not for a while, but you may not dinner. You're eating a lot of soup today.
Yeah.
How about that? Jack France making some noise here in the 2025 edition of the Chili Bowl. Not done yet. We'll see him in an L-Main coming up in just a little bit.
L feature number 1, Jim Van Zandt and Todd Kluver on the front row. Johnny Murdoch, Braxton Cummings. I believe this was when the Rowdies said they were going to start drinking when Johnny Murdoch came out. Braxton Cummings alongside of him in row 2. Autumn Christie and Eric Bloomer in row number 3. Kevin Bayer, Tad Holloman. Cole Garner, Zach Hampton in row number 5. Your M feature move-up cars, George Lout and Kyle Beilman make up row number 6. Jory Hughes, Justin Bates, Tim Kent, and Steve Miller round out the field here in L feature number 1. Oh, well. Listen, things happen. I'm not mad about it. I just, for the most part, that was funny. Hey, my bad would have been cool, but I'm not an angry guy. It's fine.
All right.
Unless you're Earl, then I'll get angry. Earl makes me angry for some reason.
Shut up. Pace truck ducks into the infield. Rumble. This is L-Main feature 2 underway. Here we go, boys.
Yeah, we had a little contact there in row number 3. Everybody's good. The Rowdies, I expect to see drinks out. Johnny Murdoch is on track, running in the 4th spot. As Todd Kluver will lead the opening
Johnny. There we go.
I don't know why you got me with that. I wasn't ready for you to scream. Get to the bottom, Johnny. He is. It's not working though, Blake.
No, he's doing. It looks a lot better down there on the bottom than. Oh boy, he's kind of skating around a little bit.
Got to get up against that lip and let that baby eat. Kyle Beilman's going to just hop on over that berm and try to race off of it. Murdoch still has the final transfer spot. He's got company though. Tad Holloman's going to go around him. So Holloman's going to take the spot, but here comes Beilman, and here comes Zach Hampton trying to come back forward.
Hampton has been really showing some speed, working the top side of that racetrack in the Team Jack 22 car. Looking to advance his position. He's up into 7th. Remember, the top 6 finishers out of this L-Main stay alive for their Chili Bowl Nationals. 4 laps to go this time by Chris Moore.
Todd Cleaver running away.
Yeah, he's gone. See you later.
Strong year, 2nd in Badger points, Badger winner. 80 top 3 series NASCAR starts for him. Very seasoned race car driver.
He said, I'll see you guys later on in the K. I don't need to be part of any of this mess right now. There he is.
Hey, if you're out front in a clean track, you don't have to worry about the rest, right?
Yeah, keep the rest of you away from me. He's got it rolling right now. Van Zandt, Cummings, a lot of these guys are comfortable. Tad Holloman is not, though. Zach Hampton able to get by him for the 6th spot. Now Kyle Beilman going by. Beilman's going to drive by. He'll take the 7th spot. Oh man!
Tad Holloman didn't like that. He
Monster
said,
trucking, baby.
Oh,
yeah, that was
stuff. That might have been the one-way race radio.
I love sign language this time of year.
Get out and fight, guys.
There we go.
Hey, come on. Hey, listen to you. Come on. Maybe he's listening to us on the one-way.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Clapping at him.
How are you?
Come on, guys.
I think Kyle Beilman probably has a right to be mad there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Brian, get over there. See if you can incite something.
Yeah, I'm here. I'll see what I can hear. I might just leave the mic on for a minute. See if there's anything more than just sign language. But
Kyle's still looking at him.
Yeah, right side nerf bar was wedged over the left front tire in the shock tower here.
Right.
And officials are telling him to get back in the car.
Boo. They said if it's on track, anywhere between the openings was okay. So you get a look. And that was. I don't know.
You could be the judge at home.
Beilman had his hand out the window before.
Haircut. Yep. There's a steering wheel. Well, then he gets out and
he threw his steering wheel at him.
He did. And then he pops out. Hey, how are you?
I mean, I can get the frustration there.
For sure.
Oh, 100%?
Sure.
Ran over.
I'd be curious if there was something that happened before that.
Happened before that maybe frustrated Tad, but Kyle had just gotten by him, so.
I can't.
I don't know.
I mean, it.
And neither one of them were.
See any big damage?
They're outside of the transfer too.
Rejoin. Right. Might go to the work area.
Yeah, they weren't even racing for a transfer spot at that point. They were earlier, but not anymore. I don't know. Beilman might just be ready to head up the ramp and call it.
fun meter pegged.
Yeah. Zach Hampton going to make out in all this as two closest competitors for that final transfer spot. Will have to. There you go. Beilman's up the ramp. The Dave.com race car. But Holloman rejoining at the tail. Well,
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that's one first bit of fireworks there, and that was. They were coming to the white flag for that as well. So, if you can't make the show be the show, that's the saying at the Dome.
Yes, yes.
So we're going to come back to green.
No big movers out of this one right now. George Lowe is going to have an opportunity, though. He was the winner of an M feature, of M feature number 1. He's now up to 7th. There'll be one spot out. But Zach Hampton, as you said, Earl, has shown some speed.
Hampton looks down low, tries to get by Eric Blummer. He'll come around, see the white flag. Final time around. We were going to be the next 6 drivers to move on. Whoop, shortcut, coming in high.
Wow.
Thank you, move it or lose it. Checker flag is out this time by.
Wow.
Jim Van Zant will get the dub.
I think Cleaver's transponder came off.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Todd Cleaver's his transponder came off. Yeah, because he just pulled off and they had him scored at 10 laps.
So it's going to be Cleaver, Van Zant, Hampton, Cummings, Christie, and Eric Bloomer.
I think things kind of went haywire there.
Yeah.
Because I thought George transferred.
Oh, yep, we're fixing it. Yep, there we go.
There it is.
Now we got it. Yep.
Okay.
So it is. It's going to be Cleaver, Van Zant, Hampton, Cummings, Christie, and Bloomer, your 6 cars to transfer. And now here are your 7th and 8th place cars, Tim Kent and George Lau.
Oh.
And I don't know if Tim Kent's very happy at this particular moment.
Fellas at the top of the ramp.
Heads up.
Heads up. We might get some action here.
Clinton, make sure you protect Chris Wilner for us.
Yes.
He's too busy talking to technical director Cody Cordell, so I'm on my own here.
Oh.
Good news is Kyle Beilman has already pulled back to the trailer, so he's done. We'll keep an eye on things up here. So far, so good.
All right. We value you greatly, Chris Wilner, so make sure you're careful up there. And do we have... I think we might have a stall out at the bottom of the ramp, too.
So trouble down there.
We're going to be a minute here. L feature number 2. Earl, you read the lineup.
Okay. Why not? Have nothing else better to do. Row 1 is going to go to Bill Johnson in the 2NP, then Jeremy Hewish in the 71J. To the inside of row number 2, you're going to have Chance Morris in the 7C, and then Trevor Serbus in the 10X. Rolling off 5th, Johnny Brown Jr. from Texas in the 251, and then Kevin Batefeld in the 42K. Starting 7th, Joshua Tyre, and then rolling off 8th, Jason Botsford. 5th row looks like this: Dan Bennett in the X, and then Keith Zimmerman in the 111. Starting 11th, you have Brandon Maddox in the 28B and Joe Perry in the 28J, starting 12th. 7th row will be Josh Hawkins and Tony Helen, and 8th and final row will go to the 64 of Andy Pake and Jack France in the 22G.
Great job, Earl. Couldn't have done it better myself. Hey, guess who's in the building?
Tyler McKim.
Unfortunately, but that's not who I was referencing.
Caleb Hart.
Yes. Chris Wilner's in the building as well. He's got a K1 Race Gear interview.
Warming up here by the header for Todd Cleaver, because, man, it's still chilly up here. But, hey, you're through 1. How's the car so far?
We're pretty all right. I mean, had a pretty crappy go event the other night, so now we're way down here in the bottom of the soup, but I don't know. We'll see how many rounds we can get through. Just have some fun today.
I know you're just getting your day started, but is it a little nerve-wracking just because it seems like it's getting pretty physical out there throughout these early mains at least?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know if everybody thinks we're going to go from the L to the A, you know what I mean? And I'd rather just, have some fun, maybe go see how many I can get through and take this thing home in the trailer in one piece,
All All right, he's through one. Cleaver moving on, but like he was saying, there's some guys trying to be heroes out there, and it's getting interesting.
Thank you, Chris Wilner.
We got a replay coming. An iBox Springs replay it from a day late. There's Chris.
Oh, we're getting ready.
Your head is not on a swivel. Oh, no.
Oh, there's the glance.
Somebody tell me
what happened.
The guy at the right rear just pointed.
Yeah, he just pointed at the other guy, and the other guy was like, yep.
We need that in slow-mo. Oh.
Can we run that back?
Yeah, can we run that back, guys? One more.
I like the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Well, he was like, I was ready to laugh.
Your head was not on a swivel.
No.
Not on a swivel.
Here it is. Thumbs up. I'm good for
Watch
the interview.
the guy with the glasses. Watch him point. Like, oh,
big. That was a big stare from you.
There it is.
Yes. Look, and this guy's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, Bill Rose just up the ramp.
I don't care.
Yep.
I'm like,
oh man, that's
unbelievable.
good.
Drinks his water through a straw as well.
I kind of like that. I like that. Easy.
For what he's got going,
what he's doing, you know, you can't really tilt the head back.
Right,
right. You know,
yeah, it makes sense.
Work smarter, not harder. That's kind of the opposite.
That's what he's been doing all day
do.
in his race car and drinking his water. So here we go. Bill Johnson, Jeremy Hewish bring L feature number 2 to the green flag. Wow, Hewish launched out of a cannon off the outside of the front row.
Easy, fellas.
Settle in.
Yeah, everybody kind of scrambling, sorting things out.
Jack's already moving on the bottom.
Is that Dan Bennett too in the X?
Yellow, that's one of our transfer cars.
Josh Hawkins.
Yeah, Josh Hawkins, who crossed the line 10th the first time.
80S is Josh Hawkins. Was 9th in L-Main number 1 a year ago, 13th in ASCS Elite non-wing sprint points. IBOC replay coming your way here. And let's see. Oh, I think probably just a chain reaction. Yep, got some help.
Yeah, eventually things just bottle up a little too much there.
The odd man out.
Yeah. Some days you're the bat, some days you're the ball.
We'll see what he can do. 9th in this L-Main a year ago.
Jeremy
He was
Hewish?
L1 last year, though, Chris.
What's that?
He was an L1 last year, though, so we'll see.
You said 9th?
Yeah, we'll see if we can do an L2 this year.
Yeah, he's still got a shot to do better than that.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him.
Jack France did not want to see that yellow because he had picked up a couple of spots.
Yeah, he had snuck up the inside there, picked off about 3 cars instead. He's going to restart about 14th. So 8 more to go. Caleb, how's it going? How you doing? Thumbs up from Caleb. He's got to save his voice. He's got a lot to go here later
He's got a big day.
Yeah.
Here we go. 9 to go. Earl Hoon Jr.
Come back to life in the L feature. Your leader is still Jeremy Hewish in the 71J.
It's
Joe
a rookie.
Perry trying to advance his position and get by Dan Bennett.
Oh, big one down the front straightaway.
That's large. That is the 81G of Tony Helton. Helton was 7th at Paragon and 12th at Circle City in a non-wing 410 this year. Made 26 non-wing sprint car starts around the state of Indiana. 8th in N1 a year ago, so better run this year in the L for him, but man, that was a big ride.
Yeah, not going to be the end to the better run that he was looking for. That was
correct.
Yeah, and the red lights
That
are
was
going to come on here at the Tulsa
one.
Expo Raceway. Safety officials are going to take their time there at the end of the front straightaway.
We are in L feature number 2. And as you said, Earl, red flag is out. You see there all the cars stopped on the back straightaway. And we will see. We've got boots on the ground. Our man Brian Ward is in the infield, so as soon as he has anything for us, we will keep you updated on the wreck here on the front straightaway.
They are going to open up this red flag. We see the Cruise
Yeah, making their way out.
Left front flat for Jack France. We'll see if he goes up the ramp or they stop in the work area and fix it.
I mean, they have the time, right?
Yeah,
Open red.
time.
They can do it.
And this crew's ready for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple cars, guys, here in the work area. Trevor Sirbus is here trying to work on the right side, but the work is going on the biggest soup run of the day for Jack France. Gonna get the car jacked up. I expect several more cars to probably head this direction as well, but we'll keep an eye and make sure they get that taken care of. But again, plenty of time on the left front for Jack France.
Yeah, with the open red, I'm wondering how many will come your way, Chris Wilner, if some of them will just choose to service it right out on the racetrack. But if you see anything down there, Chris, certainly keep us in the loop.
Well, as we are under red flag conditions here in L feature number 2, we're going to take a commercial break here on FloRacing. We thank all of you fans for sticking with us and starting your morning off strong wherever you are located. But this is the 39th running of the Chili Bowl Nationals, brought to you by NOS Energy Drink. We'll be back.
He went for a big ride, but he hopped out under his own power right after we went to commercials. We do have an iBox Springs replay, I believe, as Jim Shepard, the track chaplain, walks by. Get a look at the replay, and yeah, he got some airtime. And Brian, what did you see down in the infield as we get a look at the replay?
Well, when it happened, I was kind of standing over there closer to turn number 2 and caught the tail end of it when I heard your call of it. Matt Ward was right here in turn number 1, saw the hard hits, and he was the one who immediately called for the red. He had concern for the driver, but once they got everything rolled over, Tony did take the helmet off on his own, stood up, climbed out. He said he was okay. The medics were there talking to him. He said, no, I'm fine, I'm fine. They said, well, just at least go get checked out again. So they're going to take him over and just look at him a little bit further. But he was climbing out. He did climb out on his own and saying that he was okay. So they would just want to continue with that. But the bigger issue here, they had to bring the tractor back around because there was so much fluid from this car sitting here, and it was way too much just to throw some dirt on top or have the cars drive through it. They needed to open up some pores, let it soak in a little bit, and now we will turn the yellow back on and iron it out and get turn 1 finished cleaning up.
Work area update, boys. The left front changed, and back out on the racetrack is Jack France trying to continue his soup run, and also Trevor Sirbus was there. The right side Nerf bar puncturing the right rear tire. They had to get the Sawzall out to cut the Nerf bar away and able to change the right rear, so both those cars out of the work area.
Thank you, Chris Wilner. Thank you, Brian Ward. Great job, both of you.
Trevor Sirbus, another Race Saver guy. A couple of Race Saver wins this year. His 13th in H-Main number 2. Back in 2023, his last Chili Bowl appearance. See him run occasionally on Sunday nights up at Houston Speedway in Brandon, South Dakota. Let's get that worked in there at the bottom of turn number 1. 2 in the books. Jeremy Hewish, your leader in the 71J car.
Jeremy Hewish is fast.
He is. He's a rookie this year. The URSS champion, was 4th in IMCA Race Saver National points, and was the Colorado and Kansas Race Saver State champion this past season. What are we giggling about over here?
It's your text.
I heard your
Kyler Hope's mother, very nice lady. Never met her a day in my life, but I hear great things. You did well with your son.
Whoa,
Mrs.
settle
Mrs.
down.
Hope. You
Settle
did well.
Calm down over here.
I wouldn't go that far.
He's mad about not having cheese on his sandwich.
I'm really not happy about not having cheese.
I was going to say, he's eating it, though. We can hear that.
Well, I'm hungry. I didn't eat any breakfast, but I'm really not happy I don't have any cheese. Anyway, yeah, Chris and I need to have our own podcast.
What will we talk about?
The birds.
I'm excited.
Earl, what are your favorite cheeses?
The Yankees.
Let's hear some of your favorite cheeses. We got fruits.
Lights are out.
Next
time we get a break.
We'll talk about
Earl, you ponder it.
We'll talk about a charcuterie board.
Ponder it while you eat your cheese.
Sarah's special. She loves making charcuterie boards.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So is my girlfriend Allison does as well. It's all about the look.
Yes. Green. Jeremy Hewish back underway. How about Joe Perry jumping to the high side there, back in about 5th. He's in that last transfer. Here he is, Joe Perry through the middle now on the bottom. And he'll pick up a spot.
Perry's fast. He's making his way through the field. He's going to get by Johnny Brown Jr. That is for 4th. Now here comes Dan Bennett in the X car, trying to pick off some more positions. Bennett down on the bottom side. Johnny Brown on the slide. He'll hold 5th though, and it's Bennett running in 6th.
Jack Franson 15th right now, and Andy Pake, another one of our transfers that he's moved out of the O. He's up to 12th, but got to be in the top 6 as we're halfway home. 5 down, 5 to go, and we go. Brandon Maddox puffing some smoke out of the 28B car, the Indiana non-wing sprint car driver. Oh, hang on there, things getting wild. Bill Johnson comes up the track.
Wow, Johnson came up, that got all kinds of hairy there. Dan Bennett, the big beneficiary, he'll get to 4th. Maddox is now 5th, and Johnson the one on the bubble, and here comes Johnny Brown Jr. to his inside. Johnny Brown Jr. trying to take the spot away. They'll bank Nerf bars off the corner. Johnny Brown's got it, and here comes
Josh Hawkins, who stopped, was in the first yellow. He's making his way through, and he was bringing Joshua Tyree with him.
Hawkins now down on the bottom side. You see Bennett and Brandon Maddox going out of here for 4th and 5th. Hawkins right there switching to the top side. He's going to go around Johnny Brown Jr., but we're yellow. The pass for the final transfer spot gets negated by a yellow for the 7C of Chance Morris. And Morris will make the right turn. He's got a right rear flat tire, and he's not even going to bother. He'll go up the ramp and call it a day. Jack France has worked his way to 12th, but a 2-lap dash here. France is going to need an ultimate Hail Mary to continue his soup run. And there you see Jeremy Hewish. You want to know how fast he is. His best lap, a 12.4. Kevin Battlefeld, who was 2nd and been 2nd, his best lap, a 13.1.
How about Brandon Maddox, though, at a 12.263?
Joe Perry, that is.
Or Brandon Maddox.
That's a 13, Blake.
Oh, 13.
See the 3 there?
Yeah, that's
that
the
means
difference.
13.
Yeah, I'm looking from a ways away. I told you needed glasses. Yeah, Joe Perry, 12.760. But Hewish has been rolling. He's been out clean and gone.
Yeah.
I mean, since the start, he ran away right away to straightaway.
Yeah.
And like we've said, you know, you start up front, you run away. You don't have to worry about the chaos behind you. We've had some chaos tonight.
Oh, yeah. 2 laps to go.
Can Josh Hawkins get there?
I think he can. He did it once.
He had it, yeah.
He goes with a bold move there, firing off from above the cushion. As Hewish again going to look to continue to run away to high.
And Johnny Brown jumped up top there. Took the line away.
It worked for him. He got around Dan Bennett. Now Hawkins following him up there. Hawkins gets around Bennett as well. So Hawkins is into that 6th and final transfer spot. Now Dan Bennett on the outside looking in. Checkered flag is out. Hawkins sends it in on the top. Bennett tries to get underneath of him. It won't stick. It's going to be Hawkins getting the final transfer spot.
Jack France P main run ends with the 12th play, or 11th. They just bumped up to 11th there. Is scoring. Got down. Heck of a run for Jack France. Andy Pake's run ends as well in 10th. But Jeremy Hewish, the winner. Joe Perry 2nd. Kevin Battlefeld 3rd. Brandon Maddox 4th. Johnny Brown Jr. 5th. And Josh Hawkins advances in the 6th and final transfer. Josh Hawkins started his day
earlier than the rest of these guys
in the N-Main. So that's
N to M to L. Now he'll go to the K.
Yep.
Had some guys getting after it this morning.
Traffic jam there. That right there's the problem, Chris.
How many times are we going to do this?
Yeah, struggling.
Remember earlier this week, I remember Clinton Boyle saying the one thing you don't want to do is be the guy who stalls it out on the ramp. We've had about 6 of them.
Oh, and it's our guy Jack France.
Oh, Jack. Never mind. It's fine.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's fine. It couldn't have been something serious. Somebody is at the top of the ramp. I think it was Chris, maybe Clinton. I don't know. Who's got a K1 race gear interview?
Wilner's up here with Josh Hawkins, who's through 3. He's getting ready to go to the K-Main here for the Texan. Gets a bottle of water. Well, you said it was pretty good. You think you got a couple more in you?
Yeah, we do. We had a bad Friday night. We've been preparing for this for a long time. And to have such a bad night on Friday night and to start so early in the morning, put that fire suit on, it way too early. So it's time to run it up and just have some fun.
Now that you're through a few, especially having to start as far back as you have the last couple, does that give you an advantage knowing just where you can kind of pick and choose how to get to the front?
My crew chief, my crew is what gives me the advantage. But yes, definitely. It's kind of funny. They come in, he's like, what do I need to do? And I'm like, man, we got a good car. I just got to make good decisions, stay out of trouble, and know when to be aggressive and when to just let it unfold. And we've seen some pretty nasty wrecks up ahead of me these last few mains.
You certainly have. Keep your nose clean. We'll see you in the K.
Thank you, brother.
Josh Hawkins moving on, and tip of the cap though to Jack France. What a story here early on Saturday, making it through 4 his run ends, and so does Andy Pake. But the work area was starting to pick up. I was looking to see if Brian Dunlap was awake yet down here, because we could have used some help here already this morning.
Let's get the lineup in. We got to get to the favorite cheeses eventually too.
Come on.
Brandon Carr and Chad Renfrey on the front row. Curtis Jones and Sean Robinson row 2. CJ Sarna and Brecken Reese in row 3. Ty Wilkie and Timmy Thrash, row 4. Landon Crawley and Matt Carr in row 5. Todd Cleaver and Jim Van Zant in row 6. Transfers out of the L were Cleaver and Van Zant in row 6. And then row 7 and 8 will also be L-Main transfers. That row 7 will feature Zach Hampton and Braxton Cummings. Autumn Christie and Eric Bloomer in row 8.
Here's my chips and queso dip.
I'd much rather salsa.
I mean, I love salsa, but
I'd rather salsa.
How about what if you combine them?
That sounds like two things that don't belong together.
Thankfully, we're going green. Oh, my.
Port Royal Speedway Hall of Famer Steve Swarmer is watching us at home.
The creator, the namesake of the PA Posse.
Get a load of this. He just had cataract surgery, and he's watching us somehow.
Swarmer.
He's listening anyway.
First ballot Hall of Famer. There isn't even a Hall of Fame in Port Royal Speedway, but I made it up 8 years ago. Sit back, relax, and enjoy, folks.
We got a pair of cars in this one, and both of them are in the transfer. 2 R's in car, Earl.
See if we stay green, get a good long green flag run in this K feature.
Matt Carr just got bumped out of the transfers. Landon Crawley into that final transfer, Earl Hoon Jr.
Crawley's going to try to work
moving
the top side of the racetrack. Yes, he has found some speed.
Tim Crawley's got him dialed.
Well, if we remember it, we know yellow lights are on.
What are we remembering?
Well, his car's really fast. Remember,
Yeah,
he had a bad break
luck.
in his heat race, trying to get by a wreck and just couldn't, and it destroyed the whole rear end of the race car. My phone
You have been banned from the state of Wisconsin. You are not welcome in the state of Wisconsin.
Queso is on its way here. Hashtag Fire Chris Moore has started. Another one I received that I'm not going to share on the air.
Can you share it here in the booth?
Yeah. When we mute ourselves, I'll share that one. Oh, buddy. You're not well liked right now.
I'll get over it. Believe me. I had a couple people agree. Eli Valentine.
Yeah, lactose intolerant people probably.
No, he said Chris Moore is spitting facts. Cheese is gross.
He's probably lactose intolerant.
Yeah, probably lactose intolerant.
I don't care what the reason is.
Back to green.
Brandon Carr underway. He's looking strong. Good battle for third right there, Earl, as Sean Robbins looked to the inside of Brecken Reese.
Contact on the back straightaway.
Here comes Landon Crawley. Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Oh,
you see the disappointment.
No. Yep.
Sean had just picked up the third spot from Brecken Reese and looped it in turn 4.
I got a lot.
You got a lot.
I got a lot.
The people actually listen. When I said light you up, they are lighting you up.
So I had a guy come to Fonda Speedway for the first time this year, and he asked me to sign his sweatshirt. I just got a message that he's
Let's take a look at
my
the
name off
iBox
the
Rings
sweatshirt.
instant replay real quick.
Little contact there, and I don't know if that maybe changed his entry for Sean there. It was just as he was setting the car in for entry. Just enough to throw him off a little bit. Now he's got his work cut out for him because he's going to have to restart in 15th.
Anyway, Seymour, what were you saying?
I signed a gentleman's sweatshirt, and I got a message that he is crossing my name off of the sweatshirt.
I don't blame him.
Hey, Chris Moore, I was just informed that one of our camera guys, Jeff Burba, also does not like cheese.
Burba's from Wisconsin.
Oh, my goodness.
My man. Yeah, Mike Mallett's
Jeff.
got it right. You're not well liked. I worked at Fonda.
You're not well liked.
I'm very used to being unliked.
All right,
Fonda doesn't like anybody. Unless your name is Jack Johnson, you're out.
The doctor. Yeah,
No,
exactly.
They're jumping Jack Johnson fans.
Back to green. See if we can get some laps in the book here. Your leader is still Brandon Carr, Chad Winfrey, second, Brecken Reese, third. So take a look back throughout the field. Look at Matt Carr.
He's working it.
Yeah, trying to go above Crawley.
Just settle in here. You're in a transfer.
Yeah, just hit your marks, but he's not satisfied right there, Blake.
Timmy Thrash is on the hot seat right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Landon's settling.
Crawley, calm down, slide job. Does he complete it? No, he does not.
Yes, he does.
Thrash looking to go back down low.
And here comes CJ Sarna in the 20C car.
He's on the outside looking in. He's 7th. Remember, we take 6. 3 laps to go. Sarna rips the lip there in turns number 1 and 2. Looks to go around Thrash, and he will.
Sarna was 4th at USAC Western State.
Oh,
mid
no.
points.
Thrash is blowing up. Thrash is spitting smoke out, and he's going to duck into the infield. Timmy Thrash, who was running in 4th at one point, has now fallen out of a transfer.
CJ Sarna's on the move.
Yeah.
He's hustling.
And the leader, Brandon Carr, he can shut it off and coast from there. He's out almost to a 3.5-second lead. He'll come off a 4. He will win K-Feature 1. Who are going to be the final drivers to transfer into this one? As CJ Sarna looks underneath Matt Carr, he will get position number 5 in Carr.
Chris Milner
that 6th and final transfer spot.
Chris Milner might have to talk to Brandon Carr, rookie, and he was the British Kart Masters champion this year. He's been talking to a lot of fellas from the UK today. So Chris, maybe get a word with Brandon Carr. Chili Bowl rookie just picked up a K-Main win. Chad Winfrey, Brecken Reese, Landon Crawley, CJ Sarna, and Matt Carr also joining them.
You know you're moving when you win a
Kevin
consolation
Studley,
event
J-Main.
by over 4 seconds.
Yeah, he was hustling. Not bad for a rookie debut. Ran the Power Eye Midget Show at the Southern Illinois Center in DuQuoin in December. Came home 11th in the B-Main. So shaking things down. Uh-oh. Chris Moore, look at the ramp.
Oh.
I don't know how this keeps happening.
Does it bring flashbacks?
Yeah, this is a situation that created you getting run over. Lucky you still got your Achilles tendon.
I'm telling you, I really thought I was.
Yeah.
But it was going to get shredded. I really thought I was in trouble, but. See, now I got people.
Oh, boy.
Does this mean you're not going to have cheese at New Egypt and stuff? Of course we are. I know that you freaks eat it. I'm just not going to eat it. That's all. Yes, we're still going to have cheeseburgers at New Egypt.
Let's go up to Chris Wilder at the top of the ramp.
Yeah, here with Brandon Carr, and I tell you what, I've talked to a couple of folks here from Great Britain. They're showing out here at the Chili Bowl. Your first effort here, in Blake Anderson was talking about how you're a karting champion over there, but I assume nothing translates from karting to running here at the Chili Bowl.
No, definitely nothing's the same. So that's been the hardest bit of this week, is trying to do everything the complete opposite. So we're starting to get there now, and we're just going to see how far we can get.
Well, the good news is you pretty much walked the dog on that race. I mean, you were gone by like 4 seconds, so the car must be pretty good.
Yeah, the car's great. Thank you to everyone at Four Kings for making it such an easy for me to drive and just making it a lot easier.
All right, I got to ask you, because the guys have been having this torrid debate about cheese. Are you a cheese fan? And if you are, what kind of cheese do you like?
I don't mind cheese, but just the normal. Nothing fancy.
That's my kind of guy. Nothing fancy, but cheese is good. All right, that's Brandon Carr, guys.
Good job, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris, you literally read Blake Anderson's mind.
Hey, great mind things alike.
Exactly. Boy, you're in dangerous territory there, Chris.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a compliment, buddy.
That's for me to know and you to find out.
You are in dangerous territory if you're starting to think like me. Earl, get this train back on the rails.
Yeah, you're relying on me for that. Oh, that's good. Dad's getting mad.
Dad said bring it back.
So here's K feature number 2 lineup. Carter Chevrolet in the 50 season on the pole. Alex Karpowitz outside of the 97W. Taylor Courtney will start 3rd. Chance Hall 4th. Row 3 goes to Tyler Robbins. Danny Fry the 3rd outside. Row 4, Tommy Colburn and Santino Ferrucci will start 8th. Row 5, Elijah Guile, Tristan Lee. Row 6, Jeremy Hewish, Joe Perry. Row 7 to the inside will go to Kevin Battlefeld. Brandon Maddox in the 28B rolls off 14th. And 8th and final row will be Johnny Brown Jr.
I'm just interested to see how many different pronunciations we can get on Battlefield out of Earl this morning. I am here for all of the Chris Moore getting run over
This is
meme.
the memes are great.
This is gold.
Me getting run over memes are fantastic.
This is pure gold. All right, folks.
We're really
K
gonna try.
Feature number 2.
It's almost Kevin Studley, J-Main time, Earl.
Yes, almost. Good side-by-side start between Karpowitz and Taylor Courtney. Courtney will shoot out to the early lead.
Moonshine jumping up top.
Who doesn't want moonshine at roughly noon o'clock here on a Saturday?
Earl likes moonshine.
With peaches.
With peaches.
We'll bring them back around, fellas.
Look at Joe Perry.
Oh, Karpowitz making some moves. Joe Perry is on the move.
Already up into the 5th spot. One of our L-Main transfers. He's already driven to 5th. Jeremy
Look at
Hewish as
Santino.
well. Ferrucci there.
Ferrucci. Look at the 3 out. Karpowitz. Oh, no.
No. That Brandon Maddox front end.
Karpowitz was running
3rd?
Yeah. Not sure what happened.
2nd or 3rd?
Yeah,
he was 2nd to Taylor.
Tommy Colburn's in that as well. He was running 4th.
Yeah, the scoring is...
She's off.
Right.
Yeah, neither's Taylor Courtney's or Santino Ferrucci.
Maddox popping out in a big way. Maddox running over.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'd be very curious to know if that was open-handed or closed-handed.
I mean, I guess I don't.
Yeah.
Brandon came in there awful late.
Yeah, I mean,
here's a replay. We'll get a better look at it. Karpowitz going for
locked up
I would have
on it.
locked it up. Yeah.
Right. And then the rest of the field and
quick on the replay.
Guys, they got the hook on the front of Maddox's car, and he's going to walk over to the work area. I think an official's going to tell him he's got to wait for his car. I think they were trying to get it out of gear over there on that 28. Brandon, you were a little frustrated. You were a little frustrated hopping out as we walk back over here. What caused that frustration?
You know, we got buried in the heat race by the same car, and you know, it's just frustrating. We made a big run. We won one, and we got through a couple. Car was really good, and it's a chili bowl. It happens, and I get it, but I don't know. Tempers are just high. It's just kind of how it is. You know what I mean?
All right, guys, they ended up taking the car to the infield there, so now we're going to just walk back over the work area.
Yeah, Brandon Maddox there. He's not wrong there. You know, things running hot. You got frustration kind of stemming from the qualifying night and bleeding over into Saturday morning.
Yeah,
probably racing earlier than what he'd like to be.
Nobody wants to be here this early in the morning. Everybody wants to make their prelim A and at least be a part of an E or
We
D or
don't want to
C.
be here this early.
Yeah, well.
Trust me, no, we do not. But that makes us.
It's the beauty of the Chili Bowl. We've got some great soup runs that have happened here this morning already.
This is what
So good shot by our camera guys showing a little bit of damage to the left front of Alex Karpowitz.
Well, I mean, you got a guy like Dean Mills up there.
We were having fun last night.
Well, I'm sure you were. I don't know about Dean.
Dean was having fun.
I had to sit with you all night.
Dean took a video of me singing. It's on his Facebook page.
Oh, good. We'll know to avoid that then.
Yeah, nobody needs to see that.
Oh,
Yay!
we had some hot breaking news.
Ricky
Earl,
Thornton
give it to us.
Jr. is on a plane and on the way here to Tulsa.
Let's go. Saturday at the Chili Bowl.
Yeah, you'll
just
have
got
that
better.
big time auto racing.
Yep.
RTJ, one of the best race car drivers on the planet for my money. We're going to have him here rolling off in a C feature later on.
So here we go. We're back underway. 8 laps to go. Your leader is the 36 of Taylor Courtney, running second. You're going to have the 54 seed Chance Hall. Keep your eye on Santino Ferrucci. Making some moves down low.
And I think we were already yellow before Danny Fry got around as it was. I looked up just as he was getting sideways and the yellow lights looked like they were already on, but Danny Fry, who crossed the line 5th, was the car that looped it. Tristan Lee got into him. And I believe that's Jeremy Hewish. We know how fast he is.
Hewish rolling.
The 71J.
And Alex Carpwood
as well.
stops.
Yeah, he's struggling. Gave the thumbs up, though, so I believe he's going to be okay here to keep it rolling.
Alex Carpwood's driver we talked to earlier in the week had scoliosis as a kid and has 2 13-inch rods in his back. Here's a replay brought to you by Abach. Oh, and just looped it.
Yeah.
Nowhere to go for Tristan Lee, and then Jeremy Hewish just
hopefully
victim of circumstances, so hopefully can rejoin.
Yeah, he didn't get in there too hot. Hopefully the front end's okay. He didn't hit anything wrong.
Looks to be good there from, I believe that's Jeff. Is that Jeff Burb up there? I don't know who's in the lift today. Burb is on break.
So it normally is, but it's currently not. It's okay.
Hopefully his sub has cheese on it.
Hopefully not.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
Jeff
right.
Burb agrees.
Oh,
yeah.
Jeff.
See, Jeff gets it. Me and Jeff, we're friends. I'll tell you what. We've talked about Jeremy Hewish. Joe Perry is on rails, Blake.
Joe Perry has been rolling.
I mean, it's not even taking him any time to get into transfer spots.
ASCS Frontier guy. Where did Joe Perry start his day? Was he in the M? I'm digging. Turn it upside down here.
You'll have to put the glasses
on. Wikipedia helps us out.
He started on the inside of row 2 in the N-Mains, so he transferred out of the N to the M, M to the L, L to the K, and looking like he's going to be a K to Kevin Studley J-Main. The anchor man is watching Kevin Studley, his namesake on the J-Main. Officially.
So we're back underway here. Battle for the lead. Chance Hall tried to complete a slide shot. Courtney was ready. He turned back down. Great side by side. No contact for the top spot just yet. Joe Perry's in 3rd. They're still side by side in turn 3 and
Joe
4.
Perry going to take advantage of these guys racing Earl Hoon Jr. and say, hey, give me the spot. Joe Perry to the inside. Move him up to 2nd. He'll shoot across the nose of Moonshine. Taylor Courtney, and he'll jump up to Taylor Courtney. Not backing down, though. Joe Perry, can he win this thing? Can he win a K-Main? He started his day on the inside of row 2 in an N-Main, Earl Hoon Jr.
I think Joe Perry's going to win the A-Main. My goodness, that car's fast.
He is on the move. We're going to have 3 laps to go this time by. Great racing. Can Perry advance and get the dub, and this is going to fall in his favor as the caution flag waves.
Kevin Battlefield.
Transferred out of the L feature as well, but will not make it out of the K, it looks like, without a break now as he's turned up onto the berm. Jeremy Hewish worked his way. I thought he was back to 10th, but now, how many cars do we have left? 7.
7.
Yeah, and 8, I think, if you include.
Carpwitz can rejoin. Yeah, it's not really rolling.
And he doesn't have a transponder either.
No.
So that's.
Yeah. Justin Martinez is going to be bringing us some lunch here, fellas.
What is it?
He's going to bring us wings and pizza. That's courtesy of his business, Martina Custom Woodworks.
We appreciate it.
That is outstanding. Earl, I bet the pizza has cheese on it.
I hope it does, for my sake.
I hope extra cheese.
No, settle down. Can't we just have a regular amount?
All right. Chris, you still blew my mind on. Oh,
it's all right.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
I don't know what the.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Yep.
You have your things, I have my things.
You do have your things. Yes.
All right, so
I don't know what that was, but
yeah.
All right, so we're gonna come back to green here with 4 laps to go.
Joe Perry.
He is the man on the move. He starts second. Right now, your leader's Chance Hall in the 454C will go green at the cone here on the front straightaway. We're back underway. What happens in the turn 1? Hall, he'll go to the chop. Perry, right there in the runner-up spot. Hall is really making hay now, working the top side of this racetrack in that 54C, guys.
yeah, Hull kind of entered with a slider line into turn number 1, and he's now starting to stretch it out over Joe Perry. You look a little further back. That's Josh Hawkins in the ADS, another transfer car. He's got company coming in the form of Jerry Hewish on his back bumper. Hewish involved in a yellow earlier, trying to climb into a transfer spot. Santino Ferrucci has the 5th spot.
Make it
Oh, no!
Hawkins around in a transfer.
And we stay green on the trackside. We're going to come around and see the checkered flag this time by.
Yeah, it's going to be Hull getting the win. Joe Perry. Taylor Courtney's going to get 3rd. The scoring is all off.
Did Taylor get in 3rd there? Yeah.
Yeah, Taylor was 3rd.
Taylor's
Santino
3rd.
was 5th. The scoring.
Yabo, Santino Ferrucci.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Bent car and all.
So it was Hull.
Well, Chris
Perry, Taylor Courtney.
Chris Wilner.
I missed who got 4th. And then Santino Ferrucci got 5th.
Yes, Blake.
Joe Perry is charged from the N-Mains.
Yeah. Joe's a gasser.
That ASCS Frontier region.
We've got Clint Boyles back, so he'll go find him and talk to him.
All right.
Perfect.
Finally get some quality interviews again.
More. All right, more.
Brutal, bud.
I'll see you down there. Let's go on the front stretch.
I'm in. Give this crowd a show.
Well, let me get my cheese pizza first, then I'll watch it.
Pizza and wings and enjoy it, Earl.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, look,
With our fruit snacks.
Those are mine.
Wow.
Those
We'll
are
eat them
mine.
while you're fighting.
Get a look
Let's
at the
go to the top of the ramp.
Thank you, guys. Joe Perry, absolutely ripping out there. I just asked you, how many is that? He said, I don't know. Are you just focused on going forward no matter how many it is?
Yeah, just trying to drive the car, I guess. Legs are falling asleep. Been sitting in here a while, but having fun.
That might be a problem. How good is this car right now? How do you feel? How many more do you think you can get through?
Man, I'm not sure. I guess each one surprises me. There's a lot of talented guys out here that race a lot of midget stuff, and it's just the car's great. I got Johnny and Jace to thank for that, so can kind of put it wherever I need to and pass guys wherever I have an opportunity, so feels good.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun watching you. Good luck.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Clint, you can tell him he's about to run his 5th race of the day.
They're telling me this one's going to be number 5 for you, which will be the new record for the day.
Perfect, we'll take it.
Back to you guys.
The best soup eater in the house, Johnny Herrera, overlooking the right rear there.
J feature number 1. Here's the way it will line up. Top 10 locked in after the preliminary night. The back 6 transferring from K feature number 1. David Camfield and Colton Hardy on the front row. Chris Andrews and Ryder LaPlante in row 2. Lonnie Oliver and K Taylor in row 3. Brant Twitty and Colton Garris in row number 4. Gage Laney and Colton Cottle in the 5th row. Brandon Carr and Chad Winfrey, your first 2 K feature move-ups. Brecken Reese, Landon Crawley, CJ Sarna, and Matt Carr, your 6 move-ups.
He's a Tornado Wrangler.
Got it. Got it.
We get set to go green here. J feature number 1, Saturday at the 39th annual Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink. Green flag is out and the soup march continues.
Nice 2x2 start into turns number 1 and 2. Colton Hardy
kind of
set the pace early on here, Blake Anderson.
Tiptoeing to the high side there, Earl. Kate Taylor was real ginger getting into the high side in turn 2, and now he's trying to grab a hold of something up there. Not a lot up there right now to grab a hold of.
Definitely have a multi-lane racing service here this morning.
We're past noon now, Earl.
Yeah,
past noon, yeah.
12:30, Earl.
We're having too much fun, lost track of time.
Yeah, you'll have that.
I'll have that in life.
Here comes Colton Cottle. Keep an eye on that yellow 81C car. Colton, no stranger.
Oh, trouble.
Man.
Hard hit into turns 1 and 2.
Colton Garris, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right, Blake. Garris' car just shot to the right there in the middle of the corner.
He was 16th in JMA number 1 in 2023, his last Saturday appearance, and that's what he will be. He'll be scored 14th tonight, or this afternoon. Made midget in 305 starts this past season. But
you didn't see that.
Good to see Colton moving around inside the car.
Yeah, he's appears to be all good. David Camfield Sr. was your pole sitter scheduled for the pole. He didn't answer the call, so he engaged Laney not out there. So as you said, Blake, he'll be scored 14th here in J feature number 1.
Comes our IBOC replay.
Watch the car on the right side of your screen.
Ooh,
just
took a hard right.
Just tried to set it, and it just the weight came back over the left side and into the wall again. And
oh
man,
no, not another camera.
We are 0 for 2 on GoPros over there in turn number 1.
That'll hurt.
Steven Snyder Jr., you are no longer the only one taking that camera out.
Kyler Hope, get down there.
I was just about to say that. Kyler Hope is on his way as we speak to get it fixed up. And I can confirm that because he wasn't in our ear to say, no, I'm not. So, no, not yet. There it is.
Brian Ward, you're on the accident scene once again in turn 1.
Yeah, they're just now getting the 7K up on the hook, and I'll hop on here and get a word in with Colton. Hard hit there, catching the fence. So they're going to have to do some repair. Did you feel the jolt when your car caught the pole?
A little bit, yeah. Wasn't an easy ride. I guess, I don't know whether the drag link came loose or something, but just lost all steering going into the corner. Not sure what happened.
Guys, not good when you can't turn the car heading into the corner.
Yeah, we got a little fence repair. Thank you very much, Brian Ward. That's not ideal. Got a couple quick fixes on the fence. Shouldn't be too long. They're keeping them rolling. That's always a good sign when they keep things rolling along. Here in the first of 2, Kevin Studley J-Mains. I'm looking forward to what's coming in Kevin Studley J-Main number 2. We get dueling Camfields in the next one. Devin and, Dalton Camfield and J-Main number 2 start side by side.
And Devin Camfield.
And row
or
2.
David, excuse me, was scheduled to be in this one.
Senior. There's a junior in the field as well. Here's a slow-mo IBOC replay coming for you.
Right at you here in turn 1.
Right at you, EHJ. Oh, look out. Yep.
Wolf.
Yep. It might not be broken.
She gone.
Yeah, I think
just laying in the just laying in the.
It just needs to be reset.
Yeah. We'll get Kyler down there.
Yeah, Kyler.
Cowboy made it. He was just down here. Look at him. He's already down there fixing the fence.
Maybe he'll pick up our camera while he's down there.
Yeah.
What doesn't
he is
He is the unsung hero.
Yes.
Of the Chili Bowl. It's like you snap your fingers and he appears. Literally just a minute ago he was down here watering and spraying the banners off the grandstands. Oh boy, look at that shot. Camera on camera.
Yeah.
Wave.
Working hard. I don't think he knows.
That's a heck of an angle.
You are on camera.
That's a heck of an angle. Hey, there's Frank. Frank Flood. We'll see him later today. What do we have him in a B? I want to say.
He ran well.
Yeah. Yes, he starts 10th in B main number 1. Oh, thumbs up. It was a good run for Frank Flood last night. It was last night, wasn't it? Was it Thursday?
No.
He was fast. I just remember as fast as he was good. Strong. There's Cowboy. Look at him. Does it all.
He does it all.
Getting after it.
Brian Ward got the Cowboy interview.
The shootout.
Shootout, yeah.
Yeah, we got the harmonica.
He called Texas and said he plays the harmonica. We missed it earlier in the week. I missed it. He was playing the harmonica over the PA.
Oh,
was he?
Pits, yeah. Early in the day.
That would have been a time to take the house.
That is some great insight right there, Blake Anderson.
That's what we hire you for.
That people look forward to.
Yep. The hard-hitting facts. Hey, Chris Wilner, I hear you have a guy that has had a week so far, but keeps on chugging along.
Yeah, he has. Actually, Santino's got us on flow on his phone. He's watching Cowboy fix the fence here, but you're through one. It's been a wild week for you, upside down. We had the whole front end knocked out of this thing, but you lived to see another race. What do you think so far?
Man, honestly, I can't thank this Abacus Racing crew, FloRacing. I mean, those guys got me back in my heat. Man, we were looking at a qualifier into a C main. Trust me, I don't want to add any more to the flip count, so I was taking it easy that last heat. The track's super slick. It's like racing in the rain right now, so just trying to see what errors people are making and see if we can advance a couple more.
It's survival of the fittest, but how nerve-wracking is it knowing that you can't just be aggressive and you kind of have to tiptoe around these guys?
I'm not nervous for myself. I'm nervous for who's around me. It's just a different kind of game right now, and you know, I'm happy to play it. So, like I said, I don't mind being patient. I've already seen the roof twice, so I'd like not to add to that anymore.
Hey, you're watching yourself now on tape delay. You look pretty good sitting behind the wheel.
Dude, this beam helmet is freaking sick. This is the Blink 182 with the...
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yes.
Yes, this thing's tight. We got to look good. It's all part of it.
Look good, race good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Santino, Ferrucci, guys, locked and loaded here, coming up in J feature number 2.
Thank you, Chris.
This thing's tight.
So as fence repairs continue in turn 1, when we get back to green flag racing, we will have 7 laps to go here in the first J feature.
What do you say? It's a different kind of game right now, and I'm glad to be playing it.
Yeah,
that's a good look.
One way to look
life.
at it, right?
Right.
Hey, folks, you're at home watching us on FloRacing. Let us know where you're watching from, how you're watching.
Tweet at FloRacing.
Yeah,
yes,
tag
tweet
FloRacing.
at FloRacing.
Anything you're doing here.
Yep.
Brandon Paul's Twitter feed has been slow on the FloRacing Twitter.
We got to pick it up.
Let's get it going.
Pick it up, America and the world.
It's not. The memes are rolling in. But I'm enjoying it.
Looks like they're about done.
Well, that's because they got Cowboy over there.
Yeah.
Right.
We'd be in a longer delay if it wasn't for Cowboy. No disrespect to the rest of the employees.
He ran off to. There he is. He kind of matches the wall behind. Oh boy, what do we got?
What are we
going
doing here? I was just about to say, what are we doing here?
Martin Edwards.
Oh, we got a little tap-a-roo.
Cowboy's guiding him, so he's
there. It is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, bring her in. Whoa.
That's how you get it done right there.
Back.
Hey, Chris Berman
What are you,
over
Chris
here?
Berman?
Chris Berman would have hung out with us at nighttime, unlike you, Chris Moore.
I don't know what that has to do with the question.
I'm just saying. I was a big Berman fan when I was a kid.
Yeah, Boomer is awesome.
For any kind of sport, actually.
Berman was good.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you like, Blake Anderson? Besides, like, the local Iowa.
I mean, it was hard to beat. Like, I mean, I'm a classic Sports Center guy. Give me, grew up in the '90s. Give me Stuart Scott, Kenny Mayne.
Oh yeah.
I liked Kenny Mayne. He had a unique sense of humor, or has a unique sense of humor, I should say.
We have unique sense of humors here.
We do.
Inside Ryan Kaminsky.
Colton Hardy doesn't race quite as much anymore. Still competitive. Leading the way here in this Kevin Studley J main.
Six laps to go. Colt Cottle, Brecken Reese, they sit 7th and 8th. Battle for the top spot. Look at Chris Andrews working to the outside. He'll be your new leader.
Yeah, one of the things we heard Santino Ferrucci say, it's dead slick out there. You got to start migrating up to the top and find that moisture that's up around the top side of the speedway. Chris Andrews has. He'll roll around Colton Hardy. Hardy's going to make the switch now, and so now LaPlante dives to the bottom.
Good to see Jimmy Miller and gang got the car put back together for Chris Andrews after last night. He's ready to rip and looking good here in this J main.
Great side-by-side battle.
Brecken Reese.
Yeah, for that final transfer spot. Track got some character to it, boys, especially in turns number 1 and 2, as they're going to see the twin sticks this time by.
The micro ace, Brankett and Reese in the final transfer spot. Now working to the middle, Colton Cottle right behind him. He'll go after the 5th spot. That's Brant Twitty, give him 5th. And Twitty in the final transfer with Colton Cottle up on the high side. Going to be a drag race to the line. Colton Cottle.
White flag is out.
Final transfer at the white flag. He's ripping.
He's not done yet. Will come off corner number 4.
Man.
Chris Andrews will get the dub.
How about the last lap and a quarter for Colton Cottle? From out of the transfer to 5th.
That's how it's done.
That is.
So Chris Andrews, Colton Hardy, Ryder LaPlante, Cade Taylor, Colton Cottle, Brecken Reese. Top 6 drivers moving on.
Yeah, I think if there's more guys back there watching on Flow, we're going to start to see a lot of cars migrate up to the top side.
Yep.
That's where you got to get right now.
Absolutely.
They said at the bottom, I think because we had that lip kind of form through the middle of the racetrack, the bottom side's really gotten worn out right now, and it's slick.
It's going to be slide job city.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be your best course of action to make
And you're not here to make friends. Not here to make friends.
Brought them all with you, right?
Yeah.
That's what Clinton taught us.
So cars go up and down the ramp. Nice shot there by the NOS Energy Drink ramp cam.
J feature number 2 as we continue to march through the soup here on Saturday of the Chili Bowl Nationals. Again, cars in these J features finished 15th and 16th in B-Mains on their preliminary night. Chris Wilner is at the top of the ramp with a K1 Race Gear interview.
Colton Cottle's climbed out of his race car as his day gets started now through 1. Boy, for a minute it looked like you weren't going to get there. How much did you just have to get up on the wheel and let her eat just to get that thing moving on here in the soup?
Yeah, before the caution, I passed that guy on the bottom. I felt pretty good down there, so I wasn't real good on the top, but once I got it going, I knew how to get up on the fence a little bit more instead of kind of hanging off of it. So once we got up there, it was pretty good. We need to tighten her up a little bit for the next one, but we'll see what happens.
I know you don't do this a whole lot, and I know a lot of motivation around these early mains is the fact that, man, we just missed something on our prelim night, but does this give you confidence now when you start learning about your race car through the course of this morning?
Yeah, I think we're okay in our qualifying night. I mean, going after the qualifier, we broke a rocker shaft, so we didn't get to run the B. I mean, I think, if everything went right, we could have probably got in the show, but yeah, I mean, if everything stays together, I think we'll be all right for the next one, and hopefully we can just keep moving forward.
All right, catch your breath. We'll see you in a minute.
I got to take a piss, too. I'll be right back.
Colton Cottle, guys. That's the soup run for you. You got to climb out, and when nature calls, nature calls.
A good thing the bathroom's close right there, Chris Wilner.
Darn right. It's right behind the tech line here.
It is.
Man.
What?
That was funny.
I thought he was out of breath from racing. He had to go to the bathroom.
Speed shot survived.
Did Kyler do that? He did.
Kyler Hope.
Great work, Kyler. Oh.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Well, Dad's on ground.
Oh, man.
Better hope they're right.
Yeah, if something's wrong.
Are you guys aware of this? You didn't tell me about it?
I'm aware of it. I saw it about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
Kevin Southey, K-Main number 2. We'll hit on that in a minute. Jaden Clay in the 66J, Corey Smith in the 80 to the front row. The dueling Cam Fields in row number 2, 17C Devin, 10C Dalton. Todd Hobson, 75A, row 3 with Nick Hoffman, 2H. Row 4, Mitch Favish in the 95K and 98P, Ryan Paget. Row 5, 35S, Ben Schmidt and 26P, Preston Latimus Earl. Row number 6, Chance Hall, 54C and 28J, Jumpin' Joe Perry. Row 7, Taylor Courtney in the 36 and the 35 of Tyler Robbins. Row 8, Santino Ferrucci, 16 and Jeremy Hewish, 71J. And it's been launched, Chris. I don't know who did it.
I don't know, but I followed it.
It's been launched. The Earl Hoon Jr. Fan Club is off the ground and running.
The J-Main, we are missing some cars out of it.
We are.
Chance Hull, who was the winner of his K-Main, is going to start in 6th.
Oh.
No, he's starting in a transfer
I thought
spot.
I saw him earlier.
Yeah. Sweet. Love that for us.
Yeah, I know. This is going to get fun.
Well, guys have had long runs.
Yeah, they are.
Uh-oh, there goes Joe Perry. Joe Perry's going to take a transfer right away into lap 1.
I'm telling you guys, he's going to win the A-Main tonight.
He already started in the N, and he's going to transfer in the J.
Eating soup for days, boys.
He's proving me wrong. I don't need to roll the top. Give me the bottom side, and I'll drive by everybody up into the 5th spot. Now we're 3 wide here out of a transfer
Santino Ferrucci making the top work.
Got to right now.
He's going off corner number 2.
Jaden Clay leading. Mitch Favish to a big slider.
Boy, they were not kidding.
Chance Hull is wheeling and dealing.
We have no scoring if you're wondering why.
Yeah.
We've got several dead transponders.
Well, right now we have 5 transponders hitting on our transponder.
Yellow lights
Caution
are on.
flags out. Car upside down in turn 3.
Tyler Robbins, T-Bird in the 35. Upside down. He was 7th in H-Main, number 1 a year ago. 2-time prelim starter, 2009 and 2010. But as Chris Moore alluded to just a bit ago, these are B-Main cars.
Caleb Hart said it was not him.
The great Bob Hilbert just texted me.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Hilbert Sportswear.
Yep.
Is he making the shirts?
He just said the artwork is in motion.
Oh, that's great.
No, I got a feeling. Does Bob normally go to Florida to kick off the season?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Oh, boy. Can't wait to catch up with you, Bob. He's probably eating some ice cream right now.
Great. They will be for sale at New Egypt Speedway. I'll sell them.
Oh, no.
I'll sell them, Bob.
Probably get them on sale at Skagit,
I
too.
knew that was coming. From coast to coast, folks.
See if Jerry will sell them at Marshalltown, too.
Oh, Jerry will absolutely sell them at Marshalltown. There's, you see the right front there. Trouble for T-Bird, Tyler Robbins.
Yeah,
Brian, you're down there in turn 3. What do you see, bud?
Yeah, just got the whole front end. They had to stop the wrecker real quick because one of the radius rods was about to dig into the ground. They might have to grab it and tie it up. Rear end looks pretty decent. Front end has extensive damage. All the radius rods, both shocks. Done for the day in the 35.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Are you cold? I see you put your jacket on.
There are some crazy drafts here in the work area. In the infield, it's nice. Over here in the work area, you got this big bay door. It's got some gap underneath it, and I think the bottom 2 windows are just kind of boarded up here, and so it is drafty in the work area.
Drafty.
Love it.
I wish we had that 60-degree golfing weather you were talking about.
Yeah, me too. Caleb Hart made a request for Bob Hilbert.
Oh, no.
There's got to be some kind of mention of the Jelly of the Month Club to these T-shirts. I agree.
He is.
Bob Hilbert and his crew absolutely does fantastic work. Check him out, bobhilbertsportswear.com. So here we go. We're going to come back to green. 3 laps in, 7 to go.
Green flag is out. Joe Perry looking for more. He'll dive to the inside for the 3rd spot.
Ooh, keep the wheels on the ground.
It was going after Mitch Fabish for the spot. Now Fabish, so up into the runner-up spot. We continue to march forward. All into the picture. It's getting dicey back here, Preston Latimus.
Yes, sir. You just mentioned him. Trying to make something right through the middle. You got about 5 cars going for the 6th and final transfer spot. There goes Santino Ferrucci right through the middle. He'll sneak by. We'll stay green.
I think that was the 80 of Corey Smith, who almost stalled it out up there at the top of 3 and 4. He was in a transfer spot now at the tail of the field. Hall and Perry starting to throw haymakers at each other. This for the 3rd spot, but they lead a gaggle of cars here in the 1 and 2.
Your leader is still the 66J of Jaden Clay. He's out by a mile. We'll keep our eyes on the 5th spot.
Crazy.
Santino Ferrucci got into Perry into turn 1. Chance Hall smoking. Caution flag waves. Hall off the pace. And into the infield.
Looks like Irwin. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Hopefully he can get out. Yeah, the safety crew quickly
Right
on
there.
the scene.
Yeah. That's why you get to the infield.
That absolutely is.
You can always tell a veteran race car driver if they've got something like that going on.
They know where to go,
the
know
fire
where the safety
officials
crew
are.
is. Exactly.
Yeah.
You see guys, We saw it with the All-Stars and stuff. Sometimes the guys walk the track and see, pay attention because you never know. Like that, I mean, that could have gotten bad there for Chance.
Absolutely.
They were able to quickly put it out before it even hardly got off the ground.
Yeah.
So tough break for Chance Hall.
Earl.
Yeah.
I had a friend at a Central New York track, Land of Legends Raceway, where Matt Williamson is the defending champion. He said that they'll be happy to sell them there. I'd have to imagine if you're going to do some short track Super Series races, I'd have to imagine they can be on sale at short track Super Series events. That's up to the boss.
That is up to the boss. That is up to the boss. When I have to ride down with Mr. Deo to Florida, I'm sure the trailer was going to be stuffed full of Bob Hilbert sportswear boxes. All right, boys, here we go. I got a feeling we're going to have a great finish here. 7 laps are in. Pace quickens. We're back underway.
Joe Perry's soup run continuing. He is third. Ferrucci is fourth. Latimus, though, throwing a slide job at him. And we got one creeping up the inside. That's Ben Schmidt up the inside row. Remember, Ben Schmidt, one of the cars, took a nasty roll on his prelim night, but he's in a transfer spot right now here in the J feature, and Mitch Fabish just coming after the lead. Fabish out in front of this one. Jaden Clay back to the runner-up spot. Clay will try a slide job. Oh, he spins. Joe Perry's involved.
Keep it going.
Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. I don't know who finished where.
How do they finish this?
I think Joe got there. That's Preston Latimus. But I think Joe Perry's soup run's going to continue.
And when do what do they score? Because the caution lights came on after the leader got by the checkered flag.
That's a heartbreak for Preston Latimus. Latimus was in a transfer spot, no problem. And Jaden Clay was running in second, threw a slide job, got dead sideways, and it was chaos from there.
It's one of those slide jobs. It's easy for us to sit here and judge, but I think like you're in a transfer. Just get to the finish. You're 100 yards from the finish line. Just transfer. Stay alive.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No need to.
I know you want to join the historic list of winners of the Kevin Studley J-Mains, but.
I mean, and you do get
transfer.
Right, you
get a plaque, and absolutely. But if Preston Latimus,
we're cheering for somebody.
Yeah, fans are going nuts here on the front straightaway.
I think it was Preston as he rolled by. They were showing their support.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely caught the short end of the stick.
That was eventful.
Eventful is a good way to put that.
You'll have that on those big jobs.
You will. That you will.
RTJ is in the sky right now on his way.
Brett Deo just pre-ordered 2 shirts, too.
Oh, yeah?
Just texted me that.
Well, we're on to the I.
These memes are just great.
Oh, they keep... Chris Wilner, Joe Perry got exciting for him there.
Boy, it certainly did, and a well-deserved drink of water, because I don't know what the heck happened on that last lap. Joe, take me through what it was like, and you had to keep that car alive to transfer.
Yeah, I guess going in, it's getting tight up on the top, so the track's getting pretty narrow up there, and I think the car in front of me just overdrove it a little bit and got loose and crossed up, and I didn't really have anywhere to go, so we almost killed it. I don't know what the front end of the car looks like, but they're going to get it fixed, so.
Yeah, the attention's on the right front, but now that we start to get deeper and deeper in the afternoon, how does the mindset change knowing that there's just faster cars in front?
Man, honestly, I feel like I'm underqualified for this job, so I feel like I've always had faster cars in front of me. Just going to keep driving as far as I can, so.
Joe, keep putting on a show. As you guys saw, Kevin, our cam op, showed the right front. They're working on it here. I'm not going to even try to get in the middle of this as they're frantically getting it done, but Cole McDaniel, a couple other folks down here working on it as a little bit of damage in that incident, but man, what a run for Joe Perry. Number 5, leader of the clubhouse here on Saturday at the Chili Bowl.
Second driver of the day to get to 5.
Yeah, isn't 7 the record?
That sounds right.
Chris Carroll got through 7, I believe.
I believe it was 7.
I think we've had a pair of guys get through 6.
We'll see what Joe Perry can do. Some more water going down. So we'll have 2 I's and 2 H's, and then we'll have a long track rework break. It's also where we'll do the Parade of States in that rework as well. So if you're watching at home, just a little heads up for you there. Cowboys back.
We salute you.
He can hear you, Earl.
I know he can.
Yeah. Oh, Earl.
He's picking up tear-offs right now. Told you, the guy does it all.
He really just whatever's needed. Whatever is needed to get through the day.
I mean, as I learned, and you'll quickly learn, those are the kind of guys you need at a racetrack. Guy that just
100%, yes.
player.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, my experience, Port Royal Speedway has a fantastic group of volunteers that go up there and just spend their days up there just doing what they need to do, making everything looking nice and fancy when we go racing on race days. And just for all the volunteers at all the local racetracks across the world, thank you. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And we just don't swing the doors open on a race day and invite everyone in. There's a lot of work during the week that people don't see, and a lot of volunteers do it. So
none of it that you do.
Tip of the cap to all the volunteers out there that help their local racetracks.
Nothing? You just ignoring me?
Oh, what? I'm sorry. Yeah, I did ignore you.
I'm just enjoying another meme of you and cheese. I think.
Did I not see it, or did I?
I don't know. It was people who like cheese and.
Smoking gun fabrication and design wants shirts. Oh boy.
Mongoose Chassis said they'd like to sign up for the Earl Hoon Jr. fan club, and they want to be a PA representative and hang their shirts in their parts trailer. So I think we're on to something.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're on to something.
I think.
Earl?
Yeah.
Appease your fan club, please.
All right, here we go. Oh, I know Mike Hess's car starting outside pole. That thing is going to be running
wait to see if this
tip-top
thing runs.
shape. Hayden Mabel also go to the inside of row 1. Landon Simon and John Klabundy make up row 2. Gage Rucker will start 5th. Cooper Miller 6th. Row 4, Austin Wood, Josh Hodge, Brad Wyatt, and Casey Fredrickson will roll off in 10th. Row 6 will be Chris Andrews and Colton Hardy. Rolling off in the 13th position will be Ryder LaPlante, Cade Taylor 14th, and the 8th and final row will go to Colton Cowell and Brecken Reese. I don't have fingernails. I can't do it, trust me.
I want Flow Films just to follow him for a week. Like, just a day in the life.
A day in the life.
A day in the life of Earl Hoon.
Yeah, we did Chili Bowl Roll with RTJ.
Yeah.
Why can't we do Chili Bowl Roll with Earl Hoon Jr.?
Tim Truex, please.
No, don't.
Please, Tim.
Don't.
Yeah, just fly down for a whole entire opening.
You brought that.
And we're green. Oh, Mike Hess, look, Hess slow to the gun. Probably couldn't get fuel to the motor.
Get on the throttle, Mike. Go. Please finish 6th or better. I beg you.
Oh, no, Earl.
Oh, no. Mike, make that car as wide as it can be, please. I beg you, sir.
John Klabundy's lead. Hayden
Mabe to the outside. They drag race off the turn. Klabundy will hold on to it.
Chris Moore's crying again.
Yep, this is great. You might have to stop out. Austin Wood now is in 3rd. Looks down low in the turn 4, trying to get by Mate for that runner-up spot. He won't do that. Wood now in pursuit of Klabundy for the lead.
What are you pointing at? I see. Oh, boy, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, hey, there goes Chris Andrews. Chris Andrews, let her eat.
Yeah, now Mike Hess is starting to make noise, finally.
Come on, Michael.
Get up there.
He had to roll some hot bottom.
It's too far off the bottom.
It is too far, way too far off the bottom. Chris Andrews like, hey, tops up here, bud.
Tub.
Chris Andrews is selling T-shirts. Oh, Nelly.
Really making that car work to the top side of the racetrack. That's Andrews in the 95. He's not done yet, boys.
Jimmy Miller with a special tune in the 95. Look at he.
And now Ryder LaPlante, he has found some speed. He's on the outside looking in, battle for the lead off of 4.
Jimmy Miller might win this, or Jimmy Miller's car might win this thing with Chris Andrews wheeling it. He is wheeling the guts out of that 95.
Andrews sticking to the top. He'll get second. 2 laps to go.
Mike Hess, you're on the hot seat.
Please stay there, Mike. I beg you. They're going to see the white flag this time by. Your leader is still Hayden Mabe. Andrews in hot pursuit. He closes in the gap. What happens in turns 3 and 4 for their final time? They'll both work the top off of 4. Mabe will win it. Chris Andrews second. Third at the line. Bundy, Ryder LaPlante, 4th, Austin Wood, 5th, and how about it, Mike has 6th.
By 1/10 of a second.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Michael.
Hey,
like,
hey, Earl.
That was so great.
Bernie Stubjen texted me from Indy Race Parts and said
oh no,
that they will also carry fan club shirts.
well, okay. Wait, Blake, since you threw it out there, can we get the front to be Earl climbing into Mike Hess's car and the back to be him standing there with his fly down?
Yes. Oh, Hayden, Abe, you just won the I-Main, and
well, at least he didn't do it on the ramp.
Yeah,
good for him.
Yep.
Didn't happen on the ramp.
Hayden wins the I. He's gonna keep rolling. Chris Andrews, John Bundy, Ryder LaPlante, Austin Wood, and Mike Hess. Congratulations, Hayden Mabe, an I-Main winner in the 11G. Hayden, I believe a rookie off the top of my head. Yes, a rookie, was second in now 600 non-wing micro points and third in now 600 A-class micro points. And an I-Main winner in his rookie year. The designs are rolling in.
Yeah, I got one. Chili Bowl week donk following EHJ would be gold.
Chris Wilner, you've got another Chris and Chris Andrews, and he was putting on a show.
Yeah, Blake, it's the Chris and Chris show up here, but it was the Chris Andrews show there in that last one. You're now through 2, but the race car looks good. We thought you were going to go out and win that thing.
I was sure giving it my all. Randy Wagnon's got this Fleet Ruzi car on rails. I can't thank him for setting this thing up, and France Racing Suspension, Dynatech Services, Sawyer Chassis, everybody that helps out on this thing. It's been a real fun time so far. Obviously last night wasn't so fun, got into a scuffle and put us back deep on Saturday, but man, I'm ready to go some more.
We're a name that we talk about, or you're a name that we've talked about for many years, whether it's been the Tulsa Shootout or the Chili Bowl. All those laps, does it pay off when you have to come run the suit?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you watch a track year after year, and you see it gets super slick, so you set it up tighter than you expect. Same thing with the shootout. So I think all those laps help here. Know when the track's moving, like right there, they watered the racetrack, Chris, and ran down there for 4 or 5 laps, and then, hey, it's slowing down, time to get to the top and just go to town and hopefully make top 6 transfer.
Well, it's good to see you running well, brother. By the way, Jimmy Miller's wife, Mandy, made a heck of a puppy chow for us yesterday. Did you have some of that?
Oh, I absolutely did. That's probably why we had some 4 rides right there.
There you go. Chris Andrews, guys, going to continue putting on a show.
Thank you, Chris Wilner. Hey, we have a second, Chris. If you can get over there to Mike Hess and find out how his race car ran after Earl tried to destroy it, I think that would be quality content.
We'll go walk back here and find Mike Hess.
You're the man, Chris Wilner.
There he is. They got the engine cover off and everything. They're looking at it, but well, Mike, I got to tell you, we were a little nervous because Earl Hoon climbed in your race car, and we were wondering if it was going to roll or not, and then you'd have him to blame, but it looked pretty good.
We're just still fighting a miss in the motor there. It's just not running. Just try to hang on, get a transfer of these guys, see if we can fix something, change something, see if we find it. Just trying to help outdoors now because we don't get a lot of time for me to come racing outside in the summer. So just trying to make some laps, see if we can find something, get this thing rolling right. I think the car's pretty good if we can roll. Just when it's missing and popping, farting coming off the corner, and you got it. You got the pedal down, but it's not going. You're doing what you can do.
How was the racetrack, by the way? Is you're a guy who knows a thing or two about what racetracks would look like? Is it starting to come in, or we pretty much gone away now?
I mean, they go out and water it. It was really good there on the bottom early, and I think it was good late. I thought the racetrack was pretty good to race on. I would have liked to have a car to get up top a little bit, to have a little squirt off the bottom would have been great too. But yeah, I thought the track is pretty good for this late in the day, and the temperature taking a dive outside takes the humidity way down, which affects them guys too. So I think that the racetrack's pretty close to what they had said this morning they were going to get.
Super sub announcer here at the Chili Bowl, Mike Hess.
Hey,
Good shoe
Hey,
behind
Chris.
Yeah.
Ask him if they replaced the fuel line. That could be the problem.
Hey, they want to know if they replaced the fuel line. That could have been the problem there.
Well, we replaced the fuel line the other day, but it's not that. So I don't know. We'll just keep battling.
You're safe,
All right,
Earl.
you heard it. Yep. Earl, you're safe. It wasn't the fuel line, but yeah, they're going to continue to work on Mike Hess's engine here.
Thank you, Chris.
Mike Hess did a great job the other day behind the mic here into the booth. Go ahead, Chris Moore.
Oh, okay. I feature 2. Bradley Kilmer on the pole starting position. Brand O'Banion alongside Glenn Stiers and Josh Hanna in row number 2. Luke Droche and Kevin Newton in row 3. Brendan Wisely and Cole Tinsley. Tom Dunkel and Sean Jackson, your lock-in cars from prelim night. Mitch Fabish and Jaden Clay make up row number 6. Row 7, Joe Perry and Ben Schmidt. Santino Ferrucci and Jeremy Hewish round out your J feature. Transfer cars.
They're doing the Parade of States during the Tulsa shootout.
Yeah.
And was it you that walked across with me?
No, somebody else, but I was standing in the infield and I saw. I thought you did it on purpose.
And right as absolutely not on purpose, walked across and they were introduced the greatest state in the country, Iowa, as I walked across.
Yeah, I saw that.
All right, boys, here we go. I feature number 2.
Buckle up, Earl.
Gonna get good. Green is out. We're underway.
Oh,
trouble.
man.
Big crash on the front stretch.
3 of them.
Cars upside down. I got a feeling we are gonna go red flag in this one. Huge crash at the start.
Brant O'Banion was the Team Jack car that got upside down along the fence.
Of I feature number 2.
Cole Tinsley on the inside, the one they're tipping over. I can't tell which car's upside down right now. It was O'Banion, Tinsley, and...
It's a Team Jack car that's still
No, that's the one
down.
on the fence. I'm talking the one on the inside, Brian, the black one. They just flipped over.
14L.
14L?
Drotsky.
Yep, Luke Drotsky. So, yeah, Brant O'Banion up on the fence, Cole Tinsley on the inside, and Luke Drotsky on the inside. The 3 cars that flipped there had 3 tallies.
I think a 4th one actually went over in that. We'll have to check the replays and then came back down on all 4s.
I'm sure we'll have an iBox Springs replay coming at us in just a moment as they sort off the chaos that happened on the opening lap of I-Main number 2.
Chaos is correct. What, 5, 6 cars possibly involved?
Luke's helmet coming off, maybe. Nope. We'll get him in the work area, see if he can. Got a workout. Brant O'Banion hopping out of the Team Jack. Mark Burchone, 22. Daryl Canfield on the scene, our FloRacing videographer. Here comes an iBox Springs replay.
This is the initial start.
All right, there's 1.
O'Banion gets upside down.
2, 3, just 3, yeah. 7 almost did, but.
Let's have a look at it one more time. Wow. Oh. That second impact when he was still in midair for O'Banion.
O'Banion just fired off and kind of was stuck in the slick and just kept skating and skating, and I think he was waiting for it to catch, but it caught the wall before it caught grip.
I don't think Brendan Wisely didn't wear 3, but boy, that was big.
Getting a look here at the back of O'Banion's car, it broke the torsion tube on the rear of the chassis.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian.
Good to see him out, though.
Yeah, good to see Brant out.
Okay. Going for a ride on the side-by-side.
Worthing, South Dakota native.
What? I don't know.
See Brant run a 410 occasionally.
Just nod your head.
Yeah, I have questions, but...
Was second in MSTS points. Picked up an MSTS 360 sprint car win at Rapid Speedway. Last year he was in a K-Main. 13th in the K. This year, an I-Main run for Brant O'Banion.
Hey, Chris Moore.
Yeah, hey, Chris Wilner.
Josh Hodge just came up to me here at the top of the ramp and wanted to personally apologize for running over you yesterday. Said it was not intentional. He was not driving the car.
Tell him we're not mad. We're not mad.
Not at
Chris
all.
might be,
I
but
told
we're
him, why
not.
didn't you hit him harder?
Yeah. Hit him better next time.
And wear a
That's
cheese head
awesome.
when you do it.
That's awesome.
That is good.
I am so sorry for running him over. I could just see that whole conversation.
Hey, I was watching
running up to C-Dub. I tell him I am so sorry.
I heard we didn't apologize, so I want to come over and make sure that the apology is known. That's funny. That is funny.
So, officials getting the field shuffled around here.
Steve Sinclair from IRA, the Wisconsin Sprint Car Series, said if Chris Moore gets fan club shirts, he would happily put them in the IRA trailer, but I can't imagine those would sell at all.
No, not in the slightest.
Now, Earl, on the other hand, he loves cheese. He gave his Mount Rushmore with 5 cheeses on it. He likes cheese so much. That's acceptable in Wisconsin, Earl.
Yeah, that's very acceptable.
That is acceptable there.
Yeah.
All the cheese.
Well, you know what happened to cheese, right? They lost to the Eagles last week, so Wisconsin have it.
You did let a couple people know that at B-dubs.
I'll let more of them know too. Go Birds. And if you're sorry for what's happening in LA, I'm still rooting for the Eagles. Go Birds.
Go Rams.
Oh,
shut your
Anderson,
mouth.
quiet.
Now you get out.
So here we go. Let's try it again for I-feature number 2.
Tell you what, Mitch Fabish is going to take advantage of this. He is ripping around the top side.
Glenn Steyer's wheeling on the bottom.
Oh, Steyer sticks the nose in there once again. Contact.
That got tight. Riley Kilmer. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Cole Tinsley and Josh Hanna also involved. Cole Tinsley, the rookie, in the 49.
Hey, guys, guess who's in transfer spots?
Yes.
Joe Perry. Now they
corrected
us.
it.
Ben Schmidt in 6th in the transfer. He's a Wisconsin guy, MSA Sprint Car champion this year, former IRA driver. Races at Plymouth, Wisconsin. You know what's headquartered in Plymouth, Wisconsin? Here's my fun fact for you.
Oh, boy.
Sargento Cheese is headquartered in Plymouth, Wisconsin.
Who cares?
So let's take a look at the iBox Springs instant replay. Glenn Steyer's down low.
And Santino scooted right on by.
Mm-hmm. You know what I was going to say? Glenn Steyer's was running his modified, trying to use the rub rails to get by.
I'd say that, but Glenn, he's got a lot of experience in a sprint car, too. He's a guy that races everything at Oshweekend.
Yeah, they do a lot up there at Oshweekend.
And he does a lot for racers across the country, too.
Absolutely.
And at one point, I knew he had a Shelby GT500, which I approve of that. I don't know if he still has it, though.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get a report.
He's had a handful of race cars come down our way. My way at Utica Rome and Fonda. And Stuart Friesen actually drove his 410 sprint car in the World of Outlaws race at Weedsport. Finished 4th earlier this year.
All right, well, I'll share this news here with you guys after this race, or whatever break comes up first. As the pace starts to quicken, Steyers brings them down. We're back underway. 9 laps to go here in I-feature number 2.
Steyers took them all. Oh, yellow. Yellow is out for Brendan Wisely.
So Justin Martina, remember from Martina Custom Woodworks, was going to get us the wings and pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lied?
No. The business that made the pizza dropped it outside the expo center.
Oh, boy.
So
it's cold now.
Yeah. The hunt for the pizza is real. He just sent me a picture of that.
Nothing going on here this week. Just leave it out front.
Just leave our food out there.
Leave it on the front porch.
Just leave it on the front porch so it'll get where it needs to go.
That's incredible.
Maybe we'll put one of our assistants on the hunt.
That's incredible. I don't think they're gonna do that
I
for
doubt
us.
that's gonna happen.
I don't think.
Wait, guys, I'm gonna ride if the time limit stops this history run for Joe Barry.
Oh, I know. I agree, Chris. We got 2 more races left until the break. Let it eat. We're doing good.
Exactly.
Mitch Fabius putting on. He is letting it eat up on the high side.
Yeah, he's ripping.
He is. And we say that, and then he goes down to the bottom and creates the high side. But Glenn Steyers will keep pedaling down there.
About a
Santino in the mix.
Yeah, he's in 3rd, looking for more.
Look who's one spot out of the transfer.
Steyers, however, holds strong right through the middle.
I'm telling you, Joe Perry's coming for a soup run record. My man diving through the middle over there in 1 and 2. Slide job, and he's got 6th.
Look
no, hang on to it, Joe.
Down.
Come on, Joe. Look
Joe Perry is on the move.
Throttled out of it, didn't lose a spot. Joe
When in
Perry.
doubt, you know what they say?
Throttle out.
Dang right.
All right, there we go.
So this time by, we're halfway. 5 laps in and 5 to go. Joe Perry looking to make history. Meanwhile, Fabish out to a commanding lead. Glenn Stiers has to try to fend off Santina Ferrucci. How about a Ferrucci up to the runner-up spot momentarily?
So say Joe needs to get to the bottom in 1 and 2. Seems to be a little bit better down in the bottom 1 and 2. The high side of 3 and 4 was better. Cole Tinsley comes to the high side, though. That helps him out.
They're trying to reel in on Briley Kilmer. Kilmer right now sits in the 5th spot. You got Sean Jackson and Glenn Stiers going at it.
Mitch Fabish is gone.
Yeah.
Last time by it was a 2.2 second lead. He'll see the white flag this time by.
Come on, Joe.
Joe still working the top. That's a battle for the final transfer spot.
That was a good corner.
Yeah, he's all right. He's just got to hit it right, especially over here in 3 and 4.
No. Perry's losing a little bit momentum. They make their way off of 4. Fabish will win it. Who's going to be the final transfer spot? They come off of corner number 4. Drag race to the line.
It's over.
Yep.
The board hasn't updated.
No, but I think some transponders are messed up.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't think he got
Cole
it.
Tinsley, if Cole got it, that was a heck of a run because Cole was involved in a couple of crashes there.
Yeah. I think he did, though. I'm pretty sure his transponder.
Yeah, Perry, I believe, was.
He was 7th.
Yeah,
across
when
the
they
line.
got by the checkered
Looked
flag.
like it.
But yeah.
Well, they're giving Tinsley 5th and Perry 6th on the loop.
I thought there was another car up there.
Briley Kilmer was in a crash. I don't think Briley Kilmer got back in there. I don't know though. That's coming from timing and scoring with the corrections with the transponders in the right spots. So
if that's
Chris Wilner,
correct,
can you maybe see if you can find out for us?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions up here. We're gonna go track down one of the officials.
Yeah, Sean
but
Jackson they were missing.
Okay, there we go.
So that's right.
So Mitch Favish wins it over Santina Ferrucci, Sean Jackson, Briley Kilmer, Glenn Stiers, and Cole Tinsley. That is your top 6. Joe Perry finishing 7th.
I knew I could count, Blake.
Yeah, that was.
Knew I could count.
I thought we were there, but I got excited.
Really wanted it to continue. I mean, hats off to Cole Tinsley.
Yeah, Cole Tinsley was in a
did what he
yellow
had to do. Yeah, for sure. He rolled the bottom well, stuck it out, and it seemed like when Perry would hit the top right, he could get away. But Cole kept plugging away on the bottom and got it done. And so, hey, he got it done, so Chris Wilner's going to have a word with him.
Yeah, he's going to get the seatbelts undone, get a little bit of a breather here. Cole Tinsley, boy, what an eventful Chili Bowl. You were supposed to run Monday, motor issues, had to run yesterday, and now dramatics just to advance on here. What's going through your mind right now?
I don't really know, just trying to keep trucking forward. This whole Speed Check Performance Lewis trucking team, they've got me hooked up pretty good right now, so just keep trying to push forward.
It was a good battle for that final transfer spot. The man who's been through 5 just got eliminated courtesy of you, so now you go on a run.
Gonna try.
He'll try it for sure. A little bit of smoke coming out of the engine compartment. Joby Miller's going to diagnose it and look at it, and the rest of the crew. But as you can see, still a little bit of smoke coming out and checking all the wires and things, and we'll try to diagnose to see if everything's okay, but we're going to keep an eye on Cole Tinsley's car. But he is moving on, finishing 6th.
Well, here's your lineup for H feature number 1. Jacob Dykstra, Darren Nida in row number 1. Austin Nye and Cole Bodine in row 2. Brannigan Rourke and John Barnard make up row number 3. Kyle Simon and Sam Henderson will come from the 4th row. Cy Lynch and Alex Yankowski make up row number 5. They're your lock-in cars from their preliminary night. Your transfer cars, Hayden Mabe and Chris Andrews make up row number 6. John Clabundi and Ryder LaPlante in row 7, and Austin Wood and Mike Hess in row number 8. And appreciate not just what we're doing, but all of our guys behind the scenes as well. Everybody in the trailer, on the cameras, everybody that works hard to make this whole deal happen. Couldn't happen without every single person. And as I always say, you guys know we're all just goofballs with microphones, but the guys behind the cameras are the ones doing the real work. So make sure you tag FloRacing when you let us know that you're watching. Darren Nida, Jacob Dykstra bring us to green here. H feature number 1.
got interesting in there at the rear of the field when they were thinking about going 4 wide. As we come around to complete lap number 1, Dykstra is going to set the early pace. Darren Nida will run second, missed the groove there off of corner number 2.
Darren Nida has been impressive. Yellow. Oh, got one slowed down the backstretch, one around
One
over
destroyed in 1 and 2. Front end folded up.
That's
Mike
Michael.
right there.
What'd you do, Earl?
I didn't do anything. Immediately throw EHJ under the bus.
Well, if it has to do with that race car, we got to blame you.
Here comes the replay. Let's get
take a look
We'll see if
at
we
it.
can blame Earl. Yep. No. Just a log jam there. And Mike, the odd man out. Helmets off for Michael Hess as Chili Bowl run comes to an end. The Eldora Speedway track record holder in a midget is Michael Hess. Brian?
Yeah, came over to take a look at it. The right front shock has come apart, and it looks like the biggest result, or the cause of this, is a kinked fuel line.
Yeah. We figured that was probably the problem. And you said it wasn't your fault, Earl.
Brian, tip of the cap to you, sir.
I love you, buddy.
That was outstanding.
I can see him laughing all the way over here. I mean, he's in turns 1 and 2.
I was not prepared for that. I should have been. I don't know why I wasn't, but I was not ready for that. That was good.
Thank you, Brian.
That was good. Oh, man. Caleb Hart cannot wait to get in here and get this thing going in the right direction.
Caleb, let me tell you, the wheels are off, and you got a lot of repairs to do. You're going to be in the work area for a while.
Yeah, I hope you brought the impact gun, wheel wrench, couple of lug nuts.
Roger Slack did let me know that Humberstone is about 25 minutes across the border from Buffalo. So, right, I mean, that's absolutely
doable.
That's doable. That is feasible.
I haven't been to Humberstone, but I was pretty confident that they were within striking distance of each other.
One lap in. I lied. I said a couple. 1 lap in.
Jeez, Blake.
9 to go.
You got to figure these things out.
I know. Well, I'll figure. That's why I retired.
Yeah, fair enough. Sir. Yeah. Fair enough.
Oh, boy. That got a little wonky through the back of the pack there.
It's going to stay wonky. We got one sideways here.
Caution will come back out.
Yellow. We haven't had the time limit come into play for a while, but this one
it's coming.
in the early goings is already looking like.
Yeah. Is that Sam Henderson, I
That
believe,
is Sam
7th
Henderson,
place car?
younger brother of Justin Henderson. Yep, and that one just. Yeah, I mean, nothing Sam could do there.
No.
Absolutely nothing he could do. Just
No, because you can't. It's not like you can just floor it and drive underneath of them.
Yeah.
You pass before the cone, you're in trouble. So.
Yeah, Sam, racing family from up there in South Dakota. A rookie this year is 14th in Houston, and 410 points at Houston. Did pick up a pair of Race Saver wins at I-90 Speedway in Hartford, South Dakota, June 8th, and Off-Road Speedway down in Nebraska. Or that Off-Road Speedway was a 360 win on August 24th.
Oh, Caleb Hart.
Oh, Caleb Hart's a funny guy.
Oh, he's a funny
He's not
guy.
helping us get it back
No,
on,
he's
that's
not.
for sure.
No.
Hello, Dustin Jarrett.
Hello, DJ.
The rain out of Golden Isles. He's doing
My
some
brother
work and
from another
watching.
mother. Hi, DJ. And hopefully, I'm sure Ben is too.
I didn't get a Snapchat from Ben, but I did from DJ. So
Ben doesn't really Snapchat.
yeah, well, you'll have that.
You'll have that.
It's not for everybody.
Ben's probably working out somewhere and watching us.
That's probably accurate. Maybe.
That's Brannigan
Maybe.
Rourke.
Hey.
Yeah, you got one too?
Rain out work day.
There you go.
Yep.
Brannigan Rourke, who was in the 6th and final transfer spot.
To the work area.
Yeah, and the lights are out.
Brannigan was 17th in Power A midget points this year. 13th at I-Main #1 a year ago. Going to get credited with 16th, I do, but maybe 15th here. So, same. Except in H1. One main better. Look at the battle there for the second spot. Austin Nye working the bottom. Chris Andrews.
Ooh, Nido trying to bring that Mission Foods back to life. He will.
Chris Andrews into a transfer spot, fellas. He's rolling.
He's really fast.
He is. That
Now
car
he's He's going to take it up to the top side. He's got Alex Yankowski working underneath
Darren
of him.
Nida.
Oh, Nida in way too hot into 3 and 4. Oh, and we got a big one on the back straightaway. Nida was
I don't know if something broke on Nida's car. The way that it darted to the fence.
Yeah.
Sam Henderson, the one upside down in the backstretch. Nida crawled up the fence. Sam hopping out real quick. That is good to see.
Yes.
Well, yeah, we've had some pretty violent ones here.
Yeah.
In this.
Nida just looks like something broke on him. The way that it just turned right at the fence.
Yeah, he stopped. We'll see. Looks like they're going to come over and see if he wants a push.
Yeah, good to see Sam Henderson out walking away under his own power, and he's going to pay a visit. Looks pretty friendly.
Yeah, it doesn't look.
Yeah. A disappointment you can see.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy, but it didn't turn into anything massive.
No.
And we have the opportunity to find out because Brian Ward is there.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on the left side of this race car. I'll get a word in with just a second, but it ripped off part of the injection system. The breathers here, it got all crushed. It's not one that can be washed and reused. They're picking up parts everywhere. As soon as we get the car on the hook, I'll get Henderson in the side-by-side and try and get a word. They're trying to start Nida here. That's what's squealing.
A lot happening there.
I'll turn the mic on here in just a second.
All right, Brian, you do what you got to do. Keep an eye on things. Looks like we're going to have an iBox Springs instant replay. See what we can see from it. You see Nida there on the left side. Watch the right side of your screen. Somewhere, yeah, right there at the back. You see Henderson get up in the air. Brian?
Yeah, back on the side-by-side now as they're going to start to pull this car. That was a rough one, scattering parts everywhere. What did you see, and what was the conversation after you got out of the car?
Was there a lot of parts flying?
We picked up a bunch of them here.
Yeah, it's cool. I rented these shocks for Mike Sure, too, so I'm going to have to pay for that. But, no, I asked him. He said it was his fault, I guess. I made a mistake on one of the starts. I probably shouldn't have been back there in the first place, but I was just trying to search around, just get more laps. I'm pretty new to this midget deal. This is my first go at it, and rented this motor from Jody Rosenboom, you know, thanks to him and all that stuff, the Hunt brothers and Mintex Incorporated, Northland Building, all my people that help on the sprint car helped on this too, but it just sucks because now I gotta fix it, you know.
A lot of work. We're gonna let you get to it and get it back rolling in the trailer smooth.
And thanks.
Darren Knight is still not firing in the 3N. Looks like he's gonna be coming at you here in the work area. Brian Ward.
Seems like he's got some kind of...
It's locked up.
Yeah.
Which makes it look like that thing just shut down, rear tire stopped spinning, and it went straight to the wall.
Yeah. That all makes sense.
Darren,
you can see there.
Darren in the 3N got a little experience at Knoxville driving for Dennis Gainey, but kind of been traveling a little bit this past year.
They got it to free up, but they're going to take him up the ramp.
4 wins in a 410 last year, 3 of them at Butler, and then picked up a Maverick Sprint win at Lincoln Park Speedway in downtown Putnamville, Indiana. He'll be full-time with the All-Star Circuit of Champions this year. You can watch all the All-Stars races live on FloRacing.
Great job, Blake.
Yeah.
Great job.
Just sounds natural, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's like I've said the All-Star Circuit of Champions on FloRacing a time or two, right?
Yep.
Have you?
It's a couple times, just a few.
So Jacob Dykstra will pick the pace back up as Austin 9 now restarting second.
Dykstra shot out of a cannon there, EHA. Here comes Chris Andrews. Oh, we had one on the bike. More like a basketball.
That was Ryder LaPlante.
Top side still has some moisture and some bite to it. As Chris Andrews up to second. That's Ryder LaPlante still trying to find some speed. Here we go. Battle for the lead. Chris Andrews up high. Dykstra slid up in front of him. Now Dykstra back down low. Here comes Andrews with the momentum. They're still side by side for the lead.
Just a long way around 3 and 4 up on the high side. You almost kind of wonder, can he get to the bottom? Clearly faster as he gives Dykstra a shot in the shorts on the backstretch. But Dykstra, if he can just keep hitting the bottom, he's going to be just fine off at turn number 4. And Chris Andrews smokes the wall, but he'll keep rolling.
Close quarter racing for the lead off of 2.
Definitely gets a little hairy on corner exit, especially here off of 4. Dykstra has moved up and blocking the line for Chris Andrews. Andrews not afraid to keep following him. And Cole Bodine creeping up the inside. Bodine now trying to get in the picture. It's now a 3-car battle for the top spot.
They're going to see the white flag this time by Dykstra trying to make that car as wide as it can. Here it comes Bodine down low. Look at Chris Andrews. Andrews looking to pass them all. They're almost 3 wide for the win in the turn 3.
I was going to say, I would not blame Chris Andrews if he moved anyone here. He has clearly been the fastest car.
That's going to be it. It's going to be
0.002, 2 1,000ths of a second.
What a great finish to that one.
Andrews the fastest car on the track without a doubt. Jacob Dykstra playing great defense though. Andrews the only car, or about a 1/10 of a second faster than Bodine, but it's Dykstra, Andrews, Bodine, Alex Jankowski, Ryder LaPlante, and Austin Nye. Alex Jankowski there. Staying alive. Here's an iBox Springs replay. And
why do you think I was standing for that race?
I know.
What a finish.
Tip of the cap to Chris Andrews there, though, because there were so many times throughout the last 5 laps there, almost off every corner, he could have dumped.
Yeah. Hat tip
Dykstra
to all 3 of them.
And really, they raced each other clean. They all raced each other clean. So
Bodine came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
that was good, clean racing.
It was smart racing from all of them. Hey, we're racing hard, but
we're
know
in a transfer.
Right, we're all in a transfer. But it does make a difference for Cole Bodine to end up 3rd. That's another row that he's going to have to start back. He could have started in the 6th row instead of the 7th row in what letter comes before H? G?
Yeah, that's correct. That's how the alphabet goes.
Well, doing it backwards is
now that does suck doing it backwards. I would agree.
Chris Wilner, you got a lot of choices to talk to. Who's it going to be at K1 Race Gear interview?
Well, we're going to go back-to-back for the 2 drivers still alive now. 3 mains through on Saturday. Chris Andrews, it was the narrowest of margins for the win. I know you wanted it, but, dude, how much fun was that? 3 wide for the lead here in the H main.
That was freaking awesome. Yeah, I wanted that win really, really bad, Chris, but I knew we were moving on too, so had to play it smart there. Obviously, I think I had a better race car than the gentleman that won, but again, we're all going to the next main. It's not worth junking 2 race cars over and move on to another one. This will be a lot harder with them reworking the racetrack, but man, it's been a blast.
It has been a blast, I'm sure, behind the wheel, and it's been a blast to watch. Big picture for Chris Andrews moving on. And how about Ryder LaPlante also through 3 mains here as we have a little bit of a break. Ryder, battle for the lead up front was pretty intense, but you're moving on. You didn't have to worry about it.
No, the car just kind of biked up on me there. I would have beat them, but got to head back to the trailer and cool off and keep going.
Track reworks, it's going to change a lot of things. How much adjustments you think you're going to have to make?
It depends. Who knows with these guys out there, but we're going to do whatever it takes.
All right, Ryder LaPlante and Chris Andrews, the 2 drivers in that one through 3, as they'll have a little bit of a break after this last H feature.
Chris, that was busy. That was very busy.
That was a lot.
Yeah. H main number 2 rolling. And then this broadcast goes back on the rails.
We bring the professional back in.
Yep.
Get things squared away here.
But we got one more shot to keep this good and entertaining.
I don't know about professionals, but I will tell you that Brexton Bush, Braxton Flatt want to run it back just like the shootouts. We may have that coming up.
Holy cow. Chris, we know what the news is from Clinton Boyles. It's on the FloRacing Facebook and I'd imagine Twitter page.
Yeah, we're going to get Clinton back up here and we'll have him break it down for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Josh Blicky in the 40B, Jaden Rogers in the 7R on the front row. Don Draw Jr., 22T, David Gasper, 14D in row 2. Joe Cotta, 46X, Logan Prickett, 17M in row 3. Dane Culver in the 50C and Luke Hall in the 74 make up row 4. Cade Morton, 8M, row 5 with Landon Britt in the 60. Row 6 is going to be 95K, Mitch Babish, and the 16 is Santino Ferrucci that they put a new rocker in the 16 car. The 7th row will see 7J Sean Jackson and 6B Briley Kilmer. Row 8, Glenn Steyer, 0G, and Cole Tinsley, 49. Yes. Fastest accountant in the country.
It's good to have Don Drought Jr. as well.
It is.
The C-Main win last night and be able to we get on camera and be able to talk about it.
Really good guy.
Like that.
Don's a great guy. His son-in-law, Rico Abreu. Hope Rico's on the mend. See him in a race car soon, hopefully. Former Chili Bowl champion. Here we go. H main number 2 is underway.
Josh Balicki off the inside of the front row, able to race out to the lead. He will lead the opening lap here of H feature number 2. Don Drought in second, and a battle back here for third. Joe Cotta and David Gasper side by side, and a log jam back here near the final transfer spot.
Sean Jackson in the 7J starting to make some noise as he moves up in the 7th. Remember, the top 6 finishers out of this H feature event will move on. 3 wide throughout the field. That's for a top 5 spot between Mitch Fabish, Dan Culver, and Joe Cotta.
But Fabish is absolutely on rails today. Get him out front, he rips the top, put him in traffic, he can roll the bottom. Working to the inside of David Gasper right now for third. Oh, he rides the bike over there in 1 and 2. Gets it back underneath of him. Right behind him, that's Dane Culver and Joe Cotta going at it 5th and 6th. And we've got one around, it's Logan Prickett, who was running in the 10th spot. Prickett goes around here on the back straightaway. So yellow flag coming out here for the 17M of Logan Prickett. 4 laps complete, 6 laps to go here in H feature number 2. Again, the final one before we take a break. Parade of States. A little bit of track work before we start to get into cars that just finished outside of transferring, and then when we get to E-Mains, you'll see cars that made their preliminary A-Mains this week. And looks like Prickett has got it rolling again. He'll hold there and rejoin at the tail. So it's Josh Balicki, your leader. Don Drought Jr. in the runner-up spot. Mitch Fabish up to third. He is on rails right now. David Gasper, Dane Culver, and Joe Cotta has the 6th and final transfer spot. Sean Jackson in 7th. Jackson, another one who moved up from the I feature. On the outside looking in. Green flag is out. We're back on our way.
Great start by Josh Balicki. He's still your leader. Don Drown Jr. 2nd.
Mitch Fabish again.
Trying to make that top work.
He is.
Dan Culver trying to go underneath David Gasper for P4.
Yeah, Dane Culver, one of my guys to watch earlier on in the week. From California, he's a gasser, and we got one on its
Joe
side.
Cotta is the one on its side, and Santino Ferrucci is collected in that as well.
Joe Cotta from your neck of the woods. Sort of. I mean, Joe Cotta's from New York, but you lived in New York for a long time, Chris Moore.
For a little bit, yeah. Yeah.
62, the magic number from Kyler Hope on the gravity check. Man, that car that Santino is in, I don't know what you want to do with it, but put it on. Brian, go ahead.
Guys, I'm looking straight ahead at Ferrucci's car, and the down tubes are pointing towards quarter number 1.
Well, they were like that. They've been like that pretty much since the crash. They did that. Maybe just a little bit more pronounced, but honestly, Brian, they were not great to begin with, but
let it go
serviceable. Man, that car has been through its paces this week.
Been through a war.
Yeah. And looks like one of the Coons cars in the work area would be Logan Prickett in the 17M. Logan with 3 wins and a TQ midget, was 2nd in All-Star TQ midget points this year. 15th in I-Main number 1 a year ago was Logan Prickett. Santino Ferrucci, man, he has been efforting, that's for sure.
And he went into the work area.
I don't know if they're rolling up the ramp, though.
I don't think they are.
Another car in the work area comes Joe Cotta. Oh, they're just kind of going around the bend. Yeah, they're going to roll him back out, it looks like. Is Logan Prickett set to rejoin? Santino rejoining, and Joe Cotta looks like they're just working on the 46X right now, and he's looking to point this way.
Yeah, I think they're all going to resume.
Yeah. A trio of cars working their way back onto the racetrack.
So 3 into the work area, 3 out of the work area. will continue as we continue on. 5 down, 5 to go here.
I did get a text, and I guess I can, since there are people watching, I can nip it in the bud. I will not be doing the All-Star Circuit of Champions this year. I had a lot of people asking, but no All-Stars for me. I'll be at Skagit Speedway, but I will be with Caleb at Skagit. But yeah, no.
Caleb's
I will be watching closely, though. Brian? I think that's Brian. Nope. Santino went up the ramp. So, man.
Tough week.
A tough week for him, but got to give a tip of the cap to them.
He made a run.
Yeah, he and all the guys.
Him and everyone at Abacus Racing.
Yep.
Yeah, no All-Stars for me. I'll be watching Ohio Speed Week. Excited to see that back under the All-Star banner. All those races will be live on FloRacing. I'm sure Caleb and I will enjoy many of them at Skagit Speedways. They're 3 hours ahead of us, so they'll be going green before we're racing.
I was gonna say you'll be eating dinner.
Exactly.
They'll be done.
We'll be having lunch.
So the green flag comes back out. Let's see who is gonna get the dub and who's gonna transfer on.
No surprise to see Mitch Fabish just letting it eat on the high side. I mean, he is riding the rails here.
Don Drought Jr. changed lanes on him there down the front straightaway. They both able to continue on. Don Drought Jr. though, back to the bottom.
Keep it on that now. He didn't go as high that time. Last time, it was like he could reach out and grab it.
Oh, Fabish gonna try to thread the needle. Look to do that in turn 1, nothing there. Now a switch lanes. He'll drive under Don Drought. Does he do a slider in 3?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he does.
Oh yeah, as Shane Andrews would say, sliders are on the menu. Mitch Fabish will take the runner-up spot away. Drought Jr. now back to 3rd. Sean Jackson, David Gasper, and Riley Kilmer. Riley Kilmer trying to go on her own soup run. And I don't think Fabish is done just yet.
No, we're going to have a battle for the win as they make their way down the back straightaway for the final time. Balicki, he's your leader down low. Final shot by Fabish. Can't get it done. Josh Balicki will win heat feature.
Going to be close for 6th here. I think Kilmer got Culver, yes. Kilmer got Culver by less than...
Wow. Riley Kilmer just keeps rolling on. Keep in mind, she was in an early yellow last race, drove back to a transfer, then transfers again.
Less than 30 thousandths of a second.
That's
Riley
quick math,
Kilmer.
ladies and gentlemen, right there.
That's what I
Chris
do,
Muller.
man. English, can't handle it. Math, guy. 28 thousandths of a second. Riley Kilmer, best Dane Culver for the final transfer spot.
Josh Balicki adds himself to the history books here at the Chili Bowl as a main event winner. Hadn't done that yet. He adds an H-Main to his resume. So from what I'm hearing, I've heard from a couple of people up there, a little bit of it is just bottlenecking from all the teams to getting the transponders off and getting them turned.
Yeah.
And we'll see our tape ball.
Yeah.
It was over, I think it was close to 40 pounds this morning, the girls said when they walked in. So we'll talk about it at some
Where are they
point today.
weighing it? We don't have scales?
The scales. They had them set up.
Okay.
Yep. They had them. I don't know where they weighed it now, but after shootout, it was above. It was like 32
30
pounds.
something, yeah.
But
so NOS Energy Drink Ramp Cam,
and it's time for a NOS Energy Drink at some point here.
Yes, it is.
Chris, how are things at the top of the ramp?
Blake, things are getting intense. I just about got run over by about 3 or 4 different people. It's madness up here.
It's bad being
but,
a Chris up there.
It is bad being a Chris up here, but Josh Balicki looked really good over there, and now we get a little bit of a break, and you get your soup run started. What'd you think? You had to wait a little bit this morning, but off to a good start.
Yeah, it's off to a good start. It's always nice to win something here. Actually, this is the first time I've won something here, so it's pretty cool. I don't race. I haven't raced a midget since last year here, so off to a much better start. Hopefully we can keep the super run coming and make 1 more transfer, 2 more transfers, who knows?
Does it take long to get adjusted when you've been out of the car that long?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I felt pretty comfortable by the end of my prelim night. Unfortunately, I got tangled up with somebody. And then you wait all week again, so you have to drive again. So, I'm thinking, and coming from an asphalt background and a road course background, I have a lot of time to think when I'm driving those cars. You don't think a lot in this car, you just do. And that's kind of what bites me with these cars. So sometimes I just need to remind myself to turn my brain off. But having all week from Monday till today, there's a lot of time to think. So, I thought about that race a lot, and I actually had a plan. I didn't even do the plan. I was going to run the top. But happy that I was able to get these guys a win.
So far, so good for the Wisconsinite. That's Josh Balicki back here at the Chili Bowl. And Mitch Fabish, you're through 3, bud. You get a little bit of a break now, but you're going to have to work really hard when it comes up to the next one.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a soup run going. It's this car's rolling really nice, and boys are making it fast every time. So hopefully we can keep it going and go through a few more
Absolutely. I know you got a lot of folks back home tuning in. I know you got the All Blacks flag there too, giving them a good run.
Yeah, I got a lot of people back home that are supporting and a good crew that have come over with me. So, yeah, thanks to them.
Absolutely. Mitch Fabish, guys. That'll wrap up the H features.
BR Motorsports Ignitioneering Speed Shot, the newly groomed track, and cars down the ramp for the G-Main. G-Main #1 finally. 10 laps, but they're only taking 5 coming up here in this one. Zach Bowden and Connor Lee, row #1. Brody Wake and Chris Carroll, row #2. Dustin Smith and Brian Schwabauer in row 3. Austin Torgerson and Alex Midkiff in row 4. Scott Kruder and Aiden Gatewood in row 5. And then you move into the H-Main move-ups. It's Jacob Dykstra and Chris Andrews starting in row #6. Joining them, Cole Bodine and Alex Yankowski, Ryder LaPlante, and Austin Nye. 16 cars, 10 laps. Top 5 move out.
Not sure, but he's going to get back out there. One to go signal. This going to have to get refired here in a hurry.
So from the inside of the front row all the way to the back of the pack for him, that stinks for Bowden.
I just talked to Connor Thompson. He was there helping him out, and he said that there wasn't even a bleeder in there. It just went flat.
Wow. Interesting stuff. Thank you, Brian.
10 laps, top 5 moving. G-Main time as the afternoon gets underway here at the Chili Bowl. Connor Lee trying to lead him. He is shot out of a cannon down the back straightaway. Trying to follow him around the high side is Chris Carroll, as those two looking for a 1-2 run early. They've got it. Now let's get the ticker up and going. Smith was in the final transfer. Now make it mid-kiff, but it doesn't matter. Everybody will go single file as we've got one around in turn 2.
That's one of the Corey Cruzman. I think that's Austin Nye. Yep, in the 21K.
Make it turn 3 where Nye got around. Here's a look at the Eibach instant replay into the corner. Traffic jam. And getting the worst of it was Nye in the 21.
Somebody just launched over Alex Yankowski's left front tire too, so we'll keep an eye on that as they look to get Austin Nye pushed back off. Austin Nye, a veteran of Nottling Racing in Indiana, Micros, TQ Midgets, teaming up with Corey Cruzman.
Soup Runners, Andrew sits 11th at the moment with work to do.
Bodine in 12th. LaPlante didn't pick up much either.
Dykstra got a spot. Got to remember that they're starting like 11-12 now for where these transfers are going. So they don't have to make it a huge way, but they got to get going. Green is out once again. They doubled that up. So it's a full 10-lap distance for them. And once again, Connor Lee has got the early advantage. Brody Wake is sitting second. Carroll is third. Final transfer is the black and green 88. Oh, Austin Torgerson. Torgerson holds it. Advanced fourth. In fact, now it's the 40 of Smith sitting on the bubble.
How about Cole Bodine? He got around Midkiff, Schwarbauer now up to 6th, looking to get one more spot into a transfer. So Cole Bodine doing a solid job leading the charge from those coming I-Main, and he's trying to get that car wound up. Look at Midkiff now on the bottom side, trying to work around Brian Schwarbauer. Schwarbauer going the wrong direction, but back up front. Connor Lee's got company. Brody Wake in the 44K running second. Carroll third. It's Torgerson and Dustin Smith now in the 5th and final transfer spot.
Racetrack is really fast, Chris. 11-4s out there. That's like hot lap on prelim nights fast at the moment.
11-4 right now is Cole Bodine, who's sitting one spot out. He's in that red car for Cruz Pendergun. Starting to reel in Dustin Smith. So Dustin Smith's trying to keep pace here with Austin Torgerson, maybe get up underneath, but here comes Bodine, who's got good runs in this building, but he's only got 2 laps to get around Dustin Smith.
The 4D, it's the second car on your screen there, trying to hold off.
There's a big mistake.
Traffic jam, and it's going to be Carroll who gets the worst of it. Chris Carroll, 1 lap to save his Chili Bowl. Torgerson back to the inside on Bodine. They're both in transfer spots, though, as the checkered flag is out.
Wow.
Chris Carroll got the worst of that, going 3rd to 6th.
Something was going on with Chris Carroll there. Yeah. That's not as simple as he just fell back. I don't know if he couldn't get to a tear off or what was going on, but something was out of sorts for Chris.
Connor Lee, Brody Wake, Dustin Smith, who was 5th, gets to 3rd. Austin Torgerson 4, Cole Bodine 5. They will move up into the back of number 1. As here's the replay, and yeah, Carroll kind of out of sorts, middle of the back straightaway.
Yeah.
Something was dangling too on the back of his race car.
Got into 1 and 2, and yeah, that thing lost a ton of ground at the exit of 2 as well.
Something wasn't happy there for a lap or so, or potentially the last 2 laps.
So Carroll is done. We will not see a major soup run for him today. But 5 move forward and a second G-Main will get ready to make its way down the ramp. You'll see it here on the NOS Energy Drink ramp cam in just a matter of mere seconds. Let's check in up top. Earl Hoon with the K1 Race Gear interview.
Cole Bodine here with me. He started in row number 7. That's right, 13th, man, and you're going to move on. You took the white flag. You were still on the outside looking in until you came to turns 3 and 4. Walk me through it.
Well, man, we've been kicked down about all week. I mean, I'm in an awesome hot rod. Just everything hasn't went how we've wanted it to go, but you know, like Andy said, just throw my nuts over my shoulder and let her eat. And man, we were finally able to do that. I'm finally comfortable. You know, running this thing once a year isn't ideal, but man, I feel like every time we get out there, this thing just gets better and better.
Cole Bodine, guys, is moving on as Blake Anderson. How about this? You have someone special lined up with you.
I got Ricky Thornton Jr. Ricky, welcome back to Tulsa. How was the flight this morning?
Uneventful, which means good. We're here. Got to watch Cole go from 13th to 5th there, so hopefully we can keep the super run going.
How long you been here?
Not very long, probably a half hour or so.
All right, well, glad you made it last night. Not how you wanted to go, but give another shot later in the week, right?
Yeah, exactly. We'll run tonight, and I'll hop on a plane tomorrow, and hopefully get to run again tomorrow.
All right, we'll be watching you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good to see Ricky Thornton Jr. made it to Tulsa, guys.
Yeah, he spent a little bit of time in the Jacksonville airport. One of those things that kind of had to wait, right? Yeah, it's a good airport, but
not bad.
Jacksonville has an airport?
Yeah, they got a football team too.
Really?
G G feature number 2 out on the racetrack. Emilio Hoover in the 9 car will be your pole sitter for this one. Ty Gibbs, after a decent run in his first ever Chili Bowl pre-main, is going to be on the outside of the front row. Kyle Steffens, Robbie Price in row 2. Colby Stubblefield, Devin Dobie in row number 3. AJ Bender, Shannon McQueen in row 4. Joe Walker, Lane Goodman in row 5. Josh Balicki and Mitch Fabish. Mitch Fabish going for soup run number 4. Don Drow Jr., Sean Jackson, David Grasper, and Briley Kilmer are your other transfer cars from the I-Main now to the G. So a lot of eyes will be on Fabish. Of course, Ty Gibbs, very impressive to just show up in this building with no laps in a midget except for maybe a handful testing out at Millbridge a couple of weeks ago, and go run a prelim night, got caught up in an incident. But man, during hot laps on Sunday, when the track was about like this, he was pretty early. He looked really, really fast. Just needs to put it all together and get the racecraft thing figured out on the midget side.
Part of that thank you Joe Gibbs movement that has gotten started in
Wonder
the
how many thank
world.
you cards he got and calls from Christopher Bell between the shootout and then obviously just from all the fans that have been just loving this return of Bell to the Chili Bowl and the shootout. And not only that, but having Ty now get fully his arms wrapped around dirt racing, whether it's micros or midgets. And he's got his good buddy Taylor Gray back there, who's going to run his Xfinity car next year. And Taylor's already looking to getting behind the wheel this year, getting it so that he could show up next year and be with Ty. And I mean, it's crazy, just the surplus of pavement talent that now sees how fun this is and says, I want to try it.
Coming out and seeing if they can prove that they are just talent.
Yeah.
Chris and Caleb, you guys talked about Brian Walker's tweet about Mason Hannigan. I just asked Randy as he walked by, Randy, did you zip side of the throttle wide open? One answer, I did.
Yes.
Yes.
Mason's not going to need that. I talked to him morning after his...
Mason's not scared to run the hammer.
His prelim night, and he was so mad at himself.
Oh, yeah. He put out a couple Facebook posts, too. So here we go, looking for 5 more to move on up in the soup to the F. Green flag is out for our second G-Main.
There you go, Ty Gibbs. Nice launch off of turn 2.
He said the hardest part about running these midgets is how committed to the throttle you have to be. You just drive it with your right foot, not your hands. So he's getting it figured out around here.
Looks real smooth here early. As you look a little farther back, there's Kyle Steffens trying to hold off. I believe that's Colby Stubblefield. So that's your final transfer spot. Car number 23.
Steffens is just a little tight. See if that comes to him as this race gets a little longer in the tooth. Robbie Price from BC is third. Emilio Hoover second. Wheel stand down the front straightaway by Stubblefield as he's trying to chase.
Still trying to run him down. Bender's starting to close in as well as you look at that battle here. 5th, 6th, and 7th now on your screen. Everybody's still single file around the bottom. Ty Gibbs looking really good though out front as you watch that battle. Gibbs is absolutely hammering the throttle. 11.635 here in this second race after the rework. And just noticing his hands too. He's a lot smoother than he was on Sunday. Just starting to pick up the ebbs and flows of the race and really how to negotiate his turns.
Looks really natural.
Yeah.
They continue to run single file in behind them. This is 5th, 6th, and 7th that you're looking at. In fact, maybe 6, 7, and 8 with 51X of Walker. Just ahead of that group of 3 in your screen is a black and blue number 8 car of Kyle Steffens. And he's in the final transfer spot.
Lane Goodman coming to a stop up here in turn number 3 and 4, and that's going to bring out the yellow. Saw him pull up the racetrack into the crumbs. Mitch Fabish, our soup runner in this one, only up to 11, so it's going to need a little help here as the laps are just about empty. You're going to have a 2-lap shootout.
For Fabish, I mean, we were just watching 5, 6, 7, and 8 there for a couple of laps who were all making good laps, had speed. I mean, it's going to take a miracle out of them because, frankly, none of them are way, way off.
Yeah.
I mean, they could all break, they could all crash, but Fabish is going to need a huge helping hand to get anywhere close to this.
Running really solid and really hard on the bottom, and it's just, you got to wait for somebody to make the mistake at that point. Really hard to just drive around people, but you never know. We've seen the battle of attrition in some of the earlier mains today where if you can just keep your nose clean, you may pick off a couple, but 2 laps will be what's left as Terry Maddox gives them the 1 to go signal. Doesn't think Lane Goodman's going to get fired back off, so he'll head off the racetrack. And it'll be Ty Gibbs, Emilio Hoover, Robbie Price, Kyle Steffens, and Devin Doby, your 5 in as of now. Stubblefield and Bender, the first 2 on the outside looking in.
On the return to green, Robbie Price underneath Hoover. Steffens with the big wheel stand. That could cost him. Right timing for Doby up and around the outside. 1 to go. And here's for the final transfer on the final lap.
You think this track's juiced up? Oh, we got a big crash here in turn number 2 that's wadded up about 4 cars.
You mean about the 5 cars in between Mitch Fabish and the transfer spot?
Yeah, but Mitch Fabish is sitting there sideways.
Balicki's not.
No, he's not. Josh Balicki, the big winner out of that deal. So, looks like the Stubblefield machine. So, Colby Stubblefield was 6th. I think, is that Joe Walker, who was 7th, and Don Droud Jr. 8th. So 6th, 7th, and 8th come to a stop here with Mitch Fabish 9th. So AJ Bender is going to go from 10th to 6th as you look at the IBOC replay.
Don Droud kept it rolling somehow, but I'd be shocked if he doesn't have any damage to the front end of that 20 car or 22 car.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Stubblefield.
Is that a steering wheel slap?
That is the second time we've seen the short strike steering
There's more
wheel.
going on, guys. Emilio Hoover just stopped on the backstretch.
Yeah, it was just a steering wheel double tap on Walker's chassis. They're going to try and get this car back out of gear so they can roll away here and separate these 2 cars.
AJ's asking politely if Joe Walker would get out of his race car so they could talk a little more. Joe Walker wasn't listening. He's still looking over at it. Well, be interesting to see if Colby decides to wait at the top of the ramp. We haven't seen that yet.
So Hoover is not in the. Is he out there running still?
Or that's AJ
back
Bender.
up into 3rd.
Okay.
But he was. Yeah, I think I mixed up Hoover.
Okay. And I got to issue a quick correction. That battle that was on the screen was for 4th between Doby and Steffens. Those are both transfer spots.
I think
as
I mixed
of the
up
moment. So.
Hoover and Fabish maybe. Similar looking cars.
Walker gets pushed back off, so the only retiree out of that one's really going to be AJ Bender.
However, everybody else who stops goes to the back.
2-lap shootout. Ty Gibbs going to lead him back to green. Now Kyle Stephens will be in the hot seat. There's the battle there for the transfer spot as they come around. Ty Gibbs caution flag though waves. And unfortunately, that is once again the 21C of Colby Stubblefield.
So pull Stubblefield out. There goes Sean Jackson out of Bear, Delaware into the work area. Jackson would have been one of those cars that picked up a bunch of positions after that wreck coming out of turn number 2.
Josh Balicki 2 spots out, keeping his nose clean. Of course, talked to him earlier today, just trying to get readjusted. It's hard when you only race once a year in a midget across all the other disciplines of motorsports, including NASCAR starts. And looks like we're gonna go 1-lap shootout, so it'll be green and white together.
One of our pit reporters has got the mic open. I can hear it. The question is, what are they listening to? As you see you hear officials yapping in the background also. Oh, and
there's AJ Bender. Looks like that has settled down for now as Ty Gibbs, green and white together, just got to make it one more trip around the raceway as it'll be Gibbs and Price pulling away easily. Emilio Hoover in that 3rd spot, 23D of Devin Dobie. Kyle Stephens looking for insurance, not going to matter. Checker flag waves, and those are your 5 that advance on. Don Droud Jr. left on the outside looking in, so too Josh Balicki, the first 2 out and headed home, along with the rest of the field.
Got close for Droud, just not quite enough. Gibbs, Price, Huber, Dobie, and Stephens. Johnny Herrera cars have had some speed today, so it's been good to see.
Yeah.
As a group of collectively probably more disappointed but way less angry people walking up the ramp this time. Our NOS Energy Drink ramp cam. Big thank you to NOS Energy Drink. You and I and Clinton been fueled by NOS Energy Drink this week. There has been more than a few. They've got that cool stand right as you're coming in for the spectator gates where they are up there and handing out free samples. And, you know, free is wonderful and free NOS is even better. So nice of them to do that for us as they have kept us well juiced up, just like this racetrack, over the course of the Chili Bowl 2025, the 39th running of it. Look at track conditions as we speak it's an interesting little fold happening there as we need to go up top to Blake Anderson in the K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs, you add yourself to a main winner here at the Chili Bowl. How big has it been to work with these Chad Boat guys and get them feedback and kind of learn how to wheel one of these midgets?
Yeah, I don't know how much feedback I'm giving them. I think I'm getting a lot of feedback for how bad I suck, but it's only up from here. I'm having a lot of fun. It's cool to come out on top there, but now we're going to focus on the next main. I don't even know what this one is, but I'm having fun. I just really need to get laps, and this is really helping me out, so that was cool to get that.
You're on to an F. Congrats, Ty. And Chris Moore, you've got another guy at the back that he had a pretty eventful run there.
Yeah, back here with Kyle Stephens. Crew guy just came over to talk to him real quick. So they got to get set for this turnaround. Kyle, looked like you were running fourth there, going to cruise, and then the big wheel stand made your life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, not really used to that. When it happened, I was like, oh, man, he went by me, and I knew at that point, I actually thought I had to be top 4. So I kind of thought, man, we're not in, and he said top 5 when we got on the ramp. So I'm stoked to go one of these rounds. That's good. Get some more laps. Try to run these midgets more this year so I can get better at it.
How are you feeling about your chances? I know you're just looking for laps, but, hey, you never know what might happen here.
You never know. It's all about laps and luck at this place. I'm glad to be here. I just want to thank all my friends that are helping me, everybody on this team this week, and everybody back home. I really appreciate all you guys for helping me get here. That's what it's all about.
All right, there you go. Kyle Stephens, guys, looking for laps. He's going to get them after he transfers there.
Chris, I want to see him pull that kind of wheel stand in a Silver Crown car. Yeah. What do you think?
Yes, absolutely.
I appreciate Kyle for all the different racing that he does. And you know, it's tough to bounce back and forth, and I feel like he probably sees that more than he wants to and struggles at times, but man, it's cool that he's out here doing it.
You want to add a little something to it is he wasn't really a full-time racer. Like, he was a once-in-a-while guy up until about 4 or 5 years ago. So he's in, and he is in hard, that's for sure. As we look at F-Main number 1, Hayden Wise and Tom Harris in the front row of this. Ronnie Gardner, Mariah Eid in row number 2. Will Armitage and Kyle Bellum in row 3. Mason Hannigan and Kenny Johnson in row number 4. Rodney Westafer and Steve Buckwalter, row 5. And then Daniel Adler and Adam Trimble in row number 6. We're up to more lock-ins per feature coming forward now. We're also into less transfer ups here in just a bit and more laps. Jeffrey Abbey and Michael Hubert in the 8D and the 27, Max Adams in the 40, and then your 5 move-ups. Connor Lee, Brody Wake, Dustin Smith, Austin Torgerson, and Cole Bodine. It is a 20-car, 15-lap, 5 transfer F-Main. 20 cars, 15 laps, top 5 is the equation.
The RD stuff before we switch over to the SP right rears is, you know, it's been a change and an adjustment these guys have to make.
Lights are out, keeping an eye on the field as they go down the back straightaway. Ronnie Gardner, boy, how fired he was up on his prelim night after not doing as well in the heat race, having to go C to B, didn't make the A. Inside of row number 2, but it's Hayden Wise and Tom Harris in the front row. 15 laps, top 5, make it on to an E as they dive in turns 1 and 2. Wise with the whole shot. Here goes Tom Harris to second, Mariah E third, and then it's just a stack up there as one nearly stalls out in the back of the field. And that's Kenny Johnson, who's going to drop all the way near the tail end.
So bad for Johnson as from a transfer spot forward. And Tom Harris almost suffering from the same problem, only he'll lock her up and come to a stop. So getting outside and around in turns 3 and 4, treacherous.
I don't know that he locked it up more so than something's broke on that thing.
Hey, Caleb.
Hey, Chris.
You think Clinton's the right guy to be asking about tires right now?
Wow. Fair enough. Touche, my friend.
I had to. It was my first thought. I had to.
How long did you guys debate that up there before you decided to mic up and
I was just waiting for you to stop talking about it, but then we went green. It was too late.
He's still trying to...
I hear the laughs in the background.
Clinton, I love you, buddy.
That's funny. I appreciate the jab. I like that.
He's still trying to recover from America hating on him for his lack of enjoying cheese, so...
Oh, my
Anything
goodness.
that Moore can do to make a little comeback at this point in time.
Well, I'm glad you're ready to joke about it, Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? They can't go back and change anything now, so.
So it's Wise, Eid, Bellum, Gardner, and now Mason Hannigan, who started 7th, is going to be sitting in that 5th and final transfer spot. Hungry field behind with Armitage, Westafer, Buckwalter. Keeping an eye on our move-ups from the G. Connor Lee should be up to 11th.
For you guys up top, if Mason does make this in and through, he's probably going to be a great interview.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the Mason Hannigan experience on this one.
Oh, yeah.
This is only his 3rd midget race, Chris.
Yep.
Like, his 2nd was his prelim night of this. His 1st was DeCoin a few weeks back.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was fired up for this opportunity to run the Chili Bowl, having talked to him during the shootout. I mean, he was already looking ahead to running this event. I mean, obviously, he has been a shoe in the micro for quite some time now, running in Indiana, also traveling to some of the big shows and doing a nice job. And he really, really took his prelim night to heart and put several messages out on Facebook apologizing to all of his partners and his family. And it's like, dude, it's your first Chili Bowl. So he's fired up if he can make a soup run here.
Well, he's got a spot right now, like you said. It's a good group ahead of him, and it is a talented group pursuing him as we're back to green with 14 to go.
Somebody doesn't sound good as far as the motor's concerned, but a little bit farther back in the field is it's an all-female 1-2 with Hayden Wise and Mariah E pacing the field. There's a look back at Hannigan, who's going to look for insurance up over the berm. Easy does it. Trying to get underneath Ronnie Gardner. There's Will Armitage. One spot out. Coming through is Steve Buckwalter. What a move.
Buckwalter's got a lot of speed in the 25 car. He's watching to see if he can soak up the distance between himself and Hannigan. Hannigan eyeballing Ronnie Gardner, who wants another spot from Kyle Bellum. 3 in, 12 to go. Battle for the transfer is on.
Here comes Buck Walters, gonna fire one to the inside of Hannigan. Hannigan trying to pinch him, that little contact. Buck Walter is elbows up, Hannigan up and over the wall. He's gonna open the door for Armitage, who's gonna fire one to the inside.
Armitage coming after him as Hannigan rips a tear off, coming back after Steve Buck Walter.
Oh, look at Buck Walter's left front. Something's broke on the front end. Holy cow, he's still ripping it. Look at Buck Walter
Who
go.
needs a left front on Buck Walter? Goodness gracious, the guy running 5th.
Oh, he's got it. Oh,
he's all right.
The left front's like trying to climb into his cockpit.
Gas the shit out of that thing.
Down
Buck Walter's
straightaway.
Oh, and as soon as he dives to the bottom, he's going to throw it on the ground, and Armitage's going to try to root him off the bottom. They're halfway home. He still has 10 laps to try to figure this out here.
Front suspension be damned at the Chili Bowl.
The yellow will be his biggest nightmare right now. PSG, Steve Buckwalter.
He is hoping for it to stay wide open and green.
Oh, we'll see. Yellow's out.
Oh, boy. That's the 5A. Trying to find that on the ticker here.
Okay, so the ticker just got corrected. It's a
That should
15
be
lapper, not a
Trimble.
20.
Okay.
So now we're correct on the ticker for laps to go.
Adam Trimble in the 5A. There's Buck Walter. So Clint
Just
under yellow.
frame rail's dragging the ground. Go ahead, Brian, if you saw maybe what happened, but it looks like the left front shock just maybe fell off on the axle side.
It's a right front shock here on Trimble. It's the top of it where the eye has come apart from the shaft, and I guess they're just waiting on another shock here. They haven't even taken anything apart yet. They've got an impact down here, just taking a look at it and keep looking up the ramp. So
well, they're gonna get the one to go signal.
Here,
so
here comes a shock now, but they haven't even taken the other one off yet.
Yeah.
You know who could use a shock? Steve Buckwalter.
No kidding.
I mean, he's
no
pretty good
left
right
front
now.
shock. He's
pretty
just like,
fast.
hang on.
Oh boy.
You can see. I mean, he's trailing a nice little line behind the race car into the dirt.
You said that this start is going to be the problem for him on Buckwalter. Why?
I mean, it could be just the left front corner's so low, you don't know how the thing's going to react as soon as you get on the gas, but it's going to turn in the corners nice, that's for sure.
Well, Wise is going to get back in the gas with Mariah E., Kyle Bellum, Ronnie Gardner, and Buckwalter in tow. Got a decent start, did Steve Buckwalter, still hanging on. Really good start here. Meanwhile, side-by-side back for 6th. Side-by-side for 2nd. Kyle Bellum has 5 laps to go this time around.
Armitage and Hannigan both trying to get Buckwalter with the
Look
busted
at that
left
thing
front.
bouncing.
Hannigan hikes the left front and the left rear, trying to get Armitage. He'll lose a spot, so it's now up to Armitage to try to find his way around the busted Steve Buckwalter.
Oh, Steve's not going to make it easy, that's for sure.
Stevie B just learned how to drive a race car all over again. This is incredible.
What a performance from Buckwalter as we're coming into 2 to go. That's third and fourth
closing
ahead.
in on him. He is, and that's Rodney Gardner up ahead, and then RMS number 17 trying to get around Mariah E. Everybody around the bottom, and boy, Steve Buckwalter fast with no shock on the left front. White flag is out. He wants one more spot.
Wise is going to win this deal up ahead. That's for fourth. Gardner and Buckwalter hikes up on him. But what a run to the transfer for Steve Buckwalter. The Royersford Rocket.
Give me a t-shirt.
Give me 2.
Handshakes from the Rowdies.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And everyone up in the pit area, there's a lot to be learned from watching Steve Buckwalter right there about the attitude of your race car and how you can have speed inside this racetrack.
That was so cool. And we've seen some dope stuff here in this building, but that was next level. So they're gonna go.
Cool.
They're gonna go thrashing on the 25B.
Yeah, boys at the top of the ramp, you're gonna have an easy job right now covering this story.
Yeah.
No kidding. I mean, take nothing away from what Hayden Wise and the rest of the transfer cars looked like as far as speed, but just pure driving the absolute piss out of it with Steve Buckwalter. That was cool.
Oh, love it. Donnie Ray Crawford Legacy Foundation 2-seater is fired up and sounds like it's idling around the racetrack, waiting for its chance to let loose. They're going to have to come up. And first, everybody's looking at it going, what the hell?
Don't fix it too good.
Don't. Well, so I guess that's going to be one of the next funny. Yeah, they're going to have to fix
So
it.
there's a shock
but-
off the, coming off the top. The big question is what exactly is broke? And we think maybe the shock came off the bottom of the axle first. The follow-up is going to be what else got tore up in the process of finishing that race.
Guys, I'm going to pop in here real quick with the Royer Sherd Rocket, Stevie Buckwalter. Dude, everyone at home is rooting for you. What in the hell happened here to the left front?
Well, I think it was kind of my fault. There was a yellow that came out there early, and the Chili Bull's known for not going back a lap, so I tried to beat the guy to the line, and the car in front of me got out of the gas. I got in the back of him, but I'm guessing it ripped the shock off or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like that's what it did. When you were able to recognize that you were having some handling issues, I mean, what's the game plan from there on out?
Well, if I had a radius rod that size, I'd tell them just throw it on there, but I don't know. They're going to work on it to see if they can get it fixed.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Stevie Buckwalter, guys, what an unbelievable drive by the Royer Sherd Rocket.
I don't know how you do that, Clinton. Like, your mechanics obviously have to change when you're behind the wheel, but he figured it out and then got faster that he could have probably challenged for third or fourth.
Right, and that's what I mean when I say there's a lot to be learned by the attitude of his race car and how to make speed inside this building. His left front was down, creating right rear stability, and you know, your left front has that down-up transition that can create right rear grip and, you know, all these good things as opposed to just having, you know, that left front up in the air and all twisted up and, you know, not going fast. And it's something that, you know, I put a lot of attention in my race car on this week is trying to not have the front end too high to where it's doing the wheelies and doing all the crazy things that you can't create speed around this racetrack with. So, yeah, it's, you know, crazy to see him do that, but it may have not been as bad handling as we all think.
The visual of it was striking,
Yes.
that's for sure. Like, that first look that I had on it was the left front tire almost trying to climb over the hood or, like, sucking behind the left Nerf bar. All right, we have got more up at the top of the ramp with more stuff. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, Hayden Wise up here, the winner of that F feature. Hayden, how much does this mean to you here at the Chili Bowl to get a win, even in an F main?
Yeah, you know, it feels good. We just got to keep on going through the soup, making sure you get this car right. Car felt awesome there. Got to thank Brad, Mike, my dad, my pop for getting me out of here. And yeah, car felt good. Finally felt comfortable on the top. You know, it's my first Chili Bowl, so we're just trying to have fun, you know? So.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
There you go, Hayden Wise with an F main win, and she wants some more soup.
Guys, she's a gasser. I have the pleasure of watching her at Millbridge. She picked up her first couple of non-wing wins, just ripping the top for 30 laps, and that's hard to do at a place like Millbridge. And her uncle is Josh Wise, who, of course, many know in the racing community not only what a great driver he is, but also what a great, you know, when it comes to physical training and things like that.
Life coach almost.
Life coach.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to put it, life coach. And he handles all the Chevrolet drivers. But, yeah, good people to have in your corner. And she's going to have a bright future as they continue to thrash on Stevie Buckwalter's car. They're working on the right side, too. Well, they continue to work on Steve Buckwalter's car, and they'll have just a little bit of time left because F feature number 2 is out on the racetrack. And here's how they're going to go as the path gets tougher toward an E-Main. Zach Blurton and Cale Stelzig, your front row. Jace Park, Johnny Kent, row number 2. Joe Worth, Paul White make up row number 3. Riley Kreisel and Rowdy Kyle Busch in row number 4. Trey Zorn, Garrett Benson, G-Man is starting 10th in this one. Tanner Holm, Nathan Crane also in this one with Ace McCarthy, Jeffrey Newell. Boy, what a great 7th row with Logan Mitchell. And then your transfer cars, Ty Gibbs, Robbie Price, Emilio Hoover, Devin Dobie, and Kyle Steffens. Kyle Busch in his Chili Bowl effort, 7-2 in his heat race, put him 3rd in passing points, but unfortunately went backwards just barely in the qualifier, put him in a B and just couldn't get out of that. And we know the speed is there. Big Al on the wrenches. We'll see if he can make some passes here coming from the 4th row. But what a F main, Caleb. Garrett Benson, Ace McCarthy, Jeffrey Newell. This is a good one.
And more. We'll find out. Busch has only got to get 3 spots, but they're not going to be an easy 3 to pick up. He has at times looked very, very good, and at times looked like a little more seasoning would have done him a little more good here coming into this. We'll see how it turns out. We know he can race. The question is, So you got what it takes to get forward 3 spots here in this F.
Kreisel, the former POWRi War Sprint champ, was good on his prelim night as well. So lots of speed here in F feature number 2. It's underway. As they file down into 1 and 2, side by side, a little bit farther back. Worth to the inside here, mid-pack. And we'll keep an eye on Kyle Busch running that 51 car on the top, but lap number 1 goes to Zach Blurton with Stelzig, Park, Worth, and Kent, your top 5.
Right now, Busch caught around the outside, and I don't think that's the lane that he's going to want to be in, as Stelzig nosing ahead at the line. Stelzig and Blurton trying to get away. Worth, Park, Busch makes it into the final transfer spot, got off the top to the bottom of the racetrack.
Really good move to protect from Joe Worth as there was contact there. There's Garrett Benson trying to run the outside of that EA Stealth 7B.
It's a nice move by Busch to sneak another spot, but right through the middle. Beautiful job, split the difference. The 19K of Kreisel.
I said he looked fast in his prelim night. He's trying to show out here, going to go the long way around, going after 2-time Cup Series champ Kyle Busch here early in this one. That's the battle for the transfer spot.
The Dave.com car is Tanner Holmes, who started 11th in this.
Guys,
he's picked his way forward.
Yeah, there's Ty Gibbs. You think he doesn't want to get up here and drive right by Kyle?
Oh, but he got into the back end of Beelman. No, that's Tanner Holmes. Yeah. And that was 6th.
Holmes in the Beelman entry.
Yeah, you were right, though, Clint. You have no idea how bad he wants to get up and mix it up with that. Literally that bad.
Yeah.
He was fast, though. I mean, he picked off about 4 cars on that opening 2 laps, and I was like, oh, here he comes. Take a look at the replay here. Eibach replay. Tried to get around.
I mean, from that view right there, you don't see any contact, but I think there was.
Let's
get another look at it.
Oh,
yeah. Right front to left rear, and that's unfortunate for Tanner. I mean, he obviously just got spun out by Ty Gibbs, but a good job by Ty to avoid collecting himself.
Yes.
A lot to be said for that.
So that moves Gibbs to 6th, 1 spot out. He's got Kreisel and Busch ahead.
If he's allowed to keep the position.
True.
That is true.
That is still in question.
I haven't seen too many of those kind of penalties.
Yeah, definitely, you know, a lot stricter at the shootout than we are the Chili Bowl, and I think we got Earl up top.
Yeah, guys, just want to give you a little progress report here on Stevie Buckwater. If this race that's trackside now would have not gotten a yellow, they'd be in trouble. Luckily, they were able to buy some time. There's 20 people right now working on this front end. Cap Henry's here, Rodney Westhafer's here, Scott Kruder is here, just to name a few people, and Billy Van Inwingen, just to name a couple drivers and people here helping Stevie Buckwater. But this is an ever-going story here with the Royersford Rocket. The question is, are they gonna have enough time to make this other main event coming up?
Name dropping Earl Hoon Jr. up at the top of the ramp. Love it.
Sometimes the problem is you do have 20 people helping out.
Whereas 6 would be okay.
Work areas get that way.
I was gonna ask you that, Clint. When's enough? I mean, you can only put so many hands underneath the front end. One of these midgets, you know, how many people is, you know, too much?
That's easy to do as we go back green.
Kyle Busch to the outside. How about this?
Security.
Rowdy in front of the Rowdies puts it top shelf going into turns 3 and 4, trying to get around Zach Harrington.
Here comes Ty Gibbs.
Oh my goodness. Yep, you're right. Door opens, 3 wide. Gibbs on the bottom. And that Monster Energy 81, and Ty Gibbs just got to be patient here. You have plenty of time.
At the same time, there's a group coming behind him, too, that's fast. Kreisel and Garrett Benson who have got laps here. And Gibbs now in trouble as we split screen for you.
Yeah, he jumped the cushion in 1 and 2. Busch trying to battle for the race lead at the front of your field. And there's Ty Gibbs trying to crack the whip once again and get back inside the top 5. But Busch now going to put the absolute pedal to the metal here on the outside of the racetrack, sitting in that 2nd spot. But Riley Kreisel's not done. He's looking for 3rd.
Kyle Busch.
Lane's clogged in front of Ty Gibbs right now. He's got to find a way by one of these 2 guys, and up over the cushion again. Kreisel's headed the wrong direction.
All he has to do is get 1, though, and that's the thing. Gibbs doesn't have to get the whole group. Just get a car with 3 to go.
Yeah, I like Ty on the top of 1 and 2, bottom of 3 and 4. They're just, you got to find some sort of clean lane.
Might have it here with Worth on the bottom. They're starting to separate.
Yeah, really got to rotate it good, but Riley Kreisel slow in front. Gibbs stays in it. 2 to go.
Gonna have to stay committed to that high side here as Busch bobbles, drops a spot.
Yeah,
there's Gibbs.
That caused Kreisel to have to get down in the middle. He's going to go through the slick, and now it's still lane clogged ahead, but the white flag is out.
He got tightened 1 and 2. He's going to need big run down the backstretch.
Joe Worth trying to hang on to the final transfer spot off, but turn number 4, Gibbs can't get there. And his run ends 1 spot short. Caleb Stelzinger winner, Zach Blurton, Kyle Busch third, Riley Kreisel, and Joe Worth.
Cool. Jeffrey Newell from 14th got up to 7th too. Goodness gracious.
And fellas, guess who's getting ready to roll down the ramp?
Steve Buckwalter.
You're darn right.
How about that?
She's all put back together.
Clinton, if you're Ty Gibbs, what's the difference there in those closing last couple laps?
Riley Kreisel. I mean, it sounds bad, and I don't mean it in a bad way, but Riley making those mistakes up there just kind of clogged the lane for Ty. And if you really want to get down to it, the difference is when Ty got to the transfer spot on the bottom, he didn't make the move to clear himself to the top and, you know, keep charging forward. So, yeah, when Ty watches this back, I think he'll see, you know, right then is when I needed to make that move, and he could have kept on driving up through the field, I think, because he had the car speed to do it, but instead was clogged up kind of behind Kreisel and Joe Worth, and just, you know, could never find a lane to get by. One guy would get ahead on the top and then fall back, and Joe would get ahead on the bottom and fall back, and just, yeah, tough sledding right there for Ty Gibbs, but a great effort.
While the Donnie Ray Crawford Legacy Foundation 2-seater is out, let's go back up top of the ramp. Chris, hi Chris, it's Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Here with Kyle Busch. Tanner Thorson's telling him he's got it. He ran perfect. Kyle, how good did that feel to go 8th to 3rd, even 2nd at one point before a little bobble cost you a spot?
Yeah, I felt like I finally found a really good rhythm on the top right there, cruising, trying to get the lead, but not trying to overstep and screw up. And then when he slid up in front of me, the leader, it just kind of broke my momentum and messed me up, and took me a second to figure it back out. So all good, transfer, that's fine. Now I got to start a little deeper and try to pass some more cars. So it's a lot more fun when you're going forward. You know, the Lucas Oil FloRacing number 51 right here has got speed in it, it's got potential. Driver's definitely holding us back, so send it.
I was just going to ask, you think you got something to get this thing done and put on a show for these fans here in Tulsa?
I told Al, I said, if I can wheelie on a slick track, I'm going to be fast, so let's go.
There you go, guys. Definitely seems like a guy having fun. Blake Anderson's got a guy having fun, too, making his way through the soup.
Yeah, they got some changes happening here. Riley Kreisel, you fell back to 8th on the opening lap. At that point, do you realize, man, I got to get on this thing and go?
Yeah, you know, that first kind of lap, you know, everybody wants to kind of get to the bottom. We started there, so it was okay, but yeah, just kind of took a little bit to get the racetrack kind of cleaned off so we could get to the top. Kind of bummed, you know, we're buried, but we'll just keep going and see how far we can go.
You're going to make some swings at this thing. The last couple laps kind of seemed like you were fighting the car a little bit.
Yeah, we hung a little bit there at the very end. We'll kind of see. It's just so tricky getting in on the curb with it rolled up like that. So, yeah, we'll make a couple small changes here and just kind of see what we got.
All right, guys, Riley's comfortable in the car. Sounds like Kyle Busch is doing pretty good.
Blake, you'll be happy to know you just got Jelly of the Month clubbed.
Yep.
Why is that?
We had a visit from all 3 of our pit reporters up there during that situation.
All right, guys, we got cars rolling down the ramp. Thank you again for yeoman's duty up at the top. That was fun. E-feature number 1 on the track, GT versus Jason McDougal from the front row. Taylor Reimer's going to go off the inside of row number 2.
Hi, Clinton Boyles.
Our third row will be CJ Leary and Luke Storer. Cole Vanderheiden and KJ Snow in row 4. Brad Sweet and Casey Schumann in row number 5. Noah Harris, Matt Williamson are in row number 6. 7th row on back for this gigantic, again, I want to say 20-car field in the E-main event. Cale Coons and Jordan Mallet, and then Tanner Berryhill, the last of the lock-ins. Hayden Wise, Kyle Bellum, Mariah Eade, Ronnie Gardner, and Stevie B, Steve Buckwalter starting 20th. 20 cars, 15 laps, 5 transfer in E number 1. Another guy missing, Cole Vanderheiden.
He blew up yesterday. That's right, the rookie.
Yeah. So that'll shuffle Sweet up a row. Also, it looks like Storers dove down to the inside of row number 3. So they did more than just shuffle the rows. They crisscrossed a number of positions. as we are ready to go. From the high side, McDougal showing that same car speed from his prelim night. It is McDougal out in front early and stretching the advantage over Gary Taylor, CJ Leary. That's KJ Snow ripping the lip, and Taylor Reimer is on the final transfer bubble.
Taylor had an eventful prelim night too, got mired back in a heat race, had to recover from being upside down, made it to the prelim feature event as well, and there's Brad Sweet right behind as Reimer continues to try to chase down CJ Leary. Reimer in the hot seat though, opens the door on the bottom. Here comes Big Cat to the inside.
Nice run by Sweet down to the bottom, will make his way through 1 and 2, exit on the cushion and have the 5th and final transfer. Reimer hikes the left side up in the air and uses some spots to Sweet yellow lights out and around the racetrack as we've got one stopped at Hayden Wise.
How about Cale Coons? Like 14th to 7th here in the opening handful of laps. So the Joe Dooling 63 is ripping.
Where did Bellum start?
Kyle was slated to be outside of the 9th row.
Which all the entire outside row was up 2 rows of
spots,
basically,
yeah.
right? So
he's still up to 9th already, though. That's a nice little couple spots picked off early goings. Ronnie Gardner is coming. He's 13th at the moment. Still lots of time to sort this through as well as 4 and 11 to go. McDougal out in front comfortably before the caution lights came on.
Track's going to get top dominant here for a little while until it gets tricky, which won't take long. It's just, it's you know, that top's not all the way around the curve or the top of the racetrack right now, and so it's just going to be able to carry a lot of speed. Did you see Piglet checking out Hayden Wise's car?
Jerry Coons, Triple Crown winner right here, getting ready to let Cale know what to do. I didn't see what happened with Hayden Wise.
I did not either. I was just trying to interpret the hand signals from
Hayden was the cause of the caution. I think just going to get checked up. She was stopped in turn 4.
Could you interpret what Jerry was trying to tell Cale about circling up?
Keep it a tight circle. You know, come off the bottom of the straightaway, stay down in the moisture. You know, enter down in the moisture. Don't let your straightaways get wide and float and open up yourself to someone poking a nose in.
If you're Jason McDougal or even Gary Taylor, how much is this Clinton not necessarily a test session because you're still trying to obviously run hard and win the race, but setting yourself up of, okay, this is what it's like clean air. What do I need now when I'm going to be buried in the next one?
It's a lot. Yeah, Jason's going to be out here, you know, running laps hard, but, you know, really focusing on what does my car feel? You know, what am I going to need to be maneuverable as I go throughout the next race?
McDougal carrying the banner for Ramco Speed Group with that King Speedway Toyota under the hood. Leads the field back under the green flag with 11 to go.
He's up top. Gary Taylor down low, and Taylor doesn't let him get nearly as far out this time. KJ Snow in pursuit around the high groove. 1, 2, and 3, McDougal, Taylor, and Snow.
There goes Sweet because KJ couldn't get off the front straightaway wall, just sucked him in there.
There goes Kyle Bellum.
And Bellum from the...
Not all the way the
I was going to say, was he
pretty darn close.
Yeah, pretty close, but F-Main either way, one of the transfer cars now moving his way through, and he's got CJ Leary up ahead. That's the battle for the transfer spot as Brad Sweet hops up and over the cushion.
Clint was right. They quickly matriculated at the top of this speedway, at least within your top 7. Now the question is, what can you do while you're up there? As you see Snow get a little twitchy, and Bellum lose a whole bunch of ground that last time on the exit of 4.
And Taylor Reimer tried to get underneath Bellum. It didn't work this time. As you look at Boogie just out here ripping laps around the top side of the racetrack, 12.190. So racetrack slowing down. Obviously, it's technical now around the top side of the racetrack. Bellum, though, trying to get back towards CJ Leary. Coming this time around, 5 to go. He's got 5 laps to get there. Still a little ways ahead, but they could start battling up ahead. There's Brad Sweet trying to get to the inside of Gary Taylor. KJ Snow's there as well.
Sweet has actually made the bottom work here over the last couple of times around, although Snow finding rhythm up top with 4 laps left. KJ Snow goes bouncing, but has forward drive in the process. Oh, Taylor slow for a second on the top. Sweet past him. Snow up on him. They all avoid disasters. We're down to 3 to go.
It's bringing Kyle back into the picture as well, starting to close in. Will he have enough time as Leary continues to try to hound KJ Snow for 4th. Again, everybody inside here, the top 5 transfer spots, but Leary knows he's in the hot seat, and a really good corner there is going to open up the gap as off of 4, the white flag is out for Jason McDougal. Many thought he had a shot to win his prelim night or at least finish in the lock-in spot. And he's going to at least punch a ticket now to an E-Main as he wins E-Feature number 1. Gary Taylor, Brad Sweet, a good run for him from the mid-pack up to 3rd. KJ Snow and CJ Leary, your top 5 transfer cars. Bellum, a good effort though. Deep in this one to 6th, but unfortunately 1 spot out of the transfer spot.
Chili Bowl ends for all the drivers that do not make it through. We're in the process of narrowing this field down to 24 cars before tonight's A-Main event. Send another 15 home after that. E-Main at number 2 coming up, another 15 lapper with 5 transferring. We'll cut another 20 guys from the roster at this point in time. Got another 15 from the roster in 15 laps. More accurate. Been quite the traffic jam on the ramp today, but we're into those large main event portions of the day as well. As we get closer to opening ceremonies, closer to the night program. Don't forget, we also have the pole shuffle that is coming up before the A-Main tonight, where we will run our top 10 against each other to determine the top 10 starting spots in tonight's A-Main event. Cars are being waved down the ramp, and E2 getting ready to go. Again, E-Main events featuring cars that finish 21 through 24 on the preliminary night A feature, as well as the first non-transfer car from the B main event. Be a real test for a lot of these drivers who, again, this E feature, really decent amount of talent. 2 guys who led laps during their A main event, or at least were in the lead. I don't think Briggs Danner officially led a lap, but
I mean,
was darn close.
Not a complete lap. He led about half a corner.
Way more than you and I ever have.
You're darn right about that. I'm curious to see another driver. We talked about Jason McDougal, obviously, was running up front in his prelim night. So too, for a good chunk of it, was Carter Sarf. That car was absolutely on a rocket. Started to lose the handle a little bit, was still well inside the top 10. Fortunately, had a little bit of an issue there at the end of his race that put him back here in this E feature. But Chase Briscoe's, first of all, that car's been a rocket all weekend, but he's a little fired up here this week.
The word coming from that camp is that Carter feels like a lot was left on the table.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens going forward. We need to check in with our roll up top in a K1 Race Gear interview.
Jason McDougal here with me, guys. He's starting to converse with his crew here. Let him know that he's feeling a vibration or something. So you gonna think you know what the issue is here?
Well, if I knew, I'd fix it.
Sure. All right. Well, now you're in the E-Main. Things didn't really work out how you wanted to last night. So with you able to win this, were you able to learn to make any changes for the next one coming up?
Yeah, I learned that I need to fix my steering issue. Other than that, learn how to be better, I guess.
You heard it. Jason McDougal trying to find something there.
Jason McDougal trying to find something early. And Brad Sweet said the same. The top's treacherous, the bottom's slick. Is it trying to find the lesser of 2 evils out there?
Yeah, just trying to not make mistakes. It's definitely tricky right now. The cushion's really ledgy and you kind of slide to it. So like trying to hit it, with the right yaw and with the right amount of throttle, it's really easy to get tight or get yourself biking. And so it's just trying to get the car a little more balanced. I hope if we can get it right here, we can at least move forward and end on a good note, or maybe even transfer. So we'll see. The bottom off of 4 is losing a lot of grip. There's still a decent bottom in 1 and 2 if you hit it just right. We'll see with that tricky cushion. I'm sure there's gonna be some adversity here in this next race.
I feel like tricky, to me, watching you race for a long time kind of fits into your wheelhouse. Do you feel that way?
If it was a wing sprint car and I could, kind of go across the middle and hit the groove, yeah. But in a midget, tricky is kind of an added element of like, sometimes you're on 2 wheels and uncomfortable at times, but I'm having fun and Yeah, it was. I wasn't bad there. I want to actually get my car a little better here because I think you could get going if you get it right.
It was interesting, guys, when he came up, listening to Brad interact with his crew and kind of telling him what he wanted, what he was looking for, and how he thought they could get there.
And he quickly calls Ronnie Gardner over to chat about that too more as well.
As we watch him make a shock adjustment.
Yeah, we did that too.
To the cars they're sitting in there. So here's E2, Chance Morton, Bradley Cox, Zach Weigel, Cameron LaRose, Shelby Hinton, and Justin Zimmerman. Carter Sarf from Briggs Danner, Kyle Jones and Cody Swanson, Aiden Price and Zach Dahm are rows 1 through 6. Wesley Smith and Riker Pacer in row number 7. Brandon Welty, the final of the lock-ins to the E. Caleb Stelzik, Zach Blurton, Kyle Busch, Riley Kreisel, and Joe Worth will be working from the back of the pack to move forward.
You think about it too, the psyche of a driver like Briggs Danner, who obviously, one mistake costed himself at a prelim win, but at the same time, like, how do you change your psyche and understand, okay, like, I think maybe the aggressiveness was a little too much at that one point in the race, but at this time, like, the car's fast.
Yeah.
You're fast.
He's got 96 hours to deal with it at this point. But
I think if anything, I'm going to go out here and be aggressive again. I don't think you want to be timid and then kick yourself in the butt like, man, I left some on the table. I think you want to go for it. You're really fast. Let's get after it. Let's do it.
Morton and Cox front row. E-feature number 2 is underway. Looking for 5 more to head to the D's. Morton goes up the hill, takes the line away as 45B and Bradley Cox sells into second. There's Carter Sarf on the bottom, looking for 1. He's got 2. Getting around Shelby Hinton, now setting his sights on 3rd. He's got it over Cox. So, first of all, Zach Weigel took the lead. Absolute monster of a start in that CB Industries 89. And Carter Sarf catfishing, looking for 2nd.
It's a nice, smooth move down to the bottom for Sarth to get out of the traffic he was in and start kind of going one-on-one for the position. Weigel and Morton and Sarf 1, 2, and 3. Down on the bottom there is Sarf watching the battle for the lead ahead of him as Morton pulls the wheel stand and still makes the pass for the top spot.
You think Chance Morton wants to lead this race? Holy cow, kept his foot in it, but there goes back to the whip. Zach Weigel can't complete the slider, opens up the door for Carter Sarf on the inside, and now Sarf gonna roll the bottom looking for the lead here. Just a handful of laps in.
3 cars battling for 1 spot. Big mistake from Weigel. That car got a little sideways in the corner. As for the lead, there is Sarf all the way to the cushion. Morton charging back underneath. But Sarf had it at the line and has it exiting turn number 2.
All while this is going on, Briggs Danner continues to sit just outside the transfer spot, but he's duking it out right now with Bradley Cox for that 5th spot. As you look farther back, there's Kyle Jones leading the charge with Cox. Also, Zach Dahm in the picture there on the bottom in that trifecta 7U.
Dahm trying to make up for last night, which was not up to his standards or his preliminary night. He'll work the bottom. Coming off the 2nd corner, he is after Jones, and that is for 5th. They're both chasing Briggs Danner here, beyond halfway in this feature.
Just watching out the window, Clint, the exit of turn 4 on the outside. They are absolutely just slamming against some sort of ledge or a cushion. Oh, in the wall with Shelby Hinton there as he's trying to run down Carter Sarf.
Yeah, the curve is built up nasty around the Expo Raceway right now. It's massive. The last thing you want to do is blow through it and get stuck up in the thick stuff. So these guys getting tested here early on in this E-feature number 2.
Zach Dahm on the charge, looking for Briggs Danner and a spot in the top 5 to move on. That's the gap for the final transfer spot. This time around, it'll be 3 laps to go, Caleb Hart.
Danner trying to keep Dahm at bay. Dahm down to the low side in 1 and 2. Comes up short through the corner. He's got Jones rolling in on him. Traffic jam, one up and over the cushion and cost him a transfer spot.
2 for 1, Kyle Jones, but it's not going to last. What a move, though, as Morton tries to get back underneath him, and he does. White flag is out. This is the battle. Oh, Zach Dahm into the wall and upside down.
What a terrible turn of events.
Oh, that steering came out so fast.
Yeah. And here's the thing. On the last completed, depending on how many guys were through, Kyle Jones might have that 5th and final transfer back.
According to the scoring loop as it shows, Kyle Jones is in 5th. Chance Morton now 1 spot out. But what a move after Morton jumped the cushion, left the door open, and Kyle Jones, a little 2-for-1 special, but Zach Dahm not happy, and boy, it's been a rough.
You might want to cover your children's eyes.
Yeah, he's looking, he's hunting.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Was that to Kyle Jones?
Yeah, guys, Kyle made a late, I wouldn't even call it a late lane change. Came off the bottom and was getting back to the top, and Zach was to his outside. I mean, that's really hard racing right there for that final transfer spot as we get a look at our iBox Springs instant replay, and you know, there's Jones coming to the top and just really doesn't know Zach's there. I mean, Zach's in a really bad spot, not any doing of his own. Just, yeah, I mean, that's a tough situation. That is a pretty late lane change.
Man, and you saw how quickly the steering wheel came out, and Zach.
Yeah. Zach just won Kyle to, you know, remember that I'm out there. He was involved in the battle, you know, and it wasn't like they just drove away from Zach. And so I understand Zach's frustrations without a doubt. That, you know, late lane change by Kyle there, and Zach racing really hard for a transfer spot, and you know, rightfully so.
That's a lonely walk back up to the pit area, and Zach Dahm's Chili Bowl for this year comes to a close.
Not the week that Trifecta Motorsports 7U as Zach Dahm was wanting, that's for sure.
So much promise in that camp, as we'll get the one-to-go signal this time. Should be a 2-lap shootout here, so that moves, well, it really keeps Chance Morton back in the game. Aiden Price in his Chili Bowl rookie effort for Mark Daly now up to 7.
1 through 5, Sarf, Hinton, Weigel, Danner, and Jones coming into a green-white checkered restart. Sarf gonna go in really low into 1 and 2. That's hitting up on the high side. Weigel down low as the field will work to the white flag. One more time around. Sarf, big challenge from Hinton upstairs. Hinton finds some momentum back straightaway, gonna pull ahead. Sarf down low, but this one on the final lap stolen away by Shelby Hinton. Sarf 2, Weigel 3. Give 4 to Danner, 5 to Jones, as Price snuck 6th at the very end.
Kind of a statement there for Shelby Hinton. Say, don't forget about me. You guys keep talking about Carter Sarf and Kyle Jones, Briggs Danner. I'm here to play, and boy, it has been a rough Chili Bowl for Bob East and the Klatt group, but
that's a ripper right there.
That was impressive.
Guys, we're down to the last page.
Stop.
Sorry.
I know.
2 Ds, 2 Cs, 2 Bs, an A main, and a pole shuffle in there somewhere. Left here on your Chili Bowl Saturday, the final race at the Expo Raceway for this run before it gets deconstructed and put away for 11 months. Sad but exciting as well, as getting ever closer to giving out the Golden Driller here on FloRacing. Big thank you for all you guys from wherever you're tuned in. Big thank you to our other broadcast partners, including Hyper Racing and Race Car Engineering, Competition Suspension, and Rod End Supply, Impact Race Gear, Wedge Karts, TJ Forged, and Buzzy Racing. Looking up top at the Flying A Motorsports Pit Cam. Thank you to them for that. Winners Performance has brought you our past winners all week long here on the broadcast. Of course, our speed shots covered by BR Motorsports and their ignitioneering department. IBOC has been part of our instant replay all the way back into the shootout. K1 Race Gear, our interview sponsor, up at the top of the ramp. NOS Energy Drink gets the ramp cam the whole way through, and no Dirt Draft hot laps today, but there has been soup contests all day long on Dirt Draft. Hopefully you guys have been playing in and along.
Thanks for the reminder, Caleb. Actually, the Chili Bowl A main Dirt Draft locks in C feature number 1, so we're getting down to the nitty gritty here.
Good timing. I believe we need to check in up top. You do that. We'll check in up top with the K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, just a second here as Shelby Hinton talks to Bob East, legendary Bob East. And we'll grab a word with Shelby. Shelby, were you surprised to see the high side open there after that restart?
I mean, not really from his view. I mean, he doesn't know me. Not that I am anybody, but like he was fine running the bottom. I was just trying to give it everything I had to win it. You know, every spot in these mains means something on Saturday. So, you know, I don't think if he had ran the top, I don't think would have got him there. But and he wasn't trying to do anything stupid, which I'm thankful he didn't, go to the right, come to the line or anything. But I mean, I feel really good right now. I think especially in this D-main and further, it's going to get even tougher and going to need some brakes, maybe some cautions or something. But we'll see what we can do.
They're making a lot of changes on this 4-car, and Chris Moore, you have.
Yeah, Kevin's going to have work to do here to get in here.
Weave through.
Kyle, obviously good news, you're able to transfer. You had the incident there with Zach Dahm. He wasn't too happy with you. What was your perspective on that?
I mean, it was really hard racing. I mean, we're racing for the transfer. I really hate that it happened like that. If anybody in the building that I don't want to get into, it's those guys. Those guys do anything for me, and I do anything for them. Hate that it happened. We had I think the 4th or 5th place car was backing up to us, and we just all kind of were on top of each other. And the next thing I know, he's up in the dirt and turning around backwards. So no, I hate it for them guys, and I hate it for them. And I'm happy for my guys, right? But it's not really how I wanted it to happen. I mean, it's Chili Bowl and it's tough, and we both had some rough nights. But just happy for my guys, Dan Manier, Pro Power Sports. They put a really great car together, and we had a rough year last year. We're still rolling right now, so that's part of it, right? But like I said, just apologize to them.
I was just going to ask you, right? Got to still feel good to still be racing after how quickly last year got cut short.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year was just absolutely miserable. I got to watch every race after the heat race on Monday night, so it was miserable. I got to just experience this, sitting in the stands watching. So, much better this year. Like I said, really happy for Dan and Amanda and just putting this car where it belongs.
All right, there you go, guys. Kyle Jones, more work to do, but he's happy to still be racing.
Here we are, we're D's now. D-Mains are also 15 lappers with 5 transfer. They're 20-car lineups again, it looks like. Reese Nowatarski starts on the pole of this one with Ryan Timms next to him. Harry Stewart and Stevie Sussex the third in row number 2. Drake Edwards and Trevor Klein in row 3. Frankie Guarini and the GOAT of the Expo, Sammy Swindell, outside row number 4. Hunter Schoenberg, Parker Jones, row number 5. Carson Bolden and Wout Hoffmans are row number 6. 7th row, David Camfield Jr. and T-Mains. Bradley Fazard was the last of the lock-ins. Jason McDougall, Gary Taylor, Brad Sweet, KJ Snow, and CJ Leary make up the rest of the lineup. Little international flavor in this one between Harry Stewart and Wout Hoffmans. T-Mains did not make it back to the building. Birth of a child today. So.
Yeah, congratulations. Him and his girlfriend welcoming a child to the world, and had to get quickly run to the airport, I believe, last night. So we wish them the best. Wish you were here, T-Mains, but congratulations. Meanwhile, back under the green flag we go with our first D feature of the night, looking for 5.
AG Garfield coming to green. Ryan Timms, big wheel stand, but before anything else happens, the yellow flag comes out. We'll try this a second time. Possibly with a new front row.
I was about to say, nobody stopped on the racetrack, and unless it's the old debris caution, I would expect to see Terry let us know if we have a new front row.
I feel like we've seen worse starts.
Yeah.
Reports of debris on the front straightaway from the production team. Thank you, guys. So, a second try.
Oh. If it was a muffler, I'd be surprised not to see someone get sent off.
It'd be pretty evident relatively quickly as to who wouldn't have the muffler on.
It seems like that's kind of maybe what they're looking for. We're still under yellow.
And one going up the ramp. Is that Nowatarski? It is. So Reese Nowatarski.
Wow, pole sitter.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the culprit.
Shuffle everybody up on the inside row.
Harry Stewart will take that. He'll be the new pole man as you look at the muffler being collected.
Tough way for your bull to end.
No kidding. So Harry Stewart and now Ryan Timms, your front row. As Edwards will line up inside row number 2, and we're under the green flag yet again.
Traffic jam into 1 through the mid pack. Stewart lifts the front end up. Timms straightens it out mid-corner, but gets back to the gas pedal and will lead the first lap. Top 5 after 1 is going to have to take a complete reset because Brad Sweet slows up to a stop in turn 3.
It's been an odd Chili Bowl, Clinton, for the whole RMS team. Just doesn't seem like they've had it. Between him and Baston even too.
Right, never got clicking on all cylinders, it doesn't seem like, and just, you know, I don't know the balance in those cars ever got to where these drivers need it to be to go out here and compete, and not the only team we've seen that out of.
You don't hear the smart teams here talking about engines and horsepower. The two things you hear them talk about, what they're searching for, balance and grip.
Yep.
And you're right, it just never seems like Brad has had an abundance of either. As talented as he is, he's managed to keep the car going forward, but they're still hunting.
Third time maybe is a charm. Stewart and Ryan Timms lead him in 1 and 2. Careful, several up and over the berm on the inside. As they'll drag race into 3, and now Ryan Timms will cut across the nose and lead lap number 1.
It's almost just sheer force of will from Ryan Timms. The car, I don't think the car is perfect yet, but boy, is he driving it so hard and making it around the racetrack. He'll continue to lead. That is Sussex the third, up and around the top of the green car. Going for second was Stewart, fourth and fifth right in behind him. It is Edwards in the 3P, Edwards Drake version. And Frankie Guarini, who's been trying to get around the top. Guarini now getting big time pressure. Trevor Klein trying to steal that away from him.
Yeah, Klein has been really good on the bottom all Chili Bowl. He's going to now go to the top side. This time right behind. I believe that's the 80 to 63 of Guarini. And unfortunately for Klein, comes to a stop as just got caught up right behind Guarini, who jumped up over the cushion. And that was the battle for the transfer spot with Klein approaching.
Treacherous-ish cushion. We'll watch it again. Here comes Guarini. Sails it in, hits it wrong. Klein climbs up and over and comes to a stop.
If only his right rear didn't get caught in the Nerf bar, I thought he maybe could drive out of it, but locked the rear tires up, engine shuts off, and now Trevor will have to do it the hard way from deep in this field. He's going to line back up 17th. And you can see him shaking his head. Tough break for the driver out of Mooresville, North Carolina, Millbridge Speedway track champion a couple years ago. So Guarini will hang on to that 5th spot. That moves Carson Bolden now in the catbird seat of being on the first guy on the outside looking in. As far as our transfer cars, McDougal still slotted in what will be 15th, Leary in 16th. So a lot of work still to do, and as everybody's single file now, lights are out, coming back to green with 11 laps left to go in our first D feature. Sussex, good restart now to the bottom. Going to try to challenge Ryan Timms, but Timms gets a full head of steam into turns 3 and 4. Bottom side, and well, 3 and 4. How about this? Drake Edwards making it work, trying to get up Harry Stewart. That's for the 3rd spot.
Anybody you can put in your rearview mirror right now that you don't have to try to pass again is a major benefit. Edwards down on the bottom.
Got one around in turn 3, and that's Jason McDougal.
Not made great progress on this, although 14th with some time to go. Timms, Sussex, Stewart, Edwards, Guarini, and it's now Sammy Swindell. One spot out on the outside looking in. iBock replay once again, and here's how it happened.
Looped it around on the bottom. Don't know if he had contact, hard to tell.
Yeah, it's that cell with Drake back there.
Was complaining of problems in his steering before, but multiple reports of little assistance for J-Mac.
Curious to see how aggressive Sammy Swindell gets. We commented all Chili Bowl how good those cars have looked for the first time in several years. Going to a ripper this year as down the hill they go. Ryan Timms, Stevie Sussex, Harry Stewart, Drake Edwards, and Frank Guarini.
Wasn't a great restart for Sammy, but he's going to get a second shot at it as KJ Snow is facing the wrong direction, coming out of corner number 4. And one upside down, and Brad Sweet continuing to have a challenging run.
Brad out of the race car already, and good to see. Interesting spot, though, where he was at as compared to where the initial yellow for KJ Snow was, and Brad's looking for somebody. All right, hearing there is more to the story, possibly with Jason McDougal. As you take, and McDougal being put up the ramp. So we talked about the contact potentially in 3 and 4 with Jason McDougal. Well, here in 1 and 2, Boogie, right rear. Oh boy. All right, well, there you have it.
Guys, head on a swivel top of the ramp. Both teams will be up there, and it won't take too long.
Brad's just going to take the ride back, so looking forward to a big year for the Big Cat and the whole Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series team coming up in just a couple of months. It's 9 laps still to go in this one. Plenty of time for some movers and shakers. Gary Taylor up to the 9th spot from the E feature. As Brad sits in the work area. See Lacey Doyle there, and yeah, she just said, up the ramp.
Let's go. All right, guys, team number 2 coming up ramp. We've got action on the track. See if there's any off of it.
9 to go. D feature number 1.
Tim's figuring it out. At first, starter 2 didn't look so great. He has really turned it on from there.
Nice move to the inside for Drake Edwards to get up underneath Harry Stewart, and Stevie Sussex to move himself into that 2nd spot.
Frankie Carini is 5th. Sammy Swindell is at 6th with Carson Bolden and Gary Taylor. Sammy just trying to find drive. He finds it there.
If Sammy could put 3 good laps together, he'd have a shot at it. Just always tight down here at 3 and 4.
Talked about how twitchy his race car was too earlier in the week, and
struggling to find that feel that he wants.
He's got company too. Carson Bolden is there, but again, that's outside the transfer battle. 5 laps to go though. Inside that transfer battle, it's gonna be Stevie Sussex and Harry Stewart going at it for 3rd, and Sussex had the drive, but there goes Stewart back around the outside.
Not a whole lot of time left.
Sammy's closing in though.
He's been better on the bottom of 3 and 4 than he was up and around the top, but he's lane blocked unless he's gonna root Guarini out of the way.
Yes, not time for a lane change there. He's better on the top of 1 and 2.
Ryan Tim's gonna see the twin sticks in the air.
2 to go.
Here comes CJ Leary past Sammy Swindell, looking to make a move on this final 2 circuits.
Now CJ's got the Ally 55 ribbon, may have an opportunity. Leary, late charge here from the E-Main, trying to get around Frankie Guarini. White flag's out, he may already have it. At the line, he's got it by a nose. He'll drive off at turn number 2, and Leary, but that's gonna come back.
Oh, who had it at the line?
It shows Leary did. So with the majority of the field through, it should stick, and now plugged into the inside jersey barrier.
Carson Bolton's car.
And Carson was...
He was up there. He had been in 7th.
Yeah.
And starting to fade. Faded back to 15th, lost scored lap. All right, CJ Leary grabs the final transfer. We'll get green-white checkered style coming up as soon as the lineup's right. So Bolden, see if he can fire back up and join at the back of the field and get a finish.
Tim's, by the way, was way out in front. He hit that curb on exit of turn number 4, launched him into the front straightaway wall, and it left a giant tire mark down the front straightaway, and he had to run the bottom. Gave him a little pucker factor moment.
Yeah.
So even though you're out front, you don't think
Still
he's driving
tough.
hard? Yeah, exactly.
He had over a 4-second advantage before that yellow came out.
Caution lights still on around the Expo Raceway.
Official up here by the top of turn number 4, checking things out. Not sure what he's looking for.
There we go.
Make his way back down.
All right. Does Frankie Guarini have a counterpunch to CJ Leary's late charge, as Leary's looking to make it through 2 here in the late part of our elimination mains, as Timms will lead him back to the green flag. It's a 2-lap shootout. Drake Edwards, though, was thinking about the lead. And there's Leary wanting more. Oh, man, got pinched to the outside by Sussex. Will go to the inside. White flag is out. Leary's got another spot. Here comes Frankie Guarini. Stevie Sussex now. You've got a bullseye on your back. And around the outside, 2 for 1, KJ Snow. What a move. Final corner. Ryan Timms gonna win it, and how about that for KJ Snow? Was 7th on the final restart. He takes home 4th.
He just sold out on the high side, huh?
Yeah, that was incredible. We're talking about a car that's had balance and been so consistent all week long. KJ Snow in that 8K has been extremely good.
Leary sneaks in there in that 5th spot after having 4th, but wow, Timms, Edwards, Stewart, Snow, and Leary moving on to a C main.
5 drivers make the night program there. That is cool, and that's one of those last benchmarks of, all right, I want to run after opening ceremonies. 5 more drivers will do that coming up here in D main at number 2. As we have 15 more laps and 5 more guys moving up, 15 more heading home after this. Whew.
That was cool. I need to go back and see just, I mean, he came out of nowhere, KJ Snow.
That traffic jam on the bottom to middle of turn number 1, KJ went all the way up and around, and he just had a clean path and cut a great lap to do it. Timing was right. Snow, good race car driver, good race car. And it all added up. Let's go talk to KJ Snow. Chris Moore's got him at the top of the ramp with the K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. He's got a fired up crew, and why not? 7th to 4th on the final lap. Could you dream of hitting the top any better for 1 lap?
No, I'm not very comfortable in these things, but I guess it didn't show out there. I had a couple bad laps, and I was kind of beating myself up, but I knew I just had to clean it up. And, you know, the Beeson, Hard A, Panther City Resources, Brock, you know, just everybody that's helping me, that believes in me, and happy to be in the C main. This is the furthest I've gone, so let's see if we can go 1 more and get to the B.
All right, keep your chili bowl rolling, man. Good luck.
Thank you, appreciate it.
There you go, KJ Snow putting on a show in the final lap. Earl?
We're going to move it. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it on this on the move. CJ Leary started 20th. Man, this car really came alive at the end of that race.
Yeah, I finally got the car sorted out where I could rip the top hard. It was fun racing with my good friend Jason McDougall there in the back. Alex Bowman puts a lot of work into this, and we're going to give it 100% and, you know, see if we can make it. We definitely deserved to run 3rd on our prelim night, and had a guy ruin our week, and we're going to try and make up for it. So thanks to all these guys for helping out all week, and see where we end up.
Guys, CJ Leary, he's not only on the move out trackside, he's on the move back in the pit area.
And so's our cam op Kevin, man, doing the backward shuffle.
Hey, listen,
wow.
We have a lot. We got the best cameramen in the business in this building this week. And I mean, our boy Kevin up top here, as we said, we've been pulling him, we've been pushing him in this area, there, and that, and he's doing an incredible job.
Yeah. Blake said it best. Kevin's a badass.
Yes. To that point, one of our cameramen here, Dean Mills, his mom, is watching tonight. She's watched like 95% of the laps of all these broadcasts, and she's turning a very special number. I can't give that number away publicly, but Dean wanted to make sure that I acknowledged Bev for all of her watching at that number that she's about to turn. So, huge race fan, probably one of the biggest Kyle Larson fans on the planet. So,
happy early birthday.
Yes. Here it is, D2, last chance to make the night program for Garrett Williamson and Spencer Baston, Michelle Decker and Michael Pickens, Alex Bright, Nick Drake, Ethan Mitchell and Mario Klauser, Chase McDermott and Danny Wood, RJ Johnson, Arizona version, and Andrew Deal out of Caney, Kansas. 7th row, Kyler Johnson and Caleb Montgomery, Steven Shabester, the last of the lock-ins, and then the move-ups from the E, Shelby Hinton, Carter Sarf, Zach Weigel, Briggs Danner, and Kyle Jones. Loaded D main event with only 5 moving forward. But get through this D, start picking some cars off in the C, and anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if it's going to be around the top side here. I mean, I've got my eye, too, on Ethan Mitchell. Lil Bundy, I mean, he lets it rip around the outside. Doesn't matter.
You can have your eye anywhere because Pickens was so good last night before he stalled it.
Lights out, coming to green. Our second and final D feature before we get to the night program. 15 laps, top 5 to the C.
Good start, Williamson. Get that nose ahead in the corner that he needs. Got to the cushion, and Pickens stuck the bottom, something serious. To the point where he shows a nose, drives underneath, and Pickens on the very first lap has got the lead.
Yeah, Williamson back to second. Baston, here he comes, starting to reel back in. Garrett Williamson, Michelle Decker in 4th, and Nick Drake, your top 5 as of now. As you look back to that battle with Williamson, and here comes Spencer Baston to the bottom and across the nose.
He wants second spot in a hurry. He's got it. Williamson cannot get back underneath him. Coming out of 2. Spencer right the rim. He can. He's got second, and he's going to try to get to Pickens and run him down.
Alex Bright waiting in the wings there as well in the 5th and final transfer spot as Ethan Mitchell got around Nick Drake, so they're going backwards. Bright now trying to challenge Michelle Decker, doing an absolute excellent job trying to hold on to that 4th spot.
Alex Bright, new team for him this year, trying to be the missing ingredient for putting a car into the A main event. Nothing would mean more to them. As Williamson getting squirrely in front of Decker, it's allowing Little Bundy to get up and around the top and challenge for a transfer.
Yeah, he's going to go high, wide, and handsome here as they're just absolutely stacked up in a train on the inside here into turn number 3. Alex Bright up the hill, contact with Mitchell. They stay in it, and how about Ethan Mitchell now is going to get dive to the bottom, but Chase McDermott got around as they just nose to tail, nowhere to go. There goes McDermott up and under. Michelle Decker, caution flag waves.
Oh, that huge move from McDermott is going to get negated by that yellow flag coming out. Decker just around the bottom, and that's where she has been all race long, but to the point where it had plugged that line. Unless you could drive around her, you weren't getting underneath her. McDermott, the one guy who found space, but ill-timed yellow flag for him, and now slot him back another spot.
16th to 9th for Shelby Hinton on the move in the clat number 4.
And that's Weigel from that same main right behind Hinton. All right, so let's look at the incident for the yellow, and wow. Wow. All right, so right now Pickens is still in place. They might call that an inadvertent flagman's yellow.
Seems fair enough.
Yeah, I would think so. We saw one of those earlier in the week too as well. They were pretty quick on the trigger.
Of the many resources we have, we are not clued into the officials radio channel, so that is one discussion that we are not a part of, nor are partial to. Don't get to hear it. We got to find out with the rest of you guys. He's got second still and the lights are out. Pickens, Baston, Garrett Williamson, Michelle Decker, Chase McDermott is 5, with Bright, Little Bundy, Drake, Hinton, and Weigel rounding out the top 10 behind him.
9 laps to go. McDermott in the hot seat in that 5th and final transfer spot. We're back under the green flag, and Pickens to the bottom wants the lead.
Baston says, nuh-uh, mine now. Driving up, around, and away as here resumes that battle back and around the final transfer. Decker up high, walking down low on McDermott.
Michelle Decker saying, you want to go around me, you got to go the long way, and absolutely got speared there from McDermott. You don't think these drivers are anxious now, 6 laps to go, trying to get around Michelle Decker.
Big move for Shelby Hinton there to get the outside of McDermott. That's going to be the difference in him transferring and not.
Shelby Hinton hanging it out here on the outside of the Expo, 5 laps to go.
Hinton's got 4th here. Bright has got 5th, so it's the GetAClue.com white-green car in the 5th position as we sit. He's gone to the bottom to block. It's Little Bundy up and around the top, and Decker hoping for a mistake down low.
Yeah, she's still rolling the bottom. There's McDermott continues to hound. I'm surprised McDermott doesn't just jump to the outside. They're racing hard behind. Carter Sarf coming into the picture as well. There's Little Bundy.
Oh, caution, guys. Turn 3 and 4. McDermott's turned around.
Oh.
McDermott got in, I believe, behind Bundy. Or, excuse me, Carter Sarf, and climbed over Carter's left sides and spun it out.
They were all jockeying for basically 6th on back. So we look at the Eibach replay. McDermott just straddling the berm there on the bottom. That's Decker to the right of your screen. And into view. Oh my goodness. Went up the racetrack. Let's see from this angle. Just got caught in the slick.
Shelby Hinton up to 3rd. Not done yet.
No. Shelby Hinton wants to win this thing.
We have seen...
Shelby Hinton has the fastest lap of the entire race.
Well, we have seen that team and that car put together soup runs before.
16-3, and the Rowdies letting them know they see what's happening here. Trying to get a couple more. Every position matters.
He's got the car speed to get Pickens here.
Lights are out. I don't know that Pickens realized we were going back green there, guys.
Down to the bottom, Pickens with a shot for a second, and Baston spins the tires coming off at 2. Meanwhile, there's Bright knifing ahead of Williamson for 4th. Williamson down to the bottom, and he's now in the rocking chair position. So Little Bundy.
Oh, big move here for Shelby Hinton. Caught Michael Pickens. Pickens just barely burped the throttle. Fire one back in 1 and 2. Really good battle here for the 2nd spot. As those cars have pulled away, coming to the white flag for your race leader, Spencer Baston. But transfer battle's not over yet either.
Yeah, Bundy got him. So Ethan Mitchell up and around the top. There's Sarf carrying the berm the whole way around to get a run on Bundy. Bundy down to the bottom. Williamson up and around the top for the final run into the C main event. It is Mitchell going to hold on.
Wow. Carter Sarf ran the apron line in 1 and 2 to try to get it to stick. But Bundy hangs on, man. Ethan Mitchell. So it's Baston, Pickens, Hinton, Bright, and Mitchell moving on. Sarf 1 spot out in a valiant effort from the E-Main. But Shelby Hinton, the big story in this one, 16-3.
He's now put a couple of them together and goes to the night show. As that is it for D main events here at the Chili Bowl. Meanwhile, we need to kick things up top. It's a K1 Race Gear interview with Blake Anderson.
Oh, you got Shelby Hinton here. Shelby, not dead yet. Nice run.
Yeah, before we rolled down the ramp, my dad, funny enough, and it stuck with me. My dad said everybody in this pit area doesn't want to quit racing yet. So I figured I ain't got nothing to lose. It's go or go home, you know. Man, I'm giving it everything I got. Bob doesn't get enough credit for how good that car is. When we have it right and we have a good racetrack, I mean, that thing is lights out. I mean, not that I'm doing anything spectacular, but like that thing's a rocket right now, and I hope here in a minute for the C's, I know they're going to do track work, I'm sure. I hope we have the same good racetrack, good curb, you know, because not everyone has the car to run a curb like that, and that's what kills people. And that, like, as soon as they go to the bottom, that's free lane. Yeah, when I got to, like, we had that restart, and I was in, like, 9th, I kept telling myself, I ain't dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I didn't expect to get to 3rd. I figured I'd get, like, last transfer, but, you know, 3rd's more spots. Get to start on the outside now. I'm looking forward to see.
Man, we've seen that Terry Clatone, Bob East Ranch 4 do some special things in this building before, and I think you're knocking on the door. Congratulations, Shelby.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, like I said, I got to give all credit to Bob. Bob knows what he's doing in this building. The last 2 years, we always struggle until the B main, and then A-main feature time on our prelim, we always get tangled up in something moving forward. And at least I get to show it on Saturday.
The pride of Double E, Louisiana stays alive, guys. Bob East hustling back to the car to get it dialed for the C-main coming up in a bit.
In the infield, as these guys get ready for the pole shuffle, he has been hands-on. So kudos to Kale, Mr. Versatility, trying to help out his teammates here in the pole shuffle. As here we go, the 10 and 9 seeds. Brenham Crouch going to be the first to be pushed off alongside Dason Pursley.
Round 1 begins. Crouch, who drew the 10, has the most gain here. He can roll all the way up 9 spots if he can make it. This is a time trial contest. 3 laps on the clock. And the green is out in the very first lap, so no warm-up laps here.
Pursley ended hot laps in 7th, Crouch in 10th out of the 10 drivers here, so see if any adjustments pay dividends as the green flag, again, lap number 1 in the books. Crouch quicker, 12.8, make that Pursley a 12.107. Significantly quicker than Brenham Crouch.
Pursley, big hiccup through the corner. See what times look like here on the flip side. He gets faster at 12.049. Crouch knocked a bunch of time off, but he's not anywhere close to Dason yet. 3rd and final lap. Pursley 11.998. Got closer.
Crouch got in the ballpark. Pursley never really even put like a, overly clean lap together either. So I think there's still some time to be found for him, and he gets a second here to go to his shock knobs and try to figure something out.
All right, Ryan Burnell coming out to the racetrack. Your runner-up on Thursday night.
One thing to think about, Shane Golovich's the crew chief on all these cars that are locked in, and he's in his car also.
Yeah.
Got to be super organized for the crew guys there to be able to make all the adjustments needed.
Off and running with the green flag. Big hiccup on the tires from Burnell. As times will start rolling in with Dason Pursley coming off of corner number 4. Pursley.
12.035, lap number 1 for Dason, and a 12.314 for Ryan Burnell. So again, Pursley significantly quicker than his counterpart here in round number 2.
He's into the 11s, big time. 11.754 is Pursley. Burnell into the 11.9s. One more lap around to decide it. Pursley, 12.0. Here's Burnell. He needs to shave 2/10. He does not.
Guys, I said it last night during the pole shuffle draw. I said Dason's going to make some moves here in the pole shuffle.
Keep in mind that he's now has 6 more laps on this racetrack than his next competitor.
See if he can continue to just spiral this thing, get her wound up and going. As your next driver out is Shane Golovic. Shane Golovic, Monday night's runner-up, led a good chunk of that race before Larson got him late.
Yeah, I'm interesting to see here because I know Shane has been one of the fastest cars all week in the building, going up against arguably one of the best at qualifying. So be a good test here for Dason, and of course with Shane and all the speed that the Matt Wood Racing cars have had, as the green flag is in the air. Lap number 1, 12.185 for Dason, 12.2 for Shane.
Everyone watch how Dason kind of enters with his right rear above it right there. I think that's, able to create a lot of exit speed for him down the front stretch and down the back stretch.
Big second lap down to a 12.030 for Dason, still quicker by 2/10.
Golovic's really struggling with the race car here. He has not had a clean 1 and 2 yet.
Oh,
Golovic's trying to enter underneath the curve opposite of Dason, and man, you just got to hit it so perfect, and be interesting to see if anyone else can pick out that Dason's entering right rear above it.
Well, Dason's now jumped from 9th on the pole shuffle draw to potentially 7th or 6th or 7th starting spot.
Yep, Gavin Miller's turn to try to knock him off. Last night's runner-up. It is Miller versus Pursley. Pursley's going to get more of a run at the green flag this time. Last time he got to it a little bit late and hurt his time on the first lap. See what Gavin can do. A lot cleaner 1 and 2 than Golubic ever got. First time to the line, and that is a good lap for Pursley at 11.687.
Yeah, I don't think if they don't enter a right rear above it like Dason is, they're not going to have a prayer. He's almost getting both rear tires above it in 3 and 4 right now.
Look at that, how that car handles through the bumps too as well in 1 and 2, but you're right. Right rear up and over the cushion. Gavin Miller down to a 12.128, but not even close in the ballpark as Pursley will take another round.
He's now advanced from 9, and now he'll start no worse than 6th. With a chance to advance up to 5, as now we're into the top 5, your prelim night winners. And this was the matchup on Wednesday. Emerson Axum and Dason Pursley now take on each other once again. Pursley getting the benefit of having run a lot of laps, having some rhythm, but more importantly, the track knowledge as we roll the green.
I was about to say, he lined up where he wanted to launch from.
Yeah, watch Emerson. He followed a lot closer so he can keep an eye on what Dason's doing.
Emerson tied up on the cushion off of turn number 2, lost a little bit of time. Lap 1 for Dason Pursley. Can his run continue? 11.824. Axum with a 12.646.
Oh, not going to get it there.
No.
Emerson, big bounce coming out of 2.
Dason's full hero send right now, guys. He's
11.6.
both rears above it. Look at that.
A second better than Axum that last time around. He's going to have one shot, Emerson.
Man. Pick a track to qualify on inside this building. It's absolutely hero status. Incredible stuff right now.
Dason Pursley's march up through the pole shuffle continues.
It's Thorson-esque.
Yep.
I don't know that anyone's going to be able to figure this thing out in 3 laps the way Dason has in 15-ish.
And the difference is, Clinton, remember, they don't have, they're not at the staging area. They can't look at their phone and watch what he's doing.
Yeah.
They're going off the big screen, and that's kind of small to see from there.
If they can see it.
They can't see it from there.
So Thorson's turn, your Thursday night feature winner.
See if Thorson can figure it out.
Pretty smooth through 1 and 2. Pursley throws down the gauntlet at 11.7.
Oh man, how both rear tires are above the cushion.
Versus 12.2.
It's just not the same.
Yeah.
You just don't get that grip and that run all the way through the corner.
White flag is out. 11.734 still the quickest for Pursley. 12.2 or 12.1 I should say. Yeah, 12.185 for Thorson. Tanner Thorson hiked the front end up there in 3 and 4. That will kill the end of his lap. Pursley 11.693 moves on. So starting 5th is Thorson. And Dason Pursley's march up the leaderboard continues. And boy, the Rowdies are getting into it as well.
I don't know that anyone's going to be able to stop him at this point.
Well, Logan's going to get a good look at what he's doing at least. No, he's not. Drives right past him. Logan says, hey, you can catch me if you want to. Because he's going to roll for the green flag first. And there goes Logan up and above at 1 and 2. So Pursley's guaranteed himself a no worse than 4th place starting spot.
Dason's done it for so many laps now.
Yeah.
Got heat in his tires. I mean, there's so many things that factor into this.
Logan quicker by the narrowest of margins, 2 1/1000ths of a second. So it's Seavey over Pursley by an inch. Lap number 2, Pursley back to the top, 11.752.
Logan's got to get real fast here, real clean, and I don't know if that's enough. Let's find out. Got into the 11.8s, but it's not enough. Pursley gets him by a 1/10 of a second.
So Seavey will start 4th. Dason Pursley a top 3 starting spot potential now with what began as 9th.
Can he ascend to the front row?
Oh, this would be probably the biggest run, yeah.
Only Landon Brooks stands in between him. Brooks. Skips getting into 3, but this is just coming to the green flag. It'll cost him a little forward drive. Something sounds different about the timber of the engines at the moment out there. I wonder if it's Brooks.
I wonder if Dason's not doing this yet. He's out of gas. Dason's out of fuel right now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, he's 100% out of fuel.
And yet he's still a 10th
Oh
quicker.
my goodness.
Well, something stopped him.
Well, they let him fuel up.
No, there's no way they let him fuel up.
Even
Kyle,
if
Kyle
this
gets
runs
the pole
over?
for free.
Wow.
No. I mean, Brooks can take the pole from Kyle, but here's the thing.
Brooks is slower than Dayson right now.
Yeah, Brooks still hasn't completed his run, though.
He's got one more lap to figure it out.
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, that's wild. Well, he's got to come out and cut it better than 12.6.
No way they let him fuel up, right?
Yeah, I mean.
No chance. Granted, we've never seen a 9-3 run before. Yeah.
No kidding. Oh, Landon Brooks.
Kyle's out there.
Okay,
Dayson's done, right?
Yeah. Wait.
I mean, Dayson was faster, but I guess if you don't finish the run, maybe?
I thought they would just let Kyle either hot lap or give him the pole, but
it's a good question.
You're right. I guess if you don't complete the 3 laps, that run's negated. So Brooks versus Larson. Larson quicker on lap 1 by a second.
Brooks's first lap was not quicker than Dayson's.
No.
Oh, hey, going up to ride the wall is Larson.
Yeah, Kyle plugged the fence both ends in that lap right there.
Brooks now has a 12.5. Larson at a 12.0 and to the checkered
Oh,
flag.
wow. Holy cow. Kyle almost just junked that thing.
Well, his run's complete. And with that, after the pole shuffle, Kyle Larson gonna sit on the pole for the 2025 edition of the Chili Bowl Nationals, going for Chili Bowl Championship number 3. Brooks will be on the outside of the front row, and Dayson Pursley, heartbreak, running out of fuel, but hey, he's gonna start 3rd.
Fascinating how that run went down. Pursley, obviously, your gigantic winner out of that, picking up 6 spots.
Caleb Hart, I just talked to an official, and they said exactly what you guys were suspecting. Got to complete the run.
Yeah, so although he was quicker and Brooks had 1 more lap, I was just curious if they're gonna let Landon run a lap to try to knock him off, but that's right, can't get all 3 laps in and negate your run, but still. What a run for Dayson, though.
All right, pole shuffle is done. Speaking of which, the story of the last 5 minutes is Dayson Pursley. Earl Hoon has got him with a K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, guys, got Dayson Pursley here with me. Buddy, you're going to start 3rd come the AA main, and we were just debating on maybe what the ruling is, what it should be. Obviously, you ran out of fuel, and they told you to take it to the top of the ramp. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just created a new rule, I guess. I don't know if anybody, maybe even tried to play that out, but yeah, once it cut out once, I just knew it was an unfortunate circumstance, but I don't know what they could do different on that rule, because you're out there racing, and then no matter if you stop or whatever, you're always going to be up the ramp. So yeah, just unfortunate, but the CB Industries, Toyota Racing, Not Sending Drink, Pristine Auction, 86 is on rails once again. I feel like it's almost like an unfair advantage when you're out there like that and you just get to ripping by yourself. So yeah, cards on rails. Hopefully I didn't show everyone the line a little bit too early here tonight, but nonetheless, it boosted our starting position huge, and that's what you need to do to capitalize on winning these races. So going to be a long 40 laps here, and trying to chase down that Larson car is going to be tricky, but nonetheless, I feel like we're capable of doing it, and I'm going to go out here and give it my all.
You were running a very unique line out there to where you pretty much had both rear tires above the cushion. Do you think that's still going to be the line come tonight's 40-lap A main event, or do you think you might have to switch something?
You'll probably have to switch something for sure. I mean, I think Larson kind of showed us that line, as everyone was saying on Flow. It's the Larson line. So, yeah, I was looking forward to trying to race him and seeing if I can do a little bit better than he can. But, yeah, nonetheless, it was fun, and I think it is definitely going to move around a little bit. I think we just caught that track rework when it gets on the fence. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. So, yeah, just caught a lucky break and everything, and was able to do it while nobody else was. And then looked like Logan tried to do something a little bit different than everyone else is doing, and still, he looked like a little tied up there. So, yeah, just felt like this thing's really good, and it fits my driving style nicely, and I think it'll be a long 40, good, grueling laps here.
Guys, for a person that has ran out of fuel, it's all smiles here at the CB Industries camp, because they are going to be in the hunt come a little later on.
C feature number 1 is Trey Marcham and Sia Sam Johnson on the front row. Kyle Cummins and Derek Hagar in row number 2. Freddie Bacon and Tanner Carrick in row 3, TJ Smith and Steven Snyder Jr. in row number 4, Ricky Thornton Jr. and Dalton Gabbard in row number 5, row 6, Roger Crockett and Daniel Robinson. Moving on, row number 7 for this C feature number 1 is going to feature Colby Copeland and Billy V. Then Jeff Stassa and Ryan Timms. Timms the first move up from the D feature. Drake Edwards, Harry Stewart, KJ Snow, and CJ Leary. 20 cars, again, 15 laps the distance, and we're only moving 5 forward into the back of B main number 1.
Clinton, if you're CJ or KJ, I mean, obviously you gotta go,
yeah.
but it's a difficult task with kind of what we saw in the D feature after the pole shuffle with kind of the rework a little bit. So how much do you temper being aggressive, but also probably going to pick off at least a few with maybe some attrition here?
Yeah, I think you got to be probably more on the aggressive side than not to start here. The track's going to be fast-paced, so if you're taking it easy, it's going to be, you know, these other guys are going to drive away from you. I just don't think you'll be able to make up ground if you're taking it too cautious, but you may be able to sneak a few here if you can just pick the empty lane, whether it's the bottom or the top, and hope that the other one bottles up a little bit. But man, we just haven't seen the bottom stick around at the start of these races very well all week long. So I don't think we'll be on the bottom here for more than maybe a lap or two before these guys are up hammering it.
About to find out how it plays out. Marcham and Johnson front row looking 4 spots into the B main event. They'll bring 3 more drivers with them. We're green on C number 1. Down on the low side, Trey Marcham, lots of laps around the Expo, bringing Sia Sam with him up and around the top. See if Clinton's prediction pulls out right. Right now, you got a lot of them spread out side by side through the field with a lap in. Johnson, Marcham, Cummins, Hagar, and Bacon are your top 5.
Yep, going according to plan up to the top side. A lot of the drivers starting to migrate here on lap number 2 as take a look back at Tanner Carrick now going to the bottom, trying to protect that spot. That's the 5th and final transfer spot, but there it goes. Kyle Cummins trying to add some insurance across the nose of Eric Hagar. They battle for position here from 3rd on back.
Hagar, the multi-time Monday night winner, having to scramble to make the show this year up through the C, using the low groove and the multicolored number 98. Cummins up on top, the white and blue 3 car as they duke it out side by side. They are 3rd, 4th, and that is TJ Smith in the 14J sitting 5th right now. Yellow lights out around the track.
Ricky Thornton Jr. picked off 2 here early to get up to 8th. But you're right, TJ Smith up to 5th as we get another debris caution. Man, that's another wheel cover.
Yeah, bolt your wheel covers in harder, guys. Come on.
We had one fly off.
Off the Robert Bell car,
Yeah.
I was told earlier. Somebody got a souvenir that's worth all of about $5 worth of sheet metal. Johnson and Marcham are 1 and 2. Cody Cordell taking a peek at it going, whose is that? We need to have a conversation. Cummins 3, Carrick 4. That was the battle you were watching on screen. And guys, it's been one of the best stories of the week. And TJ Smith taking a late ride from Rosenboom Racing as his car owner had to go home and address wildfires in LA situation in Mitchell Johnson. Smith now sitting here 5th in the C with a chance to advance to the B.
Yeah, got to still be on attack mode for sure, though. Derek Hagar's been really fast. Brady's been coming up through there. Keep an eye on some of our transfer cars. KJ up 2 spots to 17th. CJ still back in 20th. Ryan Timms did pick off a couple as well to get up to 14th, but still plenty of time here with 11 to go.
Johnson will bring him back to restart with Marcham following him as yellow lights come back on. Saw Marcham reaching his hand out the window to give the signal to throttle down in behind him. So field will stay.
Yeah, to the tail for, is it Cummins? Yeah, Kyle Cummins to the tail, guys. Right rear mud cover's gone.
There it is.
There's your offender.
Wow.
That hurts for Cummins.
Cummins inside the top 5, started the race in 3rd, and now has got his work cut out for him.
Give the position, the final transfer spot now to Derek Hager and slide everybody else up 1 spot closer to it.
The mud covers have been something that's a hot topic for the last 5 years or so. And that is very clearly stated, you know, on each entry form sent out to these drivers and teams that you will not lose your mud covers inside here. That is not acceptable. And
came after a rash of them, started flying out into the outdoor venues, right? And they changed the entirety of the rule behind it in terms of number of mounting points and how you were doing it.
Yep.
Lights are out, coming back to green with 11 laps to go. That'll move Derek Hager to 5th. Brady Bacon 1 spot out as we're back to racing here in C feature number 1.
For that 5th and final transfer, Bacon down on the inside, looking for racing room underneath Hagar. Hagar gets back down low to make the block. Keep your eyes on Steven Snyder Jr. Starting to work the top to find a lane, as there goes Smith picking up another car. TJ Smith is up to 3rd. It's Marcham throwing out the anchor at the moment around the high groove.
Leading the groove on the bottom, TJ Smith making that Jody Rosenboom car absolutely dig. As you look a little farther back, RTJ starting to creep into the picture. He wants a shot at a top 5 and a chance to move on.
He is on the outside looking in right now as he's trying to rally up and in. He is in 6th, looking for 5th. Marcham strung out on the high groove by Hagar. Now Carrick moves up in front of him. The white and blue 19 of Ricky Thornton Jr. and Brady Bacon right behind him, 6th and 7th, trying to keep their Chili Bowl rolling.
Ryan Timms from 17th up to 10th. He is on the charge now, starting to get that KKM 67 wound back up. We'll go double box. Battle for the lead on your left and battle for the transfer spot on your right.
On the right-hand side, Marcham continuing. He has been committed to the top now for a little bit of time. Hagar has not moved off the bottom of this raceway, and Thornton Jr. just trying to find a way to get past either one of them and keep racing. Marcham down off the cushion. What incredible launch for him. Hagar just steady around the low side, and Thornton Jr. is going to change to the high side to see if he can drive around Derek Hagar.
Look at Trey Marcham starting to use what Dason Pursley, Clint Boyles was doing up and over the cushion, especially right here in turn 3, and use the ramp down the hill.
Yeah, he's starting to get it ran into where it's a little bit smoother and kind of cleaned off, not so crumbly. We're seeing a lot of guys getting their right rears up above it.
Now there's some distance created between Hagar and Thornton Jr., who did not have the best last lap, as it is Johnson with 2 to go, and TJ Smith still stalking him out front.
Yeah, TJ right now just trying to be patient. He knows he can't really make a Hail Mary move, but knows that he's got the field coming. As you continue to watch this torrid battle, here comes Derek Hagar looking for a little added insurance on Trey Marcham.
Those two just looking for one more clean lap where they don't collide into each other. They are 4th and 5th in the line. 1 through 3 will cross. 4th and 5th, it changes, but nobody from the outside gets in, as Marcham and Hagar will make their way through. Johnson wins. Smith 2, Carrick 3, Marcham 4, Hagar 5. They'll keep racing. Thornton Jr., Bacon, Timms all the way to 8th. Snyder Jr. and Copeland round out the top 10, but for anybody behind 5, pack on up and go home.
Yeah, valiant effort for Ryan Timms. He started to figure it out there late, just was mired back in traffic. The highest mover up from the D feature, but TJ Smith, that car looks stout on the bottom end of this racetrack.
As let's go up top. He has been a great story all Chili Bowl long. Blake Anderson with the K1 Race Gear interview, and TJ Smith.
TJ Smith, how the heck are you doing this? I was talking to your car owner there, Jody Rosenboom, as you're rolling up the ramp, and he goes, that guy can just flat out drive. You got this right about less than a week ago, and here you are, you're in the B main, 1 main short of dancing in the A main.
Man, he gave me one hell of a race car. You know, every time we've hit the track this week, we've been fast, and I knew it was going to be treacherous up top there, and a couple lanes opened up early. Like, I was just hoping to pass 1 or 2 cars and squeak in, but man, we ran the leader down there for a minute, and I just knew I had to settle in and be smart. We'll make a couple small changes and get a little better for this B main.
A little less slinger that could, right?
Yeah, man, this little S-slinger run's really good.
It's working for TJ Smith. Pretty darn impressive, Chris Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Blake. Got Derek Hagar here. Man, you had to fight for your life down there on the bottom. How hard is it to stick the bottom, not make any mistakes, knowing what's on the line there?
Oh, man, it's really tough, especially with the cars that we have behind us. You know, I was telling AG that it just feels like it don't have enough gear for me to get up against the curb. It just bogs motor down and wants to hike the front end up, so I was married to the bottom and just try to be patient. Try to keep the guy in front of me to where somebody couldn't get a run and do a slide job on him and get me too. So just had to fight for it. You know, we had Brady Bacon and all them guys behind us. I knew they were probably breathing down our neck, but we held on and got that final transfer and go to the B main.
All right, good luck.
Appreciate it.
Hold on, Chris, real quick. Derek, 10 years ago, you got shot. Now you're in the B main. wild.
It is wild, man. Tulsa's full of all kind of surprises.
Man, we were talking about it. He got shot in an establishment 10 years ago. The bullet went through the building, and here we go.
Establishment.
Hot lead. What a cool story. Yeah, hot lead, exactly. Plenty hot.
So I have to ask Scott Cook about that story.
Yeah, there you go.
He must have been in there for dinner.
Yeah. Here's your lineup for C feature number 2. Jake Buback on the pole of this one, with Brody Fusen to his outside, Dylan Welch to the inside of row number 2, Andrew Felker to the outside in the 11A. Row number 3 is Jake Swanson and Jonathan Beeson. Row 4 making up with Chris Wyndham and Alex Sewell. Top 10 starting spots go to Hayden Reinbold and JJ Yaley. Starting 11 tonight, Kevin Thomas Jr. in the ABR 55X, who was outside Matt Sherrill in the Second Opinion Auto 2D. Row number 6, Cap Henry, Public Ohio native, on the inside of row number 7, who's outside the youngster, Dominic Gordon, out of Clovis, California. Rylan Gray and Spencer Basin, your first transfer car from the D. Also following Spencer, Michael Pickens, Shelby Hinton, Alex Bright, and Carter Sarv. Boy, some big-time movers here from the back of the field.
Yeah, Baston and Pickens have to be really excited, too, for the surface that we have out there.
And by guys, I mean me. Swanson and KTJ. Gonna try to add 2 more for Alex Bowman.
There's your one for the night.
Yep.
It's all right.
My eyes are going all over this field right now. I'm looking at like, oh, I'm watching him. I'm watching him. Watching him. It's going to be fun, but the lights are out. We are going to look for 5 more to tag the tail of B feature number 2 and have one step closer to a Chili Bowl Nationals A main start. Jake Buback, Brody Fusen, your front row. Lights are out. We're green. Fusen way up high around the top side of the cushion. There comes Dylan Welch looking for second to the inside. The John and Ken number 68. Caution flag is out, and we've got a parking lot down in turns number 2, and that's Michael Pickens, Rylan Gray, and couldn't see the number.
Henry.
Cap Henry.
IBOC replay will show us how it all went down, Chris.
Yeah, just jockeying for position down here. It's going to be about middle of your screen. Oh.
Wow, look at how long Hayden Reinbold was stalled there.
And he got pushed back off courtesy of a little tap in the tail, but that could have been disastrous for Hayden Reinbold. That was happening around the 9th and 10th positions on the racetrack, as Michael Pickens will look to get fired back off, one of our D-Main transfers.
So it's the inside lane from about 5th row back.
Not to interrupt you,
No,
Caleb,
you're
but
good.
Cap Henry has a Nerf bar into his right rear tire.
See how severe that is. If
Henry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's leaving a little bit of a Markland, but I don't know.
Yeah, nothing major. It just, that kind of upsets your race car because your tire's constantly trying to pull your right rear down.
Well, we'll get a complete restart. Again, no laps scored, as Brody Fusen gets his spot back in line on the front row.
Henry was 13, Gray was 15 in the starting order there. Pickens would have been tucked right in behind him in 17th, so not a lot of spots to be gained that happened at the back of the field, but a few to be had for some of those drivers who need a lot.
So we'll try this again. See feature number 2 with Buback and Fusen on the front row, Welch and Felker in row number 2, back under the green flag. Much better run through 1 and 2 for Brody Fusen's got second still, but now wants the lead away from Jake Buback. Who's going to lead lap number 1? Off of 4, it's going to be Fusen by nose.
Buback flew the front end in the air, got it settled back down, made some better turn number 2 as he comes back after Brody. Shuffle back a couple of positions in the field. Jonathan Beeson trying to knock the cushion down single-handedly. He is to the outside of Swanson. That's 4th and 5th. Felker on the outside looking in, sits 6 right now. He's worked his way to the inside. Carter Sarf.
Sarf had made it up to 14th after starting dead last in 20th, but now he's going to have to go back to where he started. Shelby Hinton, 13th. After starting this race, 18th, 17th. So.
Made a few spots. Right ahead of him is Gordon and Yaley. They're 12 and 11. Right now, Fusen, Buback, Welch, Beeson, and Swanson with Felker, Wyndham, Reinbold, KTJ, and Sewell rounding out your top 10.
And remember, too, Carter Sarf wasn't even supposed to be in this race, but a penalty to Ethan Mitchell gave Carter new life. So if he can try to get back up on it here, single file restart, it's going to have a long way to try to get back up, but was picked off 6 spots already in the first handful of laps.
Which is the pace you kind of need to keep as it gets harder the further up the field you go. All the way back to the back. Yeah, he's got a long time, but it's not going to be easy.
Lights are out, going to come back to green as Terry Maddox has the one-to-go signal given to the field. Keep an eye on that transfer battle. Swanson has it. Felker, Wyndham, Reinbold, and KTJ's teammate would love to have it. Back to the green flag with 13 to go.
Brody Fusion absolutely sails it in above the cushion. Jonathan Beeson up there trying to make something happen with him.
Yeah, it's got Buback, Welch, and Swanson on the bottom. So to the top side goes Jonathan Beeson. He'll take over third from Dylan Welch there at the line, although Dylan's firing it back to the inside. He's going to get a good drive off of turn number 2. Beeson tied up on the cushion, way up over the lip. Kept it down.
Kept his foot in it, too, at the same time, which allows him to scamper forward. Now Welch is going to take to the top side. And he'll try to follow Beeson around, who's threatening for second now. Gets way up and over the top, but again, keeps his foot in it, and side by side with Buback for second.
Swanson got by Dylan Welch for that 4th spot, so moved Dylan back to 5th, and now Dylan's on the hot seat. Going to run the top side. Andrew Felker, their transfer battle. He's going to take that spot possibly away at the line. This time Dylan hangs on by just a nose.
I don't say this lightly, Clinton. We don't see these guys 4 over the cushion coming off of 4 at this arena.
Man, that's what I was just thinking is I don't know that I've ever seen these guys 4 wheels above it ever here inside the Tulsa Expo. This is a treat.
Swanson riding rim up and around the top, trying to hold 4. Felker down on the bottom in position number 5. From further on back, I think that's Wyndham who's taken to the top. Wyndham trying to come forward. He's sitting in 6 right now.
And Kevin Thomas Jr. is coming with him as well, so actually moved KTJ up to 6. So Kevin Thomas Jr. charging hard through the field, started in the mid-pack in the 6th row, and now looking for Andrew Felker. That's the battle for the 5th and final transfer spot. It's Fusen, Beeson, Buback, Swanson, Felker there on your screen, and KTJ with Wyndham waiting in the wings.
Bottom at turn number 2, not good to Andrew Felker. And to the high side, Kevin Thomas Jr. coming in with just a handful of laps to go, sneaking away the final transfer for the time being.
Oh, Felker with the slide job to the high side. Off the bottom, comes back down to block the move by KT.
Wow. Not something you see Felker pull out all that often. He is usually bottom committed, but doing whatever he can to hold the spot.
Yeah, what it did was just disrupt KT's momentum and almost brought Chris Wyndham up to him, and that's what Felker needs.
Coming around this time, it's 2 laps to go for Brody Fusen and the rest of the field. Beeson, Swanson up to 3rd, Buback to 4th, and Kevin Thomas Jr. got around Andrew Felker for that 5th and final transfer spot.
He's got to get that door closed on Felker, or he risks something happening just like that again to him as we're down to the white flag lap.
One more time around. We'll keep an eye on the transfer battle. Brody Fusen up and over the cushion's going to walk away with this one. Beeson in 2nd. Here's that battle for the transfer spot. Kevin Thomas Jr. on the outside is going to hold off Andrew Felker and punch his ticket to the back of B feature number 2. So it's Brody Fusion, Jonathan Beeson, Jake Swanson, Jake Buback, and Kevin Thomas Jr. Your top 5 finishers. Felker 1 spot out. Valiant effort with Wyndham, Reinbold, Dylan Welch, and J.J. Yaley, your top 10. Earl Hoon Jr., top of the ramp. Who do you have, Earl, here with a K1 Race Gear interview?
KTJ, Kevin Thomas Jr., buddy, 11-5. You are able to get into that final transfer spot. Looking at the track, is the cushion maybe starting to get a little too tall out there, maybe a little too risky, or is it up to your liking?
It's not really up to my liking. You know, I had a choice there. You know, you got Felker on the bottom. He ain't coming off of it, so you got to go to the top. And, you know, we make a lot of changes. Alex kind of let me do some wild stuff, and it really felt good there. I felt real stable. I got a lot of drive. So I felt good from the start. I just knew I had to maneuver and, you know, not show my cards too early, especially the Andrew there. So if he can't get the bottom rolling, there was no way I was going to be able to roll by him on the bottom either. So, you know, I think we got a good car. You know, we'll see what we got here in the B. I know it's a bit treacherous right now, it is, but there's 2 fine lines, and if you can run them to perfection, you know, you can pass a lot of cars. But, you know, whenever you get a little bit antsy and you want to go a little bit faster, that's when the shit bites you. So we'll see what we got.
KTJ, guys, moving on to the B main. Chris Moore, who do you have, my friend?
Yeah, thank you, Earl. Got Jonathan Beeson here. Jonathan, KTJ just talked about how tricky it is up top. You were up there, 4 wheels over what's like a little lip before kind of a curb. It looks kind of tricky to run out there.
Yeah, it very well is. I need Kyle Larson to come drive this thing for the B feature, but now the track is tricky. I mean, it's going to take some big kahunas to go up there and try to and do that. We were running on the wall, hitting the wall, whatever it took, but car felt good. If that's what we're going to run, we're going to make a few adjustments, but it's going to be hard coming from the back, but there's going to be some attrition, I know that.
Good luck. We wish you the best.
Thank you.
There you go, Jonathan Beeson. It's tricky and tough out there, guys.
Speed shot in the corner leads us into our starting lineup with Cannon McIntosh and Tyler Courtney making up row number 1. Corey Day and Corbin Ruschenberg are in row number 2. Matt Westfall and Ashton Torgerson in row number 3. Justin Grant and Cale Drake make up row 4. Cousin Cameron Key, and Frank Flood are in row 5. Our 6th row is Joe B. Miller and Michael Facinto, Missouri and California, represented in that row. The 7th row is Mitchell Moles and Kaylee Bryson. Shane Cottle, the last of the lock-ins to the B main for this first B feature. The throttle goes next to C mains, Sia Sam Johnson, TJ Smith and Tanner Carrick, Trey Marcham and Derek Hagar. 20 cars, 20 laps. 7 to the show in McIntosh, the former multiple-time winner on Monday night. Tyler Courtney, that car really came alive in the A main event last night after putting it through the works and having to find some of that grip and speed during the week. We'll see how this all plays out as Chris Wilner lights out in B main number 1.
Time to find out who's going to tag the tail of tonight's 40-lap A main event. One more opportunity to get yourself in the show. McIntosh, Courtney, your front row were green.
Through the exit at turn number 2, give it to Courtney. Up on the high side, he's bringing Ruschenberg with him as McIntosh misses the bottom. Day is underneath him. Your opening 7, Courtney and Ruschenberg, Day and McIntosh, Torgerson, Drake, and Flood.
Oh, we have absolutely no doubt in our minds that Corbin Ruschenberg's going to throw bombs at your lead, and he did on Tyler Courtney, lap number 1. Now they circle to the top side of the racetrack, Clinton Boyles. Quickly, they're going to start to really run the top end.
Yeah, 2-3 laps. These guys are absolutely flying. Everyone's so far underneath the cushion, but how long before the first guy tries to go up above it?
That was Torgerson, I think a little bit farther back, that tried to go 2 in the fluff back there. Following there is Justin Grant, and then Austin Energy Drink 87, but the entire top 10 is ripping around. First car on the bottom, surprise, surprise, Matt Westfall.
Westfall just sticking to the battle plan.
Big bomb by Corey Day right there on Corbin Ruschenberg.
Day up to the 2nd spot, trying to race down Tyler Courtney. You watch Cannon McIntosh show his hand here. Here comes Ruschenberg up and over the berm, cross the nose of Corey Day in 1 and 2. Caution waves.
Sam Johnson from the C main is the one stopped in the corner. Johnson, at the time, was running in the 15th position. So we have got a yellow 5 laps in of this 20-lap main event. Courtney and Day, Ruschenberg and McIntosh, Drake, Flood, and Torgerson are your 7 when we're going to be coming back to green.
This is where it gets really critical on running this high side and how these guys roll us in as we get a look at a iBox Springs instant replay. CSM just, must have missed his mark on corner entry and just backed it up to the cushion. Luckily didn't collect anyone else, but how you roll up on this cushion right now is going to be really important. See Cannon McIntosh rolling into it early.
Yeah.
He got up in it, at corner entry, not in the middle, not, on exit, and that's going to create just a little bit of a flatter spot that you can drive in on that part and not have to bounce up over the cushion as you're trying to get above it. So you can manipulate a lot right here. See Cannon rolling that in, just trying to keep it flat so that you can have the option to get up there, and then he chooses to come down point to drop back underneath the cushion.
On starts and restarts, Ruschenberg's been pretty aggressive. Traditionally, we've seen him swing out of line, try some different things. That could open up opportunity not only for him, but the guys behind him for some passing. So keep your eyes on the car in the third running order here. That might be the go spot on this restart.
I think it'd be smart to fire on the top side of the racetrack.
Yeah, they all do right
That's
there.
the common thing.
Back under the green flag, and already here goes Corey Day to the bottom of the racetrack to challenge Tyler Courtney. The two high rollers for Kubota High Limit getting after it here in B feature number 1 as Courtney will continue to lead, but here comes Corey Day closing ever so close to the lead.
He's got the car speed to keep throwing bombs at him if he wants to go that way. Rides the ledge in the back straightaway. Door open for Ruschenberg to make the move for second, and he'll complete it.
The battle for the transfer spot's about to start heating up. Cameron Key on the back bumper.
Oh
Frank
man,
Flood and
contact for the lead, or for the second.
Yeah.
One's around though, and that's gonna halt things as Trey Marcham sits backwards. But yeah, you're right. We had the battle for the transfer battle. We've had battles in 4th and 5th, and also now with Corbin Ruschenberg and Corey Day getting after it.
And those two need to be careful because it is tricky on the exits here. If they're going to get to the point where they're trading bumper tag, that could ruin one or both of their races in a big hurry because your margin for error is very small.
Cameron Key, one spot out in that 8th position. Clinton, boy,
Cameron's trying to take the battle to Frank Flood, and meanwhile Justin Grant's trying to take the battle to Cameron. I really think it would probably be in Justin's best interest to let Cameron, have his way with Frank Flood. Both of those guys seem faster than Frank. You don't really have to worry about pressure from Matt Westphal from behind. Opens up a gap to Mitchell behind him. So, man, it's just, it's so tough to stay patient, right? But we do have 13 laps to go.
Coming to the 1 to go signal, 7 down, 13 to go. Still plenty of time, but battles are absolutely raging here inside the Expo Center with Tyler Courtney, Corbin Ruschenberg, your top 2, with Corey Day, Cannon McIntosh, Cale Drake, the top 5. Final 2 in for now, Ashton Torgerson and Frank Flood as Courtney leads the field around the outside. Down the hill we go, back under the green flag.
It's an interesting choice for Courtney on the restart as Day trying to take second back away from Ruschenberg. Ruschenberg's going to get away from him, and now it's Corbin Ruschenberg's turn to run up on the back of Tyler Courtney for the lead.
He's going to stalk Courtney here, following his tire tracks in 1 and 2. Meanwhile, how about Cameron Key?
Slide job for the transfer spot around Flood. Flood crosses him back over. Return serve in 3 and 4.
Key and Flood absolutely getting after it for 7th right now as we go double box. Battle up front as Corbin Ruschenberg got around Tyler Courtney, but here comes the battle for the transfer spot. Justin Grant, Frank Flood trying to catch Cameron Key. Here goes Grant for a big slider in 3 and 4.
Not afraid to throw the bomb as Justin Grant. Return service coming from Key in 1 and 2. Westfall starting to poke a nose in. Flood lingering as well. 4 cars, 1 spot.
What a
Grant
move
with
for
the
Cameron
Kokomo
Key.
turn down line in 1 and 2. Cameron back to the bottom. Things are still dicey. These guys got to sort it out, and man.
Justin Grant credited with 7th on that last lap. Will take over the final transfer spot. But yeah, he and Cameron Key absolutely all out war at this point.
Yeah. I mean, multiple guys right there involved, and I don't know how you beat this racing right now. We just need to stay green.
Yes. Brian Ward on the scene for Marcham.
Yeah, he got up over the back end of another car, made some contact, and it got the right side Nerf bar pushed back into the right rear tire. I heard you talk, and it's punctured. It's got a hole in it, so even if he is able to continue, they're going to have to change the right rear tire.
We talked about it. Matt Westfall's not going to leave the bottom much. Clinton Boyles, those two getting after it. He just started to just poke his nose into that battle as well.
Starts to close right back in. It doesn't take long, and the top's only going to get, trickier.
We've seen a couple of guys dip to the bottom for just a start and a restart, but the only guy consistently down there is Westfall, and he's making it work. Yes, he's backed up just a little bit, but he's in it. He's in the fight still.
Off to the work area goes Trey Marcham.
Guys, on the last completed lap.
Yep. Corbin Ruschenberg did take the lead. We called it. Wow. We called it in the side-by-side. We were watching Cameron Key put the slider on Tyler
You
Courtney.
just don't know where to watch on the racetrack. There's so much stuff going on.
Luckily, it was in my peripheral vision here in the Brian Kapinski broadcast booth is, again, Marcham, I don't even think they have a tire ready, so up the ramp he's going to go. And Trey Marcham's Chili Bowl comes to a close.
Been a pretty successful one for him, too.
9-lap shootout here in B feature number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, pull those belts tight, because this one's far from over. Keep an eye on that final transfer spot, as now Corbin Ruschenberg has the point with Tyler Courtney and Corey Day in tow.
Corey Day is going to try to sneak past Courtney on the restart. Down to the bottom, can't build enough speed to get by him. Courtney holds second over Day, 3 wide in a spot. Coming forward, Torgerson, contact with Grant. Down around the bottom, that's Flood making a move.
Beep, beep coming through. Ashton Torgerson, his elbows up ahead of him here. He's got a whole host of characters. Cale Drake, Cannon McIntosh trying to run away, but Frank Flood on the bottom of that 81, holding on to the transfer spot. Here comes Justin Grant.
Grant's on the outside looking in. The My Race Pass 81 of Flood, trying to get underneath Torgerson and hold the spot. Grant coming downstairs, trying to split the difference. 2 for 1, Justin Grant.
He's going to bounce off the cushion, but Frank Flood got a good run on the bottom too, so it's not over yet as Grant's credited with 7. He's going to have to rip the lip here as there's contact behind. And now the caution's out and sitting atop turn number 1 and 2. I think that's Tanner Carrick. It is.
3 laps at a time of the best racing you'll ever see.
Man,
my
if it could
God.
just go green.
Carrick was running back in the 15th position at the time of the caution. We'll take a look at the iBox Springs instant replay coming at you here on the speed shot. Just locked it up.
So your slight development out of that one is you saw a couple more drivers down around the bottom, Clinton.
Yeah, these guys get racing and throwing slide jobs around the top, and that's when you can make time on bottom. We're definitely getting to that point. 6 to go.
Westfall had started sneaking in there, but Flood consistently downstairs. He took 6th on the last time that we scored him by. So Ruschenberg, Courtney, and Day, McIntosh, Drake, now Flood 6, Grant 7, and it's Ashton Torgerson in 8 on the outside looking in, with Key and Westfall still knocking on the door and trying to find their way through.
It's got to be smart on these restarts if you're, around that transfer position, that you don't slide the guy in front of you just to be sliding them and, open up yourself to the guys behind you.
If you're from 7th to 10th, you are certainly still in this thing, because you are absolutely going to have to get up after it here as the lights go out. 6 laps to go. Justin Grant in the hot seat in 7th.
Realistically, only your top 4 are safe right now, because Drake was getting run up on amongst that group too.
Terry Maddox has the furled up green flag ready to go. 6 to go, be feature number 1.
McIntosh pulling to the bottom and slinging himself upstairs. Here's Drake trying to slide to 3rd.
Wow.
Cale Drake gets himself out of trouble in a hurry. And Frank Flood looking to take advantage as well. Flood on the bottom moving forward. McIntosh lost a bunch of spots.
Power move, and Cale Drake's not done either. Corey Day is now the victim, as Day is going to run the top side behind Cale Drake in that 4th spot. Look out, here comes Frank Flood, though, going to capitalize.
We're down to 4 to go. It's McIntosh on the bubble.
He's
in
out.
The 71.
McIntosh bounced off the cushion in 1 and 2. He's way out of the bubble. He's 9th right now.
Westfall had gotten him, but it's Torgerson running the slider line, trying to close him down. McIntosh trying to rally back. Slide job for the final transfer from the 71.
Ashton Torgerson had it. Here comes McIntosh back around. Matt Westfall enters the chat on the bottom of the racetrack. It's a 3-car duking it out here. 2 laps to go for the B feature.
Westfall down low, showing his veteran guile as the youngsters throw bombs at each other, coming around the top. This time by, we're down to 1 lap to go for 1 spot in the A-main. McIntosh has it for the time being.
Corbin Ruschenberg walking away with this one, but all eyes on the 7th and final transfer spot. Cannon McIntosh has it. Good run off at turn number 2 into turn number 3 and 4 for the final time. How about this run? McIntosh will save it in. And how about Frank Flood? Wow! McIntosh gets 2 for 1.
Cannon and Ross Chastain on the final corner. Holy smokes.
Corbin Ruschenberg takes it over Cale Drake, Corey Day, Tyler Courtney, Justin Grant, your top 5. McIntosh, Hail Mary last lap, gets to 6th. Frank Flood, your final transfer. Ashton Torgerson, Matt Westphal, torrid battle, but they come up just short.
Frank made the A.
Yeah.
Hell yes.
The GOAT of the micros here in this building. Finally, back to the A-Main here at the Chili Bowl.
Guys, before we totally settle in here, there was a mud cover that went absolutely flying off with about 2 or 3 to go, and the track officials are heavily looking at that, trying to decipher who it is, and we've seen penalties assessed for mud covers coming off, so
Flood is
nothing
never
official till it's official.
Flood has never made an A-Main, Chris. Here at the Chili Bowl.
Taking a look from our top of the ramp camera. Corbin Ruschenberg, your winner. A lot of emotions, mostly happy up there.
Making his first A-Main.
Yeah. Doesn't have a lot of Chili Bowl appearances. If I remember correctly, he's only probably been to the Chili Bowl at least twice. Corbin Ruschenberg, a young gasser.
It'll be Courtney's 7th A-Main start. Be Corey Day's 3rd. Cannon McIntosh.
While you look up the rest of our starters, Chris Moore is at the top of the ramp. Chris Moore, what a B feature. You're here with Cannon McIntosh.
Yeah, that was wild. This guy drove his tail off, made the show, and then got out very unhappy. First of all, what were you unhappy about?
Yeah, I mean, Kale just fires off on the restart and tries to slide the whole field. I mean, we're all in a transfer, and not to mention we're teammates. About junks Corey in front of me, and then, I mean, I fall out of a transfer right there with like 5 to go. Yeah, just not using his head. I mean, it's one thing if you're right there on the bubble, but he's running 5th. I mean, we're both well in, just not very smart. But yeah, hats off to the kick game crew. We were able to fight back. I mean, I just started riding the wall there at the end and made it work. So, yeah, big thanks to this group, Mobile One, Toyota Racing, everyone on board. We're going to go get them in the feature.
I was going to say, tell me about that battle, that fight. You were back to 9th at one point. You had to split the middle of Matt Westphal and your teammate Ashton Torgerson. You guys were really going at it. What kind of, I'd imagine you had a fire lit under you when you fell back to 9th there.
Yeah, for sure. You know, there for a brief moment, I thought it was over, and I just stayed in it. You know, this race means a lot to me, and you can't win it if you're not even in it. So did everything we could to fight and get back in and got it back in position. So, yeah, we're going to go give it all in this feature, and I'm not going to leave anything out there.
Great job.
Thank you.
Cannon McIntosh fights his way into the show. Blake Anderson has a young man who drove his tail off as well.
Yeah, did he ever. Corbin Ruschenberg, you're in the show, and not only that, do you think you made a statement there pulling away from the teams that you just pulled away from?
I hope I did. I feel like I'm one of the most underrated people coming in here, not trying to be cocky or anything, but just the speed I've had this last season with the midgets, and you know, I've honestly felt super great this season. So, you know, thankfully the Tanner and the whole team, and you know, they gave me a stellar car, and I think it just showed right there. But can't thank the whole team enough.
Making some changes on this for the A-Main. I heard maybe some shock changes getting you even more dialed.
Yeah, that last lap I think I broke a shock, just pushing it too hard, and I felt like, you know, we got a lot of talent behind us, so I felt like I had to keep it going, just keep my momentum going. And but obviously, I guess they said I pulled away a lot, and now just maybe cost us some parts. So not good, but hey, we're in the A.
Nice shot of confidence for you to be able to do that. I mean, you pulled away from multiple USAC national midget champions there.
Yeah, I felt pretty good, but you know, hopefully we can show what we have in the A.
All right, Corbin Ruschenberg's in, guys. He's feeling very confident.
As he should be.
Absolutely.
So it is 5 A-Mains now for McIntosh and 2 in a row for Cale Drake as he made it last year. B feature 2, Buddy Kofoid versus Christopher Bell. Brett Cruz and Darren Pittman, Tim Buckwalter and Gunnar Setzer make up the first 3 rows. Jacob Denny and Jerry Coons Jr., Tyler Edwards and Blake Hahn in the all-Oklahoman 5th row. Hank Davis and Kyle Spence behind them in row number 6. Back at the field, Justin Peck from Monrovia, Indiana, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with Chet Yantis, the final of the lock-ins. Brody Fusen, Jonathan Beeson, Jake Swanson, Jake Bubak, and Kevin Thomas Jr., the final 5 of our 20-car field, 20 laps. And once again, the top 7 are going for the outside of the back of the A-Main event. Spots 12 through 24, all the even numbers.
Well, this is going to be just as, if not even more exciting. I mean, when you look at this field and up front, I mean, you know Buddy Kofoid's fired up. He has waited quite a little bit this week to get back behind the wheel of his Mobil 1 Toyota. And Christopher Bell back in the building for the first time in 3 years, looking to make the show. And there's a whole host of others looking to make tonight's A main event. Our second and final B feature is underway.
Advantage Buddy coming off the bottom of the second turn. The swap line's going into 3 with Bell going to the bottom. Kofoid up on the ledge. It's almost too close to call, but give it to Kofoid on lap 1 with Bell, Cruz, Buckwalter, Pittman, Denny, and Edwards currently in the transfer spots.
Bell looking like he did on Thursday night, just absolutely hounding over that inside berm. Really good drive off the corner. Bell leads that lap as Kofoid gets tied up on the cushion.
Bell leading Kofoid for now. Split screen for you for the transfer battle in and behind. Last time by, it was the red and black 21 of Pittman who had it. Coming after him is Hank Davis. Gunnar Setzer's the guy who is way up on the high side, but it's Davis getting it from Pittman that time around.
Hank Davis from 11th, already to 7th inside a transfer spot as Pittman gets tied up over the cushion. Again, battle for the lead up to your left, and on your right, here comes Jerry Coons Jr. up to 9th, looking for Pittman in 8th.
Edwards now has the 7th and final transfer as he's working upstairs around this racetrack. Great battles all over the place.
Slider for your lead there, guys. Christopher Bell's got it figured out in this Ream 71. Absolutely been cruising the last few corners.
Christopher Bell denied on his prelim night for the first time in over a decade, looking to get back to the A feature and looking really sporty. But how about Hank Davis? Here comes Jacob Denny into the mix as well. Hank Davis, this is right at the tail end of the lock-in spots as you watch Tyler Edwards in that 7th position, rolling the bottom, trying to get around Jacob Denny.
Those 3 drivers are all in. Davis, Edwards, and Denny. It's Coons Jr. on the outside looking in, who's not in your screen at the moment. Denny bikes her up, settles her back down. Coons Jr. a little ways in and behind them and trying to catch up. Now, it is 4th place coming into the screen.
Buddy Kofoid launched one from Catoosa, Oklahoma there, trying to get around Christopher Bell. Couldn't get it done that time around as Bell will slide himself to protect the lead. We continue to watch the battle for 7th on the right side.
On the right side, 7th and in, though. That is 6th and 7th you're seeing in your screen. With Edwards down low and Denny up high, just trying to get further away from the rest of the field. Up front for your lead. This race is the kind of thing dreams are made of in a midget. Bell and Kofoid just absolutely working each other over.
I feel like this is the Chili Bowl Nationals A main. This is the B main, folks. Here comes Buddy Kofoid with a big run into turns 3 and 4. He'll go to the top side, and once again, Christopher Bell running the slider line to protect, but Buddy's there.
He's got the slider line figured out where he can slide his right rear over the cushion right there. Oh, missed it that time. Picked up some speed, though.
There comes Kofoid diving to the bottom, gonna run all the way around the low side of the racetrack. Trying to figure out down on the berm is Buddy Kofoid. Slingshots back up and around the top to try to reel in Christopher Bell down the back straightaway over halfway through.
Justin Peck got up to 8th, but now he's got quite a bit of a gap, about a half straightaway up to Tyler Edwards in that 7th and final transfer spot. You're watching inside the transfer spot on your right. You're looking at Hank Davis in 4th, Timmy Buckwalter. Here comes Tyler Edwards there holding on to 7th.
Guys, Justin Peck starting to get involved in the battle for the final transfer spot. Peck has rolled his way up to 8th on the bottom of the racetrack. He's not right there on Edwards and Denny yet, but he's creeping ever so closer with just a few laps to go.
Well, that's Jonathan Beeson. That was absolutely rim riding the cushion, got around Peck for 8th, and this is going to bunch the field back up. You saw that.
Yeah, you saw it too. Beeson was absolutely committed to right sides up the concrete wall over the cushion, trying to make speed around this racetrack.
To the point where he was around Peck apparently on the last time by the scoring
last
loop.
Couple back laps. Jet Yantis stopped on the inside of the racetrack as a shot cover gets picked up.
And but what's going to change now is Tyler Edwards had a half second on 8th, and now that's going to be completely vanished.
Something to think about here, guys. These right rear tires have been working really hard. They got heat in them. Cool outside with the vents on inside this building. It's going to cool these tires off, and they're going to lose a little bit of air pressure. That's going to tighten everyone back up on the right rear corner.
Flashback 24 hours ago to Logan Seavey on that restart where he dropped a spot to Pittman.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, especially if we string 2-3 cautions here together. You could lose, a pound and a half, 2 pounds, no problem.
It's going to be a 5-lap shootout as the lights go out around the Expo Raceway between Christopher Bell and Michael Buddy Kofoid for the lead. Hank Davis up to 3rd, Brent Cruz 4th, Timmy Buckwalter holding on that 5th spot. Jacob Denny and Tyler Edwards in the top 7 transfer positions, with Beeson, Peck, and Gunnar Setzer, the rookie, in 10th.
Again, Edwards could be in big trouble here on this restart. They were coming before the yellow flag. We'll bring them back to this race. Just 25% of it left to go. And Bell's going to start them off on the bottom, going into one with Kofoid, going to the cushion to chase him.
Look at Kofoid, and also Hank Davis back there. Right rear open over the cushion, build some speed into 3 and 4. How about this?
Yeah, piece into the outside of Edwards for the final transfer spot. He's got it that time by.
He said you're going to need big cojones to run the wall here at the Expo. And look at Jonathan Beeson with a full head of steam. He's got Timmy Buckwalter up ahead. That's for position number 5.
Trying to prove that it is indeed Beeson's season inside the Expo. Jonathan Beeson, rim riding to the max. Slingshots his way down around the outside of Buckwalter.
This is unreal. Up ahead, Jacob Denny into Brent Cruz. Cruz into Beeson. Brent Cruz upside down. He was inside a transfer spot.
After going 17 to the top 5 on his preliminary night, after running the soup to do it, heartbreak for Cruz with 2 laps to go before tonight's A-Main.
All started on the entrance to turn 3. He and Jacob Denny were battling inside the transfer position. Brent Cruz put back on all 4. Safety Cruz on the scene. Heartbreak, though, for the hard charger of his prelim night. C to B to A and all the way to 5th. But good news is that Brent Cruz is out of the race car.
Guys, this might be the gift that Tyler Edwards needs. We're going to get a look at the IBOC replay, a couple different angles at this. So you watch Beeson going way up top. Denny and Cruz together. Beeson no letting off as you're coming through. And Cruz gets the absolute worst of it here coming off the corner.
Yeah, just to the left of your screen, you see Denny and Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz had actually slid Denny going into turn 3 and got above the cushion. Denny turned underneath him, and they had contact coming out of turn 4 right there. And that's what really slowed Brent Cruz down.
So guys, in all of his appearances here in the building, Tyler Edwards been here for a very long time. Now restarting in the 7th position.
Brian Ward is on the back of the wrecker. Brian Ward, I can't imagine Brent Cruz is a happy camper.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping his cool right now, but obviously frustrated and disappointed. He's not even going to take the helmet off right now. There was a line that came off and put a lot of fluid on the racetrack there. It didn't really look like oil, but it was pretty dirty. I'm not sure if it was some dirty water or some really, really thin oil. But there was a lot of it that they're going to have to run through. I'm seeing a stream of it behind the car as we pull into the work area here.
It looks like antifreeze to me coming out.
And Clinton, the 9U of Kyle Spence, their team's pulling him into the work area here. Team was pointing him in, and they're going right to the right rear of the 9U.
Gonna lift up on it. Appears to be maybe just cranking some weight right there, Blake. Tough to tell.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing. Just cranking weight back there.
Last-ditch effort, I guess, with 2 laps to go to pick up what you can.
All right, guys, so 7th place Edwards has been here since 2010 at minimum and has never made a Saturday night A-Main.
Wow.
Could be huge for him.
Imagine the nerves riding around right now if you're Tyler Edwards. If you're Justin Peck behind him, what do you do? I mean, you have to try to go earn this thing, right? Hold on. Where's Peck at? He's falling back. Sorry. Peck's back a few positions. We have Gunnar Setzer right behind
the rookie,
Tyler Edwards.
Gunnar Setzer going for his first A-Main start, and Tyler Edwards, as Caleb mentioned, looking to break a long drought for his first trip.
Well, Gunnar Setzer, you wanted the stage. It's yours.
Yeah.
No better time than the present to go make something happen right here.
Christopher Bell, Buddy Kofoid, Hank Davis, Jacob Denny, Timmy Buckwalter, Beeson, and Edwards back under the green flag with 2 to go.
Can the Hoosier take it from the Sooner as they fan out into turn number 1? Down the back straightaway, Bell having to work at it. Gets back to her. Kofoid up top, down low. It's Davis as we're down to 1 to go. For the final transfer, that's Stenhouse?
Yeah, Stenhouse by Setzer on that restart, trying to make something happen in the final corner.
He's going to have one opportunity. Stenhouse going to wholesale into 3 and 4 off of corner number 4, but Edwards hangs on for the 7th and final transfer spot. But what an effort for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Christopher Bell wins B feature number 2.
Hold on, guys. Lap counter off. That was the white. coming into it. They're still racing out here. Something is up. That might have been the checkered.
Terry Max just threw the checkered flag back. I don't know.
So some confusion. We thought we were down to 2 to go. Counter set it.
Yeah.
We had her on.
Lineup didn't change as far as your front 6.
Bell, Kofoid, Davis, Denny, Beeson, Buckwalter, and Edwards in. Stenhouse still 1 spot out, missing the show with Peck Setzer, your top 10. What a run for the rookie, though, Gunnar Setzer. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just caught fire there as of late. Just a little too late in the going. But Jonathan Beeson, wow. He called his shot.
I mean, yeah.
He said he was going to have to go up there and do it, and Beeson goes from the 9th row to lock into another A-main.
Catch our breath for a second as the drivers make their way up the ramp, and our field, our 24-car A-main event field is now set. You can hear it in the background of those who are celebrating.
Hank Davis climbing out.
But Jonathan Beeson, C to B to A, not unheard of, but still, I mean,
hard.
That's a big run.
Bell, Kofoid, Davis, Denny, Beeson, Buckwalter, Edwards. Davis extremely happy amongst everybody in that top 7. Got to watch an epic duel between Bell and Kofoid up in front of the field as well, and fireworks for 7th.
Happy too for Timmy Buckwalter, both he and Hank Davis, the 2 Matt Seymour cars in the show. Tyler Edwards, though, I can't imagine the elation finally getting over that hump and going to be a part of tonight's 40-lap feature event.
All right, well, the guy who gets to 5th place overall in the B main and is back into the A main event, Jonathan Beeson up top in our K1 Race Gear interview.
C to B to 17th to 5th, and the B into the A, Jonathan Beeson. Putting on a show, how about that?
Yeah, it's fun. It's been a couple years since I made the A, and I didn't think that was going to happen earlier from the C, but we made a few adjustments from that B, and I was running a lot of line that not very many people were running, and it just paid off. And man, that was exciting. I mean, to not wad it up in 12 laps I put together on the top was pretty neat. And glad to have Ferguson Superstore back on board. Hesslinger gave me another powerful motor. And Panther City hydrostatic piping supply. I couldn't have been here without them.
For a guy that races so little, so these guys can race throughout the summer, how the heck do you get in one of these things and do what you just did? That was incredible.
My dad always said a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, but that proved to me I still got it, so I got to keep racing. You know, there's times when I think about why I'm wasting my time, but I think I proved myself wrong right there.
JJ, you learned a few tricks from Dad there.
Yes, very much.
JJ Beeson, he was fun to watch at the shootout. The Beesons are in. It's Beeson season inside the Expo Center, and EHJ Earl Hoon Jr., you got another guy that's going to be ecstatic.
Yeah, no doubt about it. How about this? This guy has been coming here for over 10 years, and finally, Tyler Edwards, you are able to make your first A main event. Congratulations.
Yeah, man, I just want to thank these guys for giving me a hell of a race car all week, and we've worked our ass off to get good this year, and it's paid off, so I can't be more proud, man. I've tried for years to make this damn thing, and we finally did it, so.
You've been coming here a lot. You've seen a lot. You've seen different kind of track surfaces here. This thing has been its best. So maybe within 10 years, if you will, right? What kind of changes are you going to have to make to this machine come the 40-lapper a little bit later on?
Man, we definitely need to find a little more grip. I was losing a little bit on the bottom there, but I didn't want to leave it. I've been good down there all week, so I just stuck with it. I don't have the confidence to really run the top, but maybe in this main we're going to go up there and have some fun and blast her down a little bit, but hopefully find a little more grip. We should be good.
Enjoy this moment, and good luck in the A main.
Thank you, guys. And I want to thank all the fans and everybody else out here. I just love this place so much, so this is awesome.
Guys, this is exactly what the Chili Bowl is. This is where dreams are made of. This is where legends are made, and Tyler Edwards is in tonight's 40-lapper.
So cool. And I'm sure the track prep guys aren't watching right now, but just do that again.
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah. Okay, just run it back. Do the same exact thing.
15 more laps, and it'll be epic. Hey, want to let you guys know you're all watching right now on the YouTube stream on the FloRacing channel. The YouTube stream is going to stay up for the rest of the night. We're not closing that down. This is the way that you guys are going to have it. We apologize for the technical malfunction within the Flow Sports app and such like that. The YouTube stream will be up the rest of the night. You do not need to change the channel from where you are. So, again, our apologies for what's gone on, but we're happy to bring it to you guys live on YouTube.
Yep, absolutely.
We've got another one up top, K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, how about it? Another year. Second time in the last 3 years, Matt Seymour Racing has locked both of their race cars in. Hank Davis with a drive from deep, and Timmy Buckwalter doing what you do, man, just plugging around the bottom.
Yeah, man, that's just where I feel comfortable, and that's where Matt gets me good. So that's what we're going to play, I'm going to have to get some practice to run that top. Just not good at it, like I said the other night, but we're going to plug away at it. We're going to make some adjustments for this feature, and starting this deep, anything can happen, but we can work off of our package for next year, Just try to get things stuck a little better on entry, and I think we can drive past them coming off.
You've been coming here for several years, obviously, with Steve and everything, and you came here from the beginning with Matt when it wasn't all that great. How cool is it now for the two of you and Hank, both to be really legitimate contenders to make the A-Main every year?
Ah, man, it's insane. What Matt and his dad and the whole team and all the sponsors behind us have done is unreal in the last 8 or 9 years. My first year here with Matt, I was in the Volkswagen engine, and now we got SR11s, and we're putting them in the show and winning preliminary nights and stuff like that with Hank. So hats off to them guys. We're going to go back, get to work, and see what 40 laps brings us tonight.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Timmy Buckwalter puts it in the show, the Douglasville, PA native.
Thank you, Chris. We got lots coming to you. We're going to stay here on, like I said, we're going to stay here on YouTube with the Flying A Motorsports pit cam, and the battle plan, guys, is to go. We're just going to continue bringing you live content as much as we can. We do have some pre-recorded pieces that we can get to at some point in time, but being as that some of you every once in a blue moon are having to deal with 30 seconds of not hearing me talk for the first time in a while, I guess you could probably be fairly happy, but we are going to keep her here as absolutely much as we possibly can for you guys. So
yeah, and we're going to keep rolling too, because they're already getting the inflatable out for driver intros.
Yep.
We're especially the track prep that we saw before the Bs, I would expect about the same, so it shouldn't be too long, and the drivers are already getting a chance to look at what we're doing out here.
It feels like, and you said this in the booth, we just had an A-Main.
Yeah.
On top of an A-Main right before that.
Yeah, we just called 2 A-Mains, and yet we have the actual A-Main still to come.
We still haven't seen the Larsons, Pursleys, Seavies, Thorsons, Axums, Golubics, and more of the world go tonight, other than some time trial runs.
Yeah.
And now we're going to pile in 14 more drivers who have absolutely earned it to get in there with them.
This is going to be, an absolutely electric 40 laps. I mean, what more could you ever ask for out of a build-up to this moment right now?
Not much. That's for damn sure.
I can't think of anything.
Well, excited that you guys are still in with us. We appreciate it. You will start to see cars anytime now start making their way down. Quicker turnaround than what they're going to be used to, which is definitely something for the crews to adjust to. Although, again, coming in, we knew by splitting opening ceremonies and the flag ceremony, and when they've done these track preps, that this could be a real situation where crews won't have a whole long time to tinker on it. Let's go up top. Chris Moore, is that you again?
It is. Sorry to disappoint you, but it is me.
No.
Frank Flood. Frank, we had a little drama at the end of yours and didn't get a chance to talk to you. You were the final transfer there. You're the GOAT in this building in micros. How's it feel to get in the A and a midget?
I still don't believe it, honestly. I kept checking my race pass 100 times. I kept asking, are we really in? Are we really in? Because I don't know. It's unreal. Jody gave me an amazing piece to run this week, and it's been a dream to run with them and actually make the feature. From here, who cares how we do? We made the A-Main at the Chili Bowl, man.
Tell me about that B-Main, because it was between the yellow flags and Slide Job City, and you kind of had to commit to what you were going to do, whether you were going to try and get after it on the top there or roll the bottom. And I think about halfway you switched to the bottom and it paid dividends.
Yeah, definitely. I followed Matt Westfall around all my prelim nights, so I kind of took some notes, but I got up on the top, and they definitely out-experienced me and outdrove me up there, and I just said, I'm going to go play it safe, and they all got to throw in the slides, and I just actually started passing cars and hung in there. It kind of come back around, and the yellows really helped me because it took them a few laps to get wound up, so I just kind of just stuck in there. I'll take it, though.
Well, you're no stranger to success around this building. What do you think, though, now 40 laps in a midget here? What do you think? What can we kind of expect, and what would you walk out? I know you're happy to be in the A, but now you're in, right? You're a race car driver. I know you want to go forward.
I definitely. I mean, I'm going to take the approach of just one car at a time, one bite at a time, and if I can get a few of them, hell yeah. If I don't pass anything, I'm just going to be cheering for Dason.
There you go. Great job, Frank.
Thank you.
Frank Flood puts it in the show here at the Chili Bowl, guys.
I love that because Frank Flood, think of all he's accomplished in his dirt racing career in micros.
Yep.
And to sit here and say, I'm just happy I'm here and made the Chili. I mean, like, you put that in perspective, because if this is a micro show, you're disappointed that you had to run a B. Oh, we're in the back of an A.
Yeah.
But the Chili Bowl means more, and to not have done it and this being his first time, pretty cool.
So look at that, too. We were deprived of the Flood versus Larson battle that we were looking forward to at the shootout when he pulled off before the green flag even started with a mechanical problem. Now we get Larson versus Flood, just in a very different environment and different starting spots.
Yeah.
But we still get Frank Flood, and for Frank, how cool is that, coming off of ultimate disappointment to, guys, we're in. We made it for the first time in a while. Him and Ted. This is a gigantic win for a bunch of Oklahomans who have been here for a long time trying to get into this A-Main.
It's got to be a huge relief off their shoulders just to be in. And I think these guys got to be, no nerves essentially going into this because there's no expectations. I don't think they, expected to be here. So they're in the A-Main. They can go have fun with it. And it seems like when you can go have fun with your race car, that's when really good things happen.
8 drivers will start tonight's A-Main from the state of Oklahoma, 8 from California. So we're dead even between Oklahoma and California. 2 drivers from Indiana, 2 from Pennsylvania, and then single drivers from Nevada, Texas, Arizona, and Ohio. That makes up our 24-car starting field.
I got a tweet just a few minutes ago, 55 laps or we riot. And at the same time, tonight I feel like we could do her. I'm excited for 40.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
but
for sure.
At the same
for
time.
Sure.
Earl Hoon Jr.?
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's crunch time up here for the A-Main starters. Got Justin Grant here with me. Dude, you are a veteran of this event. Got to start a little deep here in this one, and now they trimmed the laps back from 55 to 40. So you got to make your moves early. As a veteran, how aggressive do you have to be out there?
I mean, yeah, you got to go. You got to go early and put away as many as you can. Early, hopefully you catch some guys that are a little tight and you can attack and fill some holes and get up, towards the top 10 by halfway, and then this thing will get crazy and widened out on the curb. And if you can be top 10 with 15 to go, anything can happen in here. So just try and put some away early. I'd have liked to have made a little more progress in that B-Main. I got kind of mired in the quicksand there on the start, and it took me a while to get some of those guys put away and get rolling and to get driving the thing the way I needed to drive it. But got feeling good there, so we'll go to work.
Were you able to learn anything last night in your qualifying night? I mean, it looks like you tried to run the cushion. You always just kept getting tight each time you get the right rear up there. Were you able to put anything to that knowledge to tonight, the A-Main essentially?
Yeah. I mean, last night I kept getting tight against curb, and, talked to Chad for a long time about like what we could do to help that. And then Dason went out in the pole shuffle and said, well, if you're tight, just get above it and gas the thing. So they come back, and I told Chad, I think I've figured it out. It's probably a butterfly angle issue, and I'll just work on the throttle pedal and give me what Dason's got, and I'll figure out how to drive it.
You heard him, guys. Justin Grant going for a golden driller in just a few moments.
This is the Chili Bowl. You get to see all these people around you. You get to have all these fans here, and you're gonna be nervous. I don't care who you are. We talk about the ramp. If you have experience here in this A-Main, you're gonna be better off than these rookies for the first time. That's why I agree with you. I think the veterans of this race are gonna dominate.
I'll tell you what, though, you saw Tanner Thorson, and that's why I loved your pick, Caleb Hart, because he drives with a lot of emotion. He takes a lot of pride in his equipment, builds his own cars, works on his own cars, And you're right, he kind of always seems to always race with a little chip on his shoulder. And boy, racing Christopher Bell on his prelim night showed that.
There's not a bad pick in the field again, guys. And now they are settling into 2x2 formation for this 40-lap A-main event. It has been decades since we went less than 50, much less 55. Tonight, a new curveball in the game. It's been a beautiful racetrack all the way in and through since the drop of the green at the shootout, all the way into now. We're going to finish it off with 40 from the best in the world.
Well, I got goosebumps. I don't know about you.
Always do, right?
Yep.
This is the point in time that all those years that we didn't get to be live at this, we would still sit here and watch the hair stand up on end on our shoulder, and now we get to do it with all of the rest of you in America. Crack a beer, hug your best buddy, grab some grub, and get ready to enjoy the best main event you're ever going to see.
Absolutely. Double up signal has been given behind the Patriot Auto Group pace truck, the official pace truck of the Chili Bowl Nationals. This is when it all comes down to it. 40 laps separating a driver from the ultimate glory in auto racing. Will it be a repeat winner? Will we have a first-time winner? 6 first-time Chili Bowl A-Main starters in the field. Oh, man, I'm excited and I'm ready to go. A lot of good storylines from the young talents to the old wily veterans.
Guys, a couple things to note here. This is the first time all week we've seen them till the bottom of the racetrack before any sort of feature or a race. That's something that's going to definitely play a factor into this. And we already saw after 2 hot laps, the bottom has looked better down there than we've seen at any sort of point in this this week. So look for these guys to be around the bottom side of the racetrack here for a few laps, guaranteed. Definitely more than we've seen in those B-mains or C-mains.
The question has always been, how many laps does it take for somebody to go exploring the high groove? And it's an excellent point, Clint Boyles. They did just make the bottom better. We don't see a heavy lockdown surface at the moment. They've left some slick in it, but at the same time, about to find out, like, a lot of guess out there.
Yeah, normally the guess is when do we go high. Right now, I think the guess is how long do we stay low. I know it's kind of the same thing, but the bottom's the curveball. Every prelim feature this week, it was the first guy that got to the top was the best guy for it, and usually it was happening by lap 2 or 3. Now I think we're going to spend some laps on the bottom of the racetrack. We're going to spend some time down there fighting for the bottom before the top really comes in and becomes that dominant groove. And when it does come in, boy, how long before we're riding the wall?
Caleb Hart, the lights have gone out for the final time. The pace truck's going to dip off into the infield. 24 of the best racers ready to go for the 39th running of the Chili Bowl Nationals.
It's Larson and Brooks into turn number 3 and out of corner number 4. Green flag. We're racing at the Chili Bowl. Larson smooth through the bottom of 1. Brooks in pursuit around the high groove. They both go to the bottom of 3 and 4. Lap number 1 at the 39th Chili Bowl belongs to Kyle Larson.
Logan Seavey wasting no time in that 4th starting position to go to the top side, trying to follow Landon Brooks there in 1 and 2. But here goes Dason Pursley. Lane change now to cut the line away from Logan Seavey. That's Thorson that got caught through the middle. Thorson trying to throw his hat in the ring for a top 3.
Yeah, Thorson doesn't want to be late to this party at all. He wanted to get ahead and stay ahead of Seavey. Using the high side, front end flies in the air. Seavey back to the bottom to try to take 3rd from Dason, who's after Landon Brooks, and 2nd as Larson distances.
Time to settle in, but got to keep Larson in striking distance. Can't let him run away with this one here early as you continue to watch Tanner Thorson try to track down Logan Seavey. That's for the 4th spot. Emerson Axum still back there in the wings in 6th.
Thorson trying to close up on Seavey as they get into the 3rd corner. Half a car length in and behind him, half a groove lower than him. Coming off the turn to the bottom goes Thorson as they are even at the apex of the corner. Thorson looks like he's got 4th from Seavey here.
Massive drive, Clint Boyles off the bottom for Thorson. It seems like that groove, you mentioned it was tilled on the bottom. It's got a lot of moisture in it.
Everyone's still trying to figure out where their car is really good. Slider line for Seavey in 1 and 2. The bottom of 1 and 2 seems to be good. Top of 3 and 4 already starting to curve up where guys can build some momentum.
A little bit dirty in the middle though at the moment, right, Clinton?
Yeah, so dirty in the middle. You can't lollygag right through the middle. There's no grip right there. You got to commit to the bottom, commit to the top with speed. You can't be bouncing back and forth.
Dason Pursley and Landon Brooks have been sizing each other up for the last several laps as Logan Seavey now is going to go to the outside around Tanner Thorson for the 4th spot, but Thorson gets him back off at turn number 2. Those drivers, though, starting to lose touch with the drivers ahead, including Dason Pursley and Landon Brooks, but the caution waves for the first time here on lap number 9.
Jonathan Beeson.
And Jonathan Beeson, the wall rider hero from the B-Main, ends up upside down in turn 2.
Well, the wall riding is what bit him, guys. He tried to get the right rear up on the cushion. It got over it, and he rode along the wall sideways until it landed on its lid.
Chris Moore with the voice coming from the corner as the crew gets to Jonathan Beeson.
Take a look at the IBOC instant replay for the first time here in the A feature. What happened to Jonathan Beeson from the infield cam? And you see him, wow. Yep, went for a ride.
Yeah, front ends all tore up, guys. The right front axles bent back, radius rods. Jonathan Beeson's going to need a hook from the front. His chili bowl's going to be done.
And I don't know if Jonathan was really trying to get up on the cushion. It almost seemed like he biked up and just landed there, got tight and landed there more than was attempting to get up on the wall.
So we've been all over the top 5, haven't had a chance to really look backwards yet. Of movers, Bell from 12th to 9th?
Yeah,
okay.
15th to 9th. So Christopher Bell on the move. Golubik's picked up 1.
Kofoid's kind of staying in place at the moment.
Yeah.
So are Davis and Day. Trying to take a look.
Bell from 12th. Dave from 15th has only made up 2 spots. Looking at our B main transfer cars as well. Cale Drake inside the top 15.
Just not much yet.
Yeah. Everybody, like Clinton Boyles was saying, just trying to figure out where their race car is working. We've seen multiple line changes. A lot of moisture throughout this racetrack, but I have a feeling, Clinton, about if we get back to green and get a solid 5-6 laps in, this thing's going to start changing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this yellow is a good time for track change because it's going to clean off that middle groove. We see kind of the dirty part is it just disappears, right? Especially down in 3 and 4 where these guys are able to spin their tires. So that cleans up the middle groove, throws all that dust up to the top and dirties it up, opens that bottom lane back up on this restart for a corner or two before these guys can get going again and clean that top side up.
It seems weird to say that we're 25% of the way through this race already, a traditional 55 lapper, but now we are. We're a quarter of the way done, and yeah, you've had 9, almost 10 laps to experiment, figure out where your car like to be. This is also the first real opportunity for those drivers under yellow to grab on the adjustments and make their cars better.
Yeah, track's already started to change. You want to get ahead of the game on your shocks and set yourself up for the next 10, 15 laps if you were dialed back a little bit at the start. So yeah, great opportunity for these guys to communicate with their crew chiefs or crew guys around the racetrack, give some signals, let you know, take a deep breath, settle back in, and go back to war.
There's not supposed to be any two-way communication, but we know there is one-way communication from those guys on the ramp and in the pits, and they're using whatever hand signals they've worked out in advance about telling those guys, twist the shock knob this way, move your lane this way, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah.
We'll see how that plays out over the next green flag run.
We talked about a couple of the movers, but man, Corbin Ruschenberg would have loved to have that start of the race back. He dropped all the way to 20th after starting 11th. But the lights are out with 9 laps in the book, still 31 to go. It's Kyle Larson leading the field back to the green flag, and we're back underway.
Good start for Larson. It goes all the way from the top of 4 to the bottom of turn number 1 and begins stretching it again on Landon Brooks. That is Thorson and Seavey for 4th with a cameo appearance by Emerson Axum. And give the position to Logan Seavey for now, although Thorson back after him on the bottom to try to take it.
Seavey's car didn't seem to really take off on that start. He tried to shoot to the high side and almost sputtered trying to fire off to the top side. Him and Thorson absolutely going to war. That's the best battle on the racetrack.
They're losing touch with 3rd, and here comes Emerson Axum. Axum down low on Seavey trying to take 5th away.
Larson's already running the high line. He's up above the cushion carrying speed. We're seeing everyone commit to it early here in this 40-lap feature.
Yeah, watch Larson here on the bottom in 1 and 2. He'll set up the top side, kind of run in up over the cushion, angle it up on the hill, and then back down over the fluff. And there goes Dason Persley doing what he did in pole shuffle qualifying here with Landon Brooks in tow.
He's got Kyle in vision, can see what he was doing up there, and Dason, no slouch, no dummy, goes to do the same thing. That way Kyle cannot just get ramped out and gone on him before he has a chance to adjust.
Now Kyle's doing it in 1 and 2 as well, and he's brought the whole field nice, way up high up on the racetrack. 4 in the fluff for Kyle Larson here with 25 to go.
We used to call it the hod line. It's getting renamed now. All the way up and above the cushion as Larson pacing this field. Axum in and behind, trying to work his way forward as that's Shane Golubik starting to pick his way forward.
Yeah, Shane's doing a nice job. Kind of fell back at the start a little bit, back up to 6. He's now got his sights set on Logan Seavey, but Tanner Thorson's starting to find a little bit of rhythm in that 88 car, going to pull up to the back bumper of Landon Brooks.
Thorson able to make speed just a hair down from that line. That's different from everybody else.
Yeah, it's really hard to pass right now because you're carrying so much entry speed, just sailing it off in above the cushion. Lap traffic's really going to be what makes this race good. good.
Larson now going to start to negotiate. Wow, look at that move.
Larson on the bottom.
Absolutely, and Larson now is going to have all sorts of company with Dason Persley, who's now closed the gap here as Persley's now within 3 car lengths.
Persley gets to play Predator here, although getting that lap car in between them going to be a huge deal for Kyle Larson. Larson gets in and underneath Ruschenberg. Will come off and start putting some distance between them. Persley's got to match him really quick or else Kyle's going to get gone.
Yeah, miscue by Persley there to not just completely slide Ruschenberg and stay paced lap car-wise with Kyle Larson. That cost him a ton of time. Still not by Corbin Ruschenberg.
Now the good news for Dason Persley is Larson's got side-by-side traffic here at the halfway point.
Just beyond, in fact, as you were watching, Landon Brooks trying to hold off Tanner Thorson. And they're catching Persley.
Here's the flip side of running above the cushion. Now it's getting so heavy and so dirty up there that you can't really make speed. We see guys starting to migrate back all over the racetrack and run underneath the cushion, not necessarily up above it.
Now Larson's really tight behind Jacob Denny. Now he's going to go through the middle, splitting lap traffic. Tyler Edwards on the bottom, Jacob Denny on the outside. And Kyle Larson's got to be really careful here. Oh, there's contact ahead of him. Larson's caught up in it, but he keeps going. Nearly avoids disaster.
Caution lights are on. The question is, did that bend or break anything on the front of Kyle?
Oh my goodness. I told you guys, got to be careful. Side-by-side lap traffic as Brenham Crouch has got the worst end of that one as Brenham was running in the 18th spot.
So far, so good on the Larson car. Here's the up top view of it. Let's look at the right side. Radius rods together. Axle looks straight-ish. Ibach replay coming up to watch it again. Coming into traffic, that's Denny getting up and over Crouch.
Crouch seemed off the pace.
Hit pretty friendly there for Kyle. We get another look at it right here.
And it was Justin Grant actually made contact with Brenham Crouch that got Crouch out of sorts.
And so now Kyle's up there feeling what that fluff is,
They're
right?
trying to just pack that fluff back in. That fluff is crumbly and slick up there. You spin your tires in it super easily. So if you can get that rolled in, you can really carry speed. Kyle wants that line ran in because if he's up there carrying that speed, be able to carry entry speed up on that bank, you're not going to catch him. I mean, it's like driving a wing sprint car around here at Mach 30. He can just be so precise and so good. As soon as that thing slows down underneath the cushion, that's when everyone's cars kind of come back into play. And Kyle talked about how he didn't think he had the best car. They needed to go to work. Obviously, they found something, but Kyle's running a hero line right here where your car only does so much for you. Him just being a phenomenal talent is carrying this thing right now.
Let's reset it for you before we go back under green. Larson, Persley, Brooks, Thorson, and Seavey are top 5 with Golovic, Bernal, Miller, Axum, and Christopher Bell, the top 10. 17 laps to go. We're back under the green flag, but we're not.
Yellow came on very quick. In fact, it came on literally right as Kyle hit the hammer.
Guys, I think they were having lineup issues. Brenham Crouch and Jacob Denny were side by side. Obviously, it's supposed to be a single file restart.
No,
there
bunch of fluid all over on the bottom of turn number 4 and through the middle, off the high side of 3 to the middle of 4. Fluid all over the racetrack.
Any idea if any of you guys seen anybody pull off that we missed or?
Not yet.
We'll keep an eye on it. Maybe if this car's still out there on the racetrack. But the lights have gone back out. So again, 17 laps to go. Reg at the top 10. Buddy Kofoid right outside the top 10 in 11th. Drake and Day follow him. But it's Larson, Persley, and Brooks as the green flag now is back out with 17 laps to go.
Persley's going to go way upstairs. There's Brooks, first one on the bottom in behind him. Side by side for a second, coming off of turn number 2. As there goes Kyle back in, up and around the top. Persley going to follow him. Brooks follows suit as your top 3 running similar lines through 3 and 4.
I could see Dason Persley's right rear tire, Clinton Boyles, when he came by us. Look at them both just absolutely hounding the top side of this racetrack in 3 and 4. Persley got a little tight there and got crossed up as here comes Shane Golovic now challenging Tanner Thorson for position.
Golovic picks up 4th after the restart. He was 6th, so he got by Seavey and Thorson on the restart, finding something down low that nobody else has picked up on yet, at least within the top 4 cars.
Persley starting to run back in. Kyle Larson, although lost a ton of time off in turn 2, gonna slide himself to try to build some speed. But Larson's able to pull back away. It's about a 6-car length advantage from Larson way back to Dason Persley.
Pursley, boy, that's the second straight time he's had a problem coming off of 2 and getting down the back straightaway. He arguably had been making a better launch off of 4, but that race car is hard to handle right now for Pursley. See if Brooks can close in and do anything about it.
Yeah, Landon Brooks was showing the nose on the inside. He'll go back to the top in the tire tracks of Dason Pursley this time around. 12 laps to go here in the championship finale. Brooks now with the slider, not going to get there on Dason Pursley. He holds on to that second spot.
Wonder if he shouldn't have waited just like about one more lap before throwing that move. Brooks trying to close back in, squaring the corner off to follow Pursley. But go in the middle again, that's going to cost him a bunch of ground. Pursley bobbles off the back straightaway though. Here's Brooks for the runner-up across the nose and makes the pass.
What a hero move for Landon Brooks. The narrowest of margins got it done. Pursley's going to try to rebound, but Landon Brooks got to second.
Kyle's not that far in front of him. Kyle's caught the back of your field right here, and Landon Brooks, if he can be smooth, will run him down.
He's actually found a nice little run, just almost kissing the wall in the center of the straightaway and burying the car down to the bottom of turn number 1. Here's Larson up top with Brooks, sniffing around at the back, working up on the high side. It is Kyle Larson making his way up and around slower traffic.
Oh, he's got all sorts of slower traffic because here comes Dason Pursley and Landon Brooks going to catch up. Larson doesn't know where to go. The gap's starting to shrink now as the battle for second heats up with Brooks and Pursley as Dason Pursley will go try to take a peek to the inside.
Pursley wants second back in the worst way as we're down to 5 to go. Hunting Brooks up and around the top. Brooks trying to close on Larson, slider through the corner. Welcome back to second. Dason Pursley with a rocket.
Meanwhile, Larson puts a big old move on Ruschenberg to put him another lap down, but Dason Pursley's cleared. Landon Brooks, as they're in the wall, the banner has actually been ripped down on the front straightaways. The cars continue to roll over it, but it's now 4 to go.
It is Larson pacing around the top. He hasn't had to move in a little bit. Oh, Larson in the wall! Gets sideways. Pursley up to the top. This is for the lead.
They threw yellow, but it had to be for Kyle.
You would think it had to be for Kyle, but also the front straightaway signage is littered across the front straightaway.
Oh my goodness.
So that was on lap 37, and now what do they do?
Look at that.
Oh my.
Shredded the NOS energy drink sign.
Yeah.
How? I mean, Kyle Larson runs over a crash lap car. Stays going. Kyle Larson basically crashes on the front stretch, keeps going, and gets a yellow.
Thorson on the ramp, by the way.
So Tanner Thorson, who started to fall back, is up the ramp. Here's a look at the IBOC replay. Watch Larson here off the corner. Wow.
Wild sequence of events.
And
here
look
it
at
is
where
again.
Pursley came through right around the outside.
Yeah, you struggle to think, but I feel like Dason was just going to run right around him in 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Guys, I just wanted to give you heads up that Tanner Thorson has done this one. He went up the ramp.
I wonder if that fluid earlier was from Tanner Thorson. I saw some smoke out of his car in 1 and 2, and yeah, word from on top that Tanner was spewing fluids. But even for Kyle Larson, how many lives do you have?
Clint, the other night, Thorson was pushing oil late in that feature, smoking a lot. And I just wonder if he doesn't have a breather on there. That's why I was talking to a couple crew guys down there saying maybe not running a breather and a little overfill.
The lights are out with Larson, Pursley, Brooks, your top 3. Golubic to 4th, Bernal, Seavey, Miller, Axum, and Michael Kofoid. As here we go, 3-lap shootout in the Chili Bowl.
Pursley goes up and rides the wall before into the corner. Big move, can't make it stick. Pursley going for it down the back straightaway, but Larson, a little bit of breathing room with 2 to go.
Here comes Dason Pursley back to the whip here. He's going to have one more opportunity. He's going to follow Larson, but the caution flag waves. We've got one around in turn 3. Cale Drake. Do you like that, Clint? Like the slider attempt and then having to get back to the top?
Yeah, because, Dason did not have a good start down the front stretch, so I think that was a bit of a Hail Mary deal. If he can keep up on a restart here and Kyle doesn't slide himself, then yeah, Dason is going to absolutely blow his doors off.
Clint,
Go ahead, Blaine.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. I'm not wondering if they give you a replay in the start. Watch Dason start. He got up high into the cushion, really bogged it down.
Yeah.
To the point where he was on the wall in 4. I swear to you, those tires were coming off concrete there. Down the front straightaway. Here is the IBOC replay. Watch this, guys. Pursley coming through, touches it, Yeah, he is riding concrete in 3 on that start.
You look how far back he is and then throws a slider and gets, fairly close to Kyle. The good thing for Kyle is when he goes up that wall, he can turn down the hill really easily if he needs to.
Guys, we've talked about losing mud covers a lot today and throughout the week. Check out the right front on Cale Drake's car from hanging that cushion. It is peeled back and barely hanging on at one of the 3 points of contact there.
Yeah, he clobbered that mud cover on the right front. We're down to 2 left. It's Larson, Pursley, Brooks, Golobic, Bernal, Seavey, Miller, Axum, Kofoid, and Bell. Your running order here late. They rolled it back, so we'll still have 3 laps to go.
I just think if you're Dason Pursley, you have to absolutely get a good restart. I understand maybe thought he had a better of a run on the slider line, but almost you need to just follow Kyle on the top, get that big old run, and set something up in turn 3.
Let's just look at mentality.
I don't know that you need to fire above the cushion right here if you're Dason. Like, just keep it simple. I don't think you have to have a hero restart, and hopefully he realized that on the last one. If he just maintains somewhat close to Kyle, he can throw a bomb.
Coming to green, 3 laps to go for Larson, Pursley, and Brooks at the Chili Bowl.
It's a better start for Pursley. He'll dive slow in 1 and 2. Comes up short, and there's Kyle adding all that space back. Kyle riding the back straightaway. Pursley again, short off the corner. Down to 2 to go for Larson.
He's going to have one more shot. Dason Pursley has got to nail 1 and 2. They're going to ride the ramp off the corner. Pursley's going to set his sights on Larson into turn 3. Both 4 in the fluff here in turns 3 and 4. Dason Pursley closing in with 1 to go.
Can Pursley pull the upset, or is this going to be number 3 for the guy who may be the best in the world? Into 3 and off of 4. Kyle Larson does it again at the Chili Bowl.
3-time champion Kyle Larson gets it done in absolute spectacular fashion. Dason Pursley and Shane Golobic, your podium finishers. What a run for Shane. Sugar Shane to 3rd, Ryan Bernal a 3rd, and 2 cars in the top 5 for Matt Wood.
3.
Landon Brooks completes the top 5. What a night.
Wow. Kofoid to 6th. Seavey never got rolling. 7th for him. Gavin Miller 8. Axum 9, Bell 10. You've earned your roses at this place, Kyle Larson. Burn it down with some donuts. You've got 3 Chili Bowl wins.
It's just another example of Kyle Larson doing Kyle Larson things. We're so lucky to get here to watch this.
You asked how many lives he might have left. He only needed 1.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Dason Pursley made him sweat a couple of times there in the last lap. And look at the career path. We're going to celebrate Kyle a lot. For Dason Pursley, who was nearly a quadriplegic at one point in time, to come back and be this damn good here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nothing to hang your head on if you're Dason Pursley, as Kyle Larson almost gave the Jordan shrug. Unreal. Taking home a 3rd driller in 2025 with 2 at the shootout and 1 here at the Chili Bowl. Not too bad.
We are so spoiled to be able to watch a guy like him race still. And again, all this talent around him, making him use all the talent he has to perform like he does.
100%. What a Chili Bowl. This racetrack, Clinton Boyles, has a ramp around the entire base in all 4 corners and both straightaways, and boy, these drivers figured out how to use all of them.
Yeah, absolutely insane racetrack. They used every inch of it.
Owen and Audrey there, and oh man.
Can officially say track prep crew killed it.
Yep.
Yeah, they did it.
How about that?
Dude's a genius when it comes to wrenching on cars.
We know Kyle came back late last year to run for Keith, but brought back his own stuff with Paul, and Paul just picking up right where they left off. As we'll send it down to the house for your winner's interview.
2025 Chili Bowl champion, Young Buddy Kyle Larson. Boy, howdy. Well, relatively uncontested outside of a bomb that Dason couldn't make stick late, but it wasn't without some scary moments, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. It was, it was just a very difficult racetrack, to run the line that I was running. It was, comes with a lot of reward, with the risk that you're taking. So, yeah, I messed up on the straightaway a couple times. Honestly, I'm glad I kept going there because that caution really saved me, and you allowed it to be a little bit easier run to the finish. I think if we stayed in traffic, Jason would have had a lot of opportunities to get throwing stuff at me. And then, yeah, when Grant ran over, I think it was Grant ran over Crouch, I had nowhere to go, ran over him and stalled, and when I landed, I'm like, please refire, and it refired, and so yeah, we got a couple lucky breaks there, but a great race car. You know, Paul Silva's been working really hard on the midget, really the last 3 years, and for as bad as we were here in 2022 with the same car, to come away with a Chili Bowl win feels great, especially with how difficult Monday was. So huge thank you to him, Paul, Trevor, Doug, FloRacing, HinderCars.com, everybody, Phil Durst, he's here this weekend, so yeah, really cool. Love being back here.
You were able to come in here planned, announced, unlike last year that was a mad thrash and scramble to get here, free of mind, able to put yourself in position, yet another driller to take home. How does this stack up with the others?
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, obviously all of them have been very meaningful, and they've all, came with different challenges along the way. It took me 13 years to win that first one. Just mentally was tough to get over that hill, and I feel like since winning that first Chili Bowl, it's really helped my career out and staying calm in moments like that. So that was a good one, and then the second one we won, we were on defense really the whole race, and then this one, the track was just so unique that it was a challenge, just to run laps by yourself. So was happy that I felt like I put somewhat clean laps together, and I could glance at the big screen, and they weren't really showing us too much, but yeah, still just you can make a mistake and it'll cost you 2 seconds. So I just was trying to limit that.
Well, they had that old berm tapered up just like you like, and I tell you what, I think if the old late great Jesse Lester Hockett were here, he'd give you a 10 out of 10 on those donuts afterwards.
Yeah, thanks. I'm finally seeing straight after that. So no, that was cool. Thank all you fans for coming out. It's the atmosphere is always amazing here in the Expo Center. The whole Expo crew too for what they do to keep building this race, to be bigger and bigger, and the track prep, crew as well. I mean, they had a solid couple weeks of racing here between the shootout and the Chili Bowl. Every race on track was exciting. So hats off to everybody involved. Thank all you fans too for coming out, and we'll look forward to seeing you next year.
Huge win, congratulations, and good luck in Daytona, my friend.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Young Money Kyle Larson, your 2025 Chili Bowl champion.
Well, he said it in an interview before. This is the coolest you-know-what race.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So,
yep, absolutely.
I mean, good luck in Daytona, but you already made your year.
And I bet you not long after this moment in Victory Lane, he's going to start thinking about number 4, because, it's Kyle Larson.
24-hour rule?
Yep.
Right?
I think so. 100%.
That's why he's so good. One of the many reasons.
Right.
That he is so good. Earl Hoon Jr., you are with third place. Shane Golubic, what a night for him.
Rounding out the podium, Sugar Shane Golubic, how about that? Matt Wood Racing, third, fourth, and fifth.
Man, that's crazy. I would have never guessed we'd be taking up 60% of the top 5. That's freaking really cool for Matt, especially, and Nos Energy Drink. Everybody on these cars. Everybody knows Matt loves his midgets, but I don't think people really realize how much he does for the sport of racing, for the sport of midget racing. So it's so cool to get him 3 in the top 5. Obviously, 2 spots better would have been great, but man, to have such a solid run for all of our cars all week, it's just it's something to be really proud of. So we're really excited about it. We just dusted these things off a couple weeks ago, and it just shows that these guys. Gary and T-Light, they're my sprint car guys from California, and my brother's not here, he just had a baby, so they had to really step up, and we had a couple other guys with Kyle and Seth helping out, and it's kind of a little bit of a low deal team. Like it's not our usual guys. We don't usually race midgets, and for us to do this, it's pretty awesome.
Was this a kind of track that the more out of control you were, the faster you would be?
Yeah, it kind of seemed that way. You had to be finessed a little bit because you don't want to wreck. But it's definitely not exactly my cup of tea. The bottom was there for me to be able to use, and I was using it on restarts really well. So I kind of just sold out to run the bottom and hoping those guys would get to racing each other out front.
it turned out we just ended up racing all of our teammates together there. It was pretty cool to race with Landon and Ryan. They both did an awesome job, and luckily we all were able to get to the checkered and run top 5. It's pretty special.
Guys, Shane Golobic finishes P3.
All right, Earl, thank you very much. While we wait for second place to get ready, the unofficial finish: Kyle Larson, Dason Pursley, Shane Golobic, Ryan Burnell, Landon Brooks, Buddy Kofoid, Logan Seavey, Gavin Miller, Emerson Axum, and Christopher Bell. Corey Day 11, Hank Davis 12, Timmy Buckwalter, Kenan McIntosh to 14th. That's a decent run up the field. Sunshine Tyler Courtney 15, Frank Flood, Jacob Denny, Justin Grant, Brenham Crouch, Corbin Ruschenberg, Tyler Edwards, Cale Drake, Tanner Thorson, and Jonathan Beeson. Second place, ready to go.
Dason Pursley, man, what a run. I mean, that was incredible. You had one of the greatest race car drivers that we've seen in the world. You had him on his toes, and you pushed him to the ragged edge. I think you got a lot to be proud of. Man, if you look back at that race, what do you run back thinking, man, if I just could have got this to go right, maybe we're staying at the top of the podium?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? There's a lot of, what ifs all the way from, I feel like it goes back to the qualifying stuff. Unfortunately, running out of fuel, we just, anytime you give Larson the front row, it's going to be hard to catch him. So he just controls the race really good, and that's what makes him, good. So it was going to be hard. I felt like once he got out to lead and he builds that rhythm, it's hard to get him off of it. So yeah, once we didn't get to try to battle him for the pole position, I knew it was going to be tough. But yeah, it was a hard, grueling 40 laps there. I felt like had another opportunity when he made that mistake and ripped the banner off, and I felt like that was my time to pounce. And then unfortunately they had to throw the yellow. So yeah, there's a lot of coulda, shoulda, wouldas, but yeah, nothing to hang our heads about. We just it sucks finishing second in this building in literally every race we've been in. So we'll try again next year. This CB Industries Pristine Auction Austin Engineering Toyota Racing car was fast all week. I just felt like it's technical up there running against a cushion like that, and it's not about when you make a mistake. It's just how many you can not make. So we just made a little bit too many and let Larson slip away there in the closing laps.
That last restart, were you happy to get that last restart to get another shot at it? Because the one previous to that, it looked like kind of bogged down on the high side, and maybe you got a pretty good run, but maybe didn't get as good a run as you maybe could have.
Yeah, like I seen him get tight. Honestly, both restarts into one, and I knew it was my time to pounce. So just tried to, and then I honestly felt like I got a good enough front down the back straightaway to slide him again, and I felt like I was, had a good enough speed to the center, and then he just squeaked by just a little bit. When you give him that much room, he's gonna take it and run with it. So yeah, just unfortunately came up a little bit short. But we'll try again next year.
This young man has a lot to be proud of. Dason Pursley comes home in second.
Certainly does. And, like you talked about, Caleb, what an amazing story. And that is certainly not going to be the last time we hear about Dason Pursley. He is going to hoist multiple golden drillers in his career. It's just a matter of when, not if.
They only need to be a hair better.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. That hair is the difference between where they are right now and where a guy like Kyle Larson is. It is the toughest step to take, but they're that close. As we're going to kick things down, Chris Moore, you get the man tonight.
Guys, best way to start an interview. Brother and sister are down here fighting. You still got to beat Dad. Tell me, first 8 laps or so, the first green flag run, you were running around the bottom. Then that first yellow, I don't know if it was always your plan, but you got the idea to go up under yellow and start packing that stuff down. What point was that kind of a game plan and thought for you?
Well, yeah, I ran the bottom for a little while, and then yeah, I could see Dason was running the top in 3 and 4, so I went up there and it felt really good. Then we got a caution shortly after, and I was like, well, I'll just pack it and enter above it here for a couple laps, and it felt really good and continued to be good for a while. So yeah, I just tried to stay committed to it. I felt like I could make less mistakes, with my right rear above it. I still made a lot of mistakes, mostly when I would get to exit, especially when I would catch traffic, just because your pace slows down and on entry, then you try to make up for it on exit, and I'm sliding and slamming the curb. So yeah, caught some breaks, but my car felt really good too. Like even early on the bottom, I felt really strong, and then yeah, I felt like I moved up at the right time, and yeah, just ran some nice consistent laps up there.
Now Monday, right, I know you won, but you talked a lot about how your race car wasn't very good. I know Tyler wasn't very happy with where he was at. How big of a step was it for your team, for Tyler, to have the run he did last night, I believe 12th to 3rd? How much did that play a factor in this one?
Yeah, that was big, I think, for all of our confidence last night, especially Tyler. He's been struggling in the 23C midget with us, and yeah, it was good for him to get a confident run in there. And then Yeah, once we got in the pull shuffle, the hot lap thing, I felt really, different than what I felt on Monday, and felt like I could carry more throttle up there. So I was pleased by that. And then, yeah, the track just kind of fell into my hand, being out in the front and being comfortable, kind of running up above it against the wall. So yeah, that was fun though. I mean, it was 40 challenging laps, especially when you caught traffic. So the brakes just kind of worked out for me, and yeah, cool that I didn't really have to fight anybody off.
I got one more for you. Your career has changed a lot since the last time you won one of these. I asked you off camera, I'm gonna ask you on. Are these still as cool to get?
Yeah, for sure. And they all mean something different, right? Like, it took me 13 years to win my first one, so that felt like a huge weight lifted off me, and I felt like mentally it really helped me take the next step in my career and be calm. So then the next year I definitely did not have the best car, but we were able to beat everybody and play defense. And then this one, the track was just crazy, so it was a lot of fun and yeah, challenging. So yeah, these Chili Bowl races are hard to win. 400 cars, a lot can go wrong. You just gotta execute every time you hit the track, and thankfully I got Paul Silva on the wrenches too, which when we're off on Sunday or Monday, I have the confidence in him that he'll fix it.
Congratulations, go be dad again.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go, Kyle Larson wins Chili Bowl number 3, guys.
Chris, well done.
Yeah.
The man. As let's take a look at how it all went down. Your race recap now here on FloRacing for the A-Main, the one we'd all been waiting for. From the drop of the hat, it was Larson. Larson would lead every lap of this main event as he outduels Landon Brooks in the early stages of this race. Good side-by-side action for fourth. Seavey and Thorson spent a lot of time around each other in the early stages.
They said they did. They were duking it out, and then we had our first yellow with car upside down of Jonathan Beeson, but then it was back to the whip, and it was more Logan Seavey versus Tanner Thorson. I mean, these two put on a show. They're inside the top 5 for much of the first third of this race, but then it was Dason Persley who started to catch fire, sliding here Landon Brooks as that really monster curve really began to build, and then trouble, almost disaster for Larson. You heard him, nearly stalled it, got through that contact, and then it was back under the green flag.
That was lap number 23 in which that happened. 17 to go from there. Persley having to deal with Brooks for a little while, and Brooks would not go away. Coming after Persley time and again before Dason in traffic would get Landon back and start his late pursuit of Kyle Larson.
Yeah, and it was just the Dason trying to chase Kyle, and you see the banner starting to get knocked down. Kyle Larson nearly had a big moment that could have ended his race. We're talking about this one right here as he got up off the wall, almost spun it a complete spin out there, ripped the banner off, caused the yellow, but then it was a late race restart. Dason tried everything he could, throwing sliders, trying to get back to him. Just wasn't enough.
Down the back straightaway, they rolled in. And again, you see more action there with Shane Golubic piling into position number 3.
3 Matt Wood cars racing it out there in the top 5.
Yep. Down to 1 to go. It is Larson, it's Persley. And Kyle Larson gets the job done, comes all the way around to the win, leading all 40 laps of tonight's A-Main event. The win tonight, taking a quick look at him, pulls him ahead of Logan Seavey in their tie with 2 apiece, ties him with Christopher Bell. Each of them now have 3 A-Main event wins. It puts him ahead of Rico Abreu, so past some contemporaries. Still 1 short of Kevin Swindell and a few short of Sammy Swindell, but ahead of the other guys that are sitting in that 2-win run. So big win for Kyle Larson tonight. Just as far as the history goes, we know how great he is, but again, having all those markers to check off and in the box just makes for an even better story when the day comes we won't get to watch him race anymore.